The child really sensed a second berserker mark. Amidst the snow floating down from the sky, the old man sucked in a deep breath, and as he looked at the ground, eager anticipation appeared in his eyes. His first mark was the sky mark. The second is snow. This snow fell from the sky, but belongs to the ground. It's caught between the sky and earth. This sort of mark is incredibly rare. The berserker mark reflects the soul. Unless there's a unique serendipity, most of the marks are ordinary. This child's first mark was the moon, and the moon was not cold, but was made of fire. It's clear that the fire moon has a large influence in his life. That's why when he transcended, he sensed the fire moon in his trance. As for the second berserker mark, it's a chilling air that turns into snow. It didn't appear out of nowhere either. There's some sort of sentimentality lying within. The old man mumbled in a pensive silence. A glint appeared briefly in his eyes. He stared at the two figures that were indistinct in the snow on the mountain. He looked at the two of them holding hands as if they were walking in the snowstorm, and those two figures did not disappear for a long time. Due to an encounter, the moon mark appeared. Due to love, the snow mark appeared. This child, if he is up to my standards and becomes my disciple, then it'll be my great fortune and also his serendipity. The old man sucked in a deep breath. He lifted his right hand and pressed it to the center of his brows with a grave expression on his face. I can't use timeless creation to enter the child's transcendence thoughts anymore. Oh well, he's worth breaking one of my seals, the old man mumbled. A blue light suddenly appeared on his right index finger, which remained pressed to the center of his brows. That light instantly covered the old man's entire body, causing the sea of blood behind him to turn into a sea of blue blood. Even the stone statue inside was letting out a strange blue light. As the blue light shone through the sky, the snow that floated down was also stained with blue. The old man lifted his right hand abruptly and pointed towards the ground. The ancients' words, 3 timeless creations, Wuxia, Torius, Bratus. The old man let out a low growl. The moment he spoke, the ground trembled, and an illusionary world appeared out of nowhere, causing the area of thousands of leaves to start distorting, as if there were multiple layers overlapping with each other. A vast amount of energy collected from within the old man's body, and a strange totem appeared on his face. That totem was formed from 3 odd pictures. The first picture was carved under his chin. Its pieces looked like the cracks on a tortoise shell, and it was filled with blue light. The second picture was that of a 2-horned bull, which appeared on the center of the old man's brows. The third picture was that of a dried-up old tree. It crawled up the old man's face, causing his face to look terrifying. There was a sword penetrating through each of the 3 pictures. The 3 swords were dull, but as of then, one of them was glowing with blue light. Within the cavern in the mountain covered by snow, Su Ming remained seated. His entire body was covered in a layer of frost. There was also ice crystals spread through the area all around him. He remained unmoving, but there was a hint of loneliness and forlornness on his face. The lake had disappeared in the world before Su Ming's eyes. It was replaced with a large mirror completely formed from ice, an ice mirror. He stood in front of the mirror and saw his own reflection. As he looked into the mirror, Su Ming heard a whisper calling out to him. That sound seemed to be dragging out his soul, causing his will to slowly blend into the mirror. When his mind became clear, he saw an endless expanse of snow before him. The area was familiar to him. Compared to the moon in the lake he saw before, Su Ming could see his body this time. It was as if the world within the mirror was not an illusion. It was real. Su Ming walked silently forward in the snowstorm with a hint of bafflement. The snow was falling heavily and it covered the sky, causing him to be unable to see the stars hanging in the sky. He could only see the snow that was falling so densely that the two seemed to be connected. They danced in the sky and created a veil of snow that blocked his view and his way forward. Su Ming walked forth without a word as he looked at the snow. Gradually, he felt as if his surroundings grew more familiar. The moment a light chuckle that sounded like silver bells traveled into his ears from afar, he immediately started trembling. He lifted his head swiftly and looked in the direction the laughter had come from. This is. Su Ming felt shaken. He stomped on the ground and flew up as the snow on the ground jumped into the air. He saw a city through the snowstorm that was not too big in the distance while he was in midair. The city looked like a slumbering beast lying on the floor in the midst of darkness. Wind stream, mudstone city. He could see a lot of invisible ripples spreading out from behind the city. Beneath them he saw a sealed mountain clearly. When he saw that, Su Ming trembled harder. He slowly turned around and cast a glance in another direction. This was the direction to the forest. From this height, he could vaguely see 5 summits that looked like fingers on a hand behind the vast forest. Dark mountain. Time trickled by slowly. He did not know how much time had passed by. When the chuckle that sounded like silver bells appeared again, this time much closer than before, Su Ming snapped out of his daze. He did now know when, but some time ago, 2 lines of tears fell down his face. Have I come home? Su Ming lowered his head in anguish. He saw a girl walking closer to him on the snow as she laughed happily. He saw a foolish-looking boy behind the girl. There was happiness on his face, along with exasperation as he chased after her. Laughter echoed in the air, and it was carefree. When the boy caught up to the girl, he played with her in the snow. Su Ming watched all of it quietly. He looked at the naivety in the boy and his carefree attitude, observed the brightness in the boy's eyes, and the face without the scar. He also looked at the girl who exuded a wild and untamed beauty. Her sparkling, big eyes contained a dream, her look making others intoxicated. Is it a dream? Su Ming felt his heart clenching in pain. His body slowly descended from the sky and he stood beside the boy. He looked at the familiar people before him sitting in the snow holding hands as they uttered familiar words. He could see them, yet they could not see him. Su Ming, what will we become in 10 years? Are we still going to be as carefree as we are now? Are you still angry? Don't be mad. I'm not mad. 10 years later, we'll definitely still be as carefree as we are now, and by that time my level of cultivation will definitely be very high. The elder told me yesterday that I'll be staying in Windstream Tribe in the future. I'll receive the same guidance as Yi Wang from Windstream's elder. Perhaps in 10 years' time, I'll be close to Transcendence Realm. The words that sounded like the boy's fantasies traveled into Su Ming's ears. He sat down quietly beside them. As he sat next to the girl and looked at her, a gentle look gradually appeared in his eyes. After a long while, the pair of youths stood up. As they laughed, the boy picked the girl to carry her on his back. She buried her head in the boy's back with a shy look and the 2 of them went away into the distance. You look silly, the girl whispered softly. Su Ming could not hear her clearly in the past. Now, as he stood by her side, he heard her. It was as if he could not control his own body. He followed the pair of youths and walked with them through the snow until they arrived in Windstream City. He stood in the city and watched the girl sweeping away the snow off the boy's body with a shy smile on her face. Su Ming. It'll be an important day for me 7 days later. I've always spent that day with my grandma in the past. This year I want to spend that day with you. All right? That's a promise. The moment Su Ming heard the words once again in his current situation, the pain in his heart reached its peak. It made his face pale and he took a staggering step back. His chest clenched in pain and his fingers dug into his flesh, as if he was trying to stop his anguished heart from beating so that he would not be in pain again. He stood by the side quietly with a conflicted look on his face. That conflict was clearly due to grief stemmed from sorrow. That's a promise. 7 days later, no matter where I am, no matter what I'm doing, I'll definitely come and find you. Su Ming mumbled, saying the exact same words as the boy by his side. He did not miss a single word, but the meaning of their sentences was different due to the difference of age and time between them. As he mumbled his words, Su Ming saw the girl blushing. She ran back to Dark Dragon Tribe's lodge with a shy look. He looked at the boy laughing happily and foolishly as he walked in another direction. Su Ming's laughter eventually fell silent and turned into a sigh. It echoed in the air, just like when he had heard it in the past when he did not know who eventually sighed. I see. So I was the one sighing in regret. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the sky before he closed his eyes. When he opened them once again, he was no longer in the world within the mirror. He was standing before the ice mirror instead. A white flower appeared in the mirror. The flower looked like snow, and the white hue made it seem as if it possessed a spirit. The whispers calling out to him were coming from the flower in the mirror. It was as if everything that Su Ming saw just now was because he fell into a trance before the mirror. There was a faint figure behind the flower in the mirror. That figure was becoming clearer, and Su Ming could see that he was a man with white hair. The man had a freezing presence. His white hair floated in the hair. There was no scar on his face, but his features were strikingly similar to Su Ming's. He was staring at Su Ming with a cold look from within the mirror. There was a mark of a snow flower on the center of his brows. He wore a white robe, and when his cold gaze met Su Ming's eyes, Su Ming saw mercilessness within them. Only when you are merciless will you be heartless. Only when you are heartless will your heart turn cold. Only when you are cold can you command the cold in the world. Only when you are merciless and heartless can your heart turn cold. And only then will you find the path. Place your emotions in the mirror. When you turn around, do not take them away. The whispers calling out to him were indistinct. He could not discern whether they were mere illusions or he really heard them. The man in white continued looking at Su Ming with an aloof gaze, as if he was waiting for him to choose. The old man sitting in the sky outside Su Ming's cave abode was looking at the ground with bright eyes. His expression became more solemn until eventually a hint of shock appeared on his face. Snow mark. Sima Xian's berserker mark was also the snow mark. The mark of freezing snow once shocked the entire freezing sky, and he proved himself to be incredibly suitable for training the arts in Freezing Sky Clan. I didn't expect I'd see the same snow mark as Sima Xian's once again. The old man took in a deep breath and the glint in his eyes became brighter. As expected of a berserker who transcended after attaining full completion of the blood solidification realm, he managed to sense two completely different types of berserker marks. You gave up on the fire moon, but now the mark of freezing snow should suit your tastes. But from what I can tell from Sima Xian, the mark of freezing snow causes the person to be incredibly cold. He will freeze his emotions and his desires. It is a merciless chill. Will this child choose this? The old man mumbled and looked at the ground with a grave expression. His gaze seemed to penetrate through everything, allowing him to see the sad person sitting in the cave covered by frost. If he gives up on this mark again, unless he can sense the third mark, then he will have to choose a mark that doesn't suit him. If he doesn't choose, then his power will forever be stuck here and he won't improve. A hint of worry appeared on the old man's face. He had deep knowledge about berserker marks. There were some transcended berserkers who never had any berserker mark in the history of the berserker tribe. However, these people all could not further increase their power and would forever be stuck. Without a berserker mark, a berserker cannot be considered a true member of the berserker tribe. He shouldn't give this up now, the old man mumbled to himself. Then his expression suddenly changed. As Su Ming sat in the cave in the mountains, a phrase echoed within the world in his heart. Place your emotions in the mirror. When you turn around, do not take them away. Su Ming mumbled. He looked at the ice mirror and the snowflower within it, along with the man in white behind the snowflower. Can I put all these in the mirror and not take them away with me? Anguish appeared on Su Ming's face and he sighed once again. I broke my promise once. I can't give up on my memories and the love I felt when I was a teenager. If I do that, even if I obtain the mark of freezing snow, would I still be me? Su Ming closed his eyes. I see. I didn't expect a transcended berserker mark to appear like this when I'm in a trance. The moon in the lake and the flower in the mirror. They're all mere illusions. They aren't real. All of these aren't real. Even so, the flower in the mirror and the moon in the lake are not my choices. Su Ming opened his eyes. I want neither the flower in the mirror nor the moon in the lake. The moment Su Ming spoke, a large amount of cracks instantly appeared on the ice mirror before him. As cracking sounds rang out, it shattered into an innumerable amount of shards. The ice flower and the person in white in the mirror also seemed to have duplicated themselves to exist within every single shard that scattered before Su Ming. Fool! When the old man in the sky saw this scene, he slowly spoke. However, he did not try to stop Su Ming as he initially wanted to do when he gave up on his first berserker mark. He chose to observe what Su Ming would do next instead. But he's bold. His personality makes him worthy of becoming my disciple. If you can really bring out the third berserker mark in your trance, then even if you can't become my disciple and can't pass my test, I'll still help you into freezing Sky Clan. The old man watched the land silently, waiting for the third berserker mark that even he was not certain would appear. Time trickled by and very soon it was night. However, the night sky was filled with blue and blood-red light. A strange night sky filled with blue and red light was formed. The frost on Su Ming's body had disappeared in the cave on the ground. There was no longer any hint of ice or cold air on the walls of the cave. The entire mountain range returned to normal. So he can no longer do it. After waiting for a long while, the old man in the sky sighed. However, he did not leave. He remained in the sky and continued waiting. Gradually, the night went by. Even when the sky gradually brightened up, Su Ming remained seated and unmoving within the cave. No other signs of berserker marks appeared. It was as if they had fallen asleep. He gave up on the fire moon, which meant that the tribe he grew up in does not train the ways of fire. Because it's different and he did not want to give up on it, that's why he didn't choose it. From this, it can be seen that the child values family ties. He gave up on the snow mark because he did not want to be merciless and cold, which means he's someone who values his relationships. But people like these aren't suitable to train in my practice and learn my inheritance. He can't be a vice. He can't overturn anything. There's no need for any tests any longer. After 3 days, the old man let out a long sigh. He cast a profound look at the ground and did not continue waiting. He knew that while the time for the process of transcendence differs for each berserker, but the moment they wake up from their trance, then it means that the process had ended. At that moment, he sensed that Su Ming had opened his eyes within the cave. If you choose to enter freezing Sky Clan, then I will speak a word for you, the old man mumbled to himself. He left with regret and lamentation, walking into the distance. Loneliness could be seen on his back. As he left, the blue and blood-red light gradually faded away, and eventually, they disappeared along with the stone statue within that never once opened its eyes. I failed. Su Ming opened his eyes within the cave and looked at the walls before him as he mumbled softly. It was dark all around him. Amidst this silence, he lifted his head. His expression was calm. There was no hint of regret or any sign of other emotions. Instead, in the midst of the darkness, he sat in silence as if he was asking himself whether it was worth it to give up on 2 powerful berserker marks. The fire moon is not one with my tribe. If I have to give up on my tribe and no longer be a member of Dark Mountain tribe to be one of the fire berserkers, I don't want that. The freezing snow wants me to place all my emotions in the mirror, then turn away and abandon them. I can't do this either. If that's the case, then there's no need for me to regret this. Su Ming could feel that once he gave up on the 2 berserker marks he obtained in his trance, his power in transcendence seemed to have lost its vigor. It was as if his power was worn out. What is a mark? Su Ming did not bother himself with his powers waning. He lifted his head and looked at the dark ceiling in the cave and mumbled instead. The mark is a reflection of the heart. It is a unique state that belongs solely to a person alone. This was what his elder had told him in the past, and Su Ming always remembered it. Why do we need to enter a trance when we search for our berserker marks? Su Ming smiled. His smile was faint, but within that faint smile was a hint of understanding that no one else could see. It's because the people in the world usually don't even know themselves. They don't know their hearts. That's why they need to go into a trance to sense what lies within their hearts. A berserker mark is just a form of self-examination. Su Ming's eyes were serene. There was no surge of emotion within them, but gradually, a profound look appeared in them. I examined myself, that's why the fire moon and snow appeared. But even if the flower in the mirror and the fire moon appeared through my self-examination, they might not be what I truly want. Su Ming lifted his right hand and placed it before himself. He looked at his right hand and a strange light appeared in his eyes. On the other hand, it's precisely because I examined myself in my trance this time that I truly learned just what I truly need. Su Ming smiled. He placed his right index finger by his mouth and bit down. Blood appeared. This blood was very viscous, and within it was the power of transcendence contained in Su Ming's body. This was the blood gathered together under the power of transcendence. This was berserker blood. Draw your berserker mark with berserker blood. Without any hint of hesitation, he pressed his finger at the center of his brows and swiped his finger down to his chin, making the first stroke of his berserker mark. It was a mark of blood horrifying to the eyes. It started from the center of his brows, went past his nose, through his lips, until it connected with his chin. Anyone who carved their berserker mark on their skins would trigger the power of transcendence within them. The scene where a large amount of red fog covering their skins would appear. Yet now it did not appear. My mark is the reflection of my will. Su Ming's eyes grew brighter. It was as if there were certain sights within the deep parts of his eyes. Those sights were branded in his mind, and he would never forget them. His right index finger took another stroke on his face and went past his left eye. Yet, even when he took his second stroke, the power of transcendence within him still remained still. It did not activate. It was not obtained through a trance, but a form of verification after I gave up on my trance. Su Ming mumbled. He closed his eyes. With his index finger, he took the third stroke. By then, there were 3 long lines of blood on his face, but it was difficult to see just what he was trying to draw. Perhaps only the scene that existed within his closed eyes would show just what berserker mark he wanted to draw clearly. It's not the moon of the fire berserkers. Su Ming took the 4th stroke, the 5th. It's not the freezing snow. The bloodlines looked to be in slight disarray on his face. There might be a number of strokes, but they lacked a line connecting them all together, causing others to be unable to see just what picture Su Ming was trying to draw. It is. Su Ming did not know just how many strokes he made. At that moment, his right index finger came to a pause. He opened his eyes slowly, and the instant he did so, he drew a line across the chaotic bloodlines with his index finger. Like a finishing stroke, it connected all the bloodlines together, forming a mountain with 5 summits. The mountain with 5 summits, Dark Mountain. The moment that Dark Mountain mark appeared, the power of transcendence within Su Ming's body was drawn out of his body explosively, causing his entire body to be filled with a large amount of red fog. That fog surged into the mark of the 5 summits, causing that Dark Mountain mark to look as if it was alive. If Xianxia had not left and saw this mark, he would definitely let out a sigh. This was the mountain mark. It was one of the most basic marks among all berserker marks. Yet similarly, the moment he finished sighing, he would definitely suck in a sharp breath, and that sigh would turn into shock. This shock would even surpass the shock when he sensed Su Ming's fire moon and freezing snow marks by several fold. It would simply make him sink into a state of disbelief. Berserker marks were all simple. A berserker mark with 2 types of items was already considered complex, but this person, Su Ming's shirt was open. His right index finger did not stop after he drew Dark Mountain. Instead, as gentleness and nostalgia appeared in his eyes, he trailed his finger on his chest, and with each stroke, he drew a tribe. Time passed by without Su Ming's knowledge. He sat within the cave, having completely forgotten everything. He had even forgotten his goal of entering Freezing Sky Clan. The only thing in his mind was chasing his memories with an empty mind. That nostalgia spread out from his eyes and turned into a smile on his lips. But at the same time, there was also grief. He could not differentiate what sort of emotions were within him at that moment. Su Ming's right hand drew on his body and brought out the outlines of Dark Mountain. All the plants in his memories, the familiar houses, and the familiar fences. My berserker mark, my soul, Su Ming mumbled. His right index finger dripped with viscous blood as he drew on his body. Dark Mountain, the tribe, the forest, the houses, and the bonfires that seemed to be burning. All of these were beautiful moments. However, the tribe was void of people. There was only desolation within. Days passed by, and the blood picture of Dark Mountain and the tribe gradually grew complete. The red fog and clouds tumbled outside and within Su Ming's body as they continued to surge into the picture. Eventually, all the power of transcendence in his body completely turned into red fog. Once it fused with his berserker mark, the mark that covered half of his body seemed to have gained a soul and looked alive. The mountain, plants, houses, and everything on it was clearly shown on Su Ming's body, forming a gigantic picture that turned into his mark. A mark of his home. At that moment, Su Ming did not know that this sort of complicated mark was incredibly rare in the Berserker tribe. It did not belong to any of the 3 sky, earth, and world categories of the 9 alterations. If Xianxia had not left, he would see it, and he would definitely be shocked. Due to the complexity of Su Ming's mark, it would either be categorized as a mixed mark and the Berserker would find it hard to increase his power, ending as a joke, or he would increase his power, and once he did so, the power that would explode from him would be shocking. After a few days, Su Ming's right index finger stopped for a moment. His eyes opened once again. He lifted his right hand slowly, and the power of transcendence surged forth inside him with an explosive force. As it spread through his entire body, the true presence of transcendence burst forth from within him. That presence far surpassed all those within the blood solidification realm. It even created an intimidating presence that could overpower all those in the blood solidification realm. Su Ming's hair moved without wind. While he sat, the red fog on his entire body gradually disappeared. The only thing left was the mark of home that filled his entire upper body. On his face, the mark showed Dark Mountain, while on his chest was his tribe. The tribe spread out on his chest, and around it were the plants. That mark was incredibly clear. Transcended berserkers do not train blood veins. They only train their marks. The mark is their strength, and through the berserker blood in their veins, they can display remarkable abilities. Su Ming mumbled. Everything he knew about transcendence was told to him by his elder over the years since he was young. There are 4 stages in the transcendence realm. It's divided into the early stage, middle stage, later stage, and the great completion of the transcendence realm. Breaking into the bone sacrifice realm through great completion is much harder than reaching the transcendence realm through the blood solidification realm. Su Ming lifted his right hand and touched the mark on his face. There are many people in the transcendence realm who can't enter the bone sacrifice realm their whole lives. They can't refine their berserker bone and can only fade away in time, leaving the world with regret. Su Ming lifted his head and his eyes sparkled brightly. His berserker mark shone with a red flare as if it was moving on his body. A power that was clearly only at the early stage of transcendence but could already stun those in the middle and later stages of transcendence by bursting forth from Su Ming's body. The cave trembled. Even the mountains around the cave shook. They let out muffled rumbling sounds and a large amount of dust scattered into the air, turning into a ring that rolled outwards from the mountain. Transcending with 999 blood veins, right now the power I have. Su Ming lifted his right hand and clenched it slowly before him. I wonder what is the difference between me and those in the later stage of the transcendence realm. He took a deep breath. The moment he unclenched his right hand, a bell chime immediately reverberated around him, and an ancient bell about the size of his palm appeared in his hand. This bell was Han Mountain Bell. As he looked at this bell, a cold smirk appeared on Su Ming's lips. Sima Xian, with my current level power and this treasure, I wonder just what is the difference between us. Su Ming swung his arm, and once he put away the ancient bell, his body swayed forward, and the door to the cave instantly shattered. As it turned into a countless amount of debris that tumbled backward, Su Ming walked out calmly. Behind him, the small virescent sword let out a joyful sword whistle. It surrounded Su Ming and eventually crawled into the center of his brows with a flash, hiding in the form of a sword mark. Feng was trembling. He followed behind Su Ming like a servant with extreme anxiety. He had witnessed every moment of Su Ming's transcendence. As of now, his reverence towards Su Ming had reached its peak. Su Ming stepped on air and walked towards the sky from the ground. He stood there, but did not circulate his power intentionally. His power seemed to have lost its weight, and he seemed to have become one with the sky. He could rise into the sky at will. The wind in midair was very strong, could be heard moaning as it blew past. It moved Su Ming's hair and made the green robes he wore once again dance in the air. His destination was Han Mountain City, located in the distance. Su Ming's expression was calm as he lifted his right hand to touch the center of his brows. "Some parts are still missing in my berserker mark," he mumbled. The moment he finished drawing his mark based on his home, he understood that his mark was incomplete. "I can repair my mark during transcendence. When my mark is complete, then I will have attained great completion in the transcendence realm." Su Ming lowered his right hand from the center of his brows. The dark mountain mark on his face gradually disappeared along with the mark of home under his clothes. Unless they used their full power, then those who had transcended would not easily reveal their berserker marks. "There's no need to hurry for my berserker mark. Right now, I need to enter Freezing Sky Clan and get the map back home." Light flashed through Su Ming's eyes briefly before they turned calm once again. He turned around and cast a glance at Hefeng. Hefeng immediately shuddered when Su Ming looked at him. He instinctively put on a flattering look on his face and quickly bowed before he spoke loudly. "Master, congratulations on transcending and drawing your berserker mark. Master, you were born to be extraordinary. You are a bright and handsome man with shocking potential. With just a glance, I can tell that you're different from the others. You'll definitely rise up above others in the future, and with one." Hefeng was not used to saying all these things. Some of his words did not manage to convey his thoughts, but it was still clear that his fear towards Su Ming at that moment was completely different from before. The difference in their power caused a form of subjugation that made Hefeng suppress all his inner thoughts. When he saw Su Ming frowning as he spoke, Hefeng immediately stopped speaking and put on a moved expression. He was about to use another method to get into Su Ming's good books when Su Ming's words traveled into his ears. "That's enough. Come back." Hefeng immediately nodded. The moved look on his face instantly changed to that of worship. His body turned into a wisp of green smoke that crawled into Su Ming's body and disappeared. However, Su Ming did not know that there were currently all sorts of emotions welled up in Hefeng's heart. Those emotions were not due to Su Ming becoming stronger, but due to himself. "Hefeng, have you forgotten how to be flexible even though you learned it since you were young? It's just flattery. It's not difficult. I can definitely get used to this. When I make this boy happy, then it'll be easier to negotiate." Hefeng made a decision in his mind. But this boy's power is too high now. His changes over the years are just too great. I'm to blame for making the wrong judgment. If I knew that his power would be so abnormal, then I wouldn't have bothered him. Hefeng was a little worried as he stayed in Su Ming's body. "I have to improve our relationship. I can't just rely on flattery. He's becoming increasingly more intelligent. Before long, I'll no longer be useful to him. He won't be so kind as to let me go so easily either, especially when his power continues growing stronger. He'll know sooner or later that spirit bodies like mine will increase the power of enchanted vessels if we're placed into them and refined within." Once Hefeng thought about that, he was immediately terrified. "I don't have any other choice. I have to change my plans and make him know how useful I am." As Hefeng was thinking, Su Ming turned into a long arc in the air and charged towards his destination, Han Mountain City. He had already made all preparations. What was left was for him to return to Han Mountain City and enter Freezing Sky Clan. "There are few who have seen how I look like in Han Mountain City. Even if I transcended there, I still managed to hide my face. I never once revealed myself. But there should be some who recognized me as Mo Su from Tranquil East Tribe. But that's not a problem. Han Songzi once said that Freezing Sky Clan will only take Han Fei Zi in as a disciple this time. Then if I want to get in, I'll have to follow my previous plan. I have to show off and shock them." Su Ming's expression was calm. Transcending in Han Mountain was in truth just part of the plan to create a chance for him to enter Freezing Sky Clan. As he was mulling over his thoughts, He Feng's respectful voice suddenly appeared in his ears. "Master, I have another cave abode." Su Ming continued charging forth. He did not bother about He Feng. Master, I've already decided to offer this cave abode to you as a present congratulating you for transcending. There's not much in the cave abode, just some stone coins. I obtained them using various methods in the past. Su Ming continued ignoring him. His speed increased as he looked in the direction where Han Mountain City laid. He Feng waited for a while. When he saw that Su Ming was still not tempted, he laughed bitterly and gritted his teeth. "Master, it's not just one cave abode. I have two. There are stone coins hidden within the cave abodes. 3. Master, I have 3. 4. Master, I only have 4 cave abodes left." As He Feng continued speaking, he became increasingly more anxious. "Where is it?" Su Ming asked unhurriedly while continuing to move forward. When he heard this question, He Feng felt a burden lift up from his shoulders. However, he could not help but feel his heart aching in pain. Yet he had to improve their relationship. He had to get into Su Ming's good books. Hence he quickly spilled out the locations. "Once he sees the stone coins, he'll definitely be shocked and ask me where I found them. When that time comes, it'll be my turn to show him how useful I am." As He Feng thought about it, he gradually became satisfied. Su Ming did not immediately return to Han Mountain City. He changed directions instead and went to the 4 locations He Feng provided him for the 4 cave abodes. Once he found them and saw the stone coins hidden within the cave abodes, he was shocked. He Feng had a large amount of stone coins within the 4 abodes. It far surpassed the amount he had in his storage bag. When he saw these stone coins, Su Ming helped himself to them. He swung his arm and put away all the coins in his storage bag before turning around and leaving. He Feng waited, but when he saw Su Ming continue charging towards Han Mountain and showing no intention of asking him, he was stunned, because it was different from what he had imagined. He waited for a little while longer before He Feng found himself asking, "Master, haha, aren't these stone coins good?" "They're not bad," Su Ming stated calmly. "It's my greatest glory to be able to serve and please you. If you think it's good, then all is well. If you ever find yourself lacking money, then you don't have to worry. With my abilities, I will definitely be able to earn a lot of stone coins for you." He Feng spoke carefully in hopes of drawing the topic to his plans. "All right," Su Ming answered without any hesitation. The moment he finished speaking, he no longer spoke. As he charged forward, the distance between him and Han Mountain City closed up. He Feng felt depressed. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke once again. "Master, I only used a few years to obtain all these stone coins. I'm not boasting about myself. I'm well versed in the art of negotiation. In truth, Master, your method of negotiating with the others previously was wrong. I'm very good in this." "Oh!" The ghost of a smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. He knew since a long time ago that He Feng wanted to say something, or else he would not have given him such a huge present. The moment he heard Su Ming replying, He Feng's spirits were lifted. He immediately used this chance to present the benefits of having him around. "I'm not boasting about myself. It's true, Master. I'm very talented in the buying and selling of items. We have to haggle the price when we buy things. This is something easy for me. I got these stone coins with this method. My status in Han Mountain City was about the same as yours as Mosu. I've made quite a name for myself in the city. Master, I'm not boasting about myself. If you let me handle your finances, I'll definitely earn loads for you. If anything catches your eye, you just have to tell me and let me buy it for you. I'm not boasting about myself." The more He Feng spoke, the more excited he became. He even spoke about his past glorious achievements. However, every single time he mentioned all these, there would always be one sentence that repeated itself. "I'm not boasting about myself, Master. I'm really not boasting about my amazing self. I'm not boasting about myself. Su Ming's kept on smiling as he listened to Hefeng. He suddenly felt that this Hefeng was perhaps the man's real self. The day passed by with Hefeng continuing to boast about himself. When night fell, Han Mountain appeared before Su Ming's eyes. When he saw it, the smile on Su Ming's lips gradually disappeared. He brought out the black mask from his bosom and put it on his face, turning into Mo Su. He did not go to Han Mountain City immediately, but chose to go towards Tranquil East Mountain. Tranquil East Mountain in the dusk was the same as usual. It gave out a towering presence. However, that mountain now looked a lot more different in Su Ming's eyes. When he first saw this mountain, he had been nervous. He might not have been nervous the second time he came here, but it was not a place he could enter freely. This was the third time he stood at the foot of Tranquil East Mountain. Even if he was as small as an ant before the mountain, he knew in his heart that he could now walk on it. Su Ming did not speak. He stood at the foot of the mountain and walked up the steps. The instant his foot landed, the mountain suddenly trembled and an intimidating pressure fell on him. That pressure did not possess any intelligence. It was clear that it was the activation of Tranquil East's mountain protection art, used to prevent outsiders from trespassing into their tribe. Su Ming's expression was calm. That presence charged towards him with a loud bang, but it came to an abrupt halt about 100 feet away from him, as if it had crashed into an invisible wall. A lot of rumbling sounds echoed in the air, but that pressure could not move any further. With the mask on his face, Su Ming moved forward. Once he took 10 steps forward, whistling sounds sliced through the air towards him. 10 people charged towards him from the mountain. All of them had respectful expressions on their faces. They stopped far away from Su Ming and bowed deeply towards him. "Welcome, Lord Kindred Mo." Su Ming nodded his head and continued onward. He was not fast, but he crossed about a dozen steps with each step he took towards the top of the mountain. At that moment, a dozen more people charged towards him. The one leading the team of people was Fang Xin, the tribe leader of Tranquil East Tribe. Behind him were the powerful berserkers of Tranquil East Tribe. Once they appeared, they bowed towards Su Ming deeply with conflicted but respectful looks. "Welcome, Lord Kindred Mo." Fang Xin moved a few steps forward. Then when he was hundreds of feet away from Su Ming, an excited look appeared on his face. He wrapped his fist in his palm and greeted Su Ming. "Greetings, sir." Su Ming's footsteps faltered. He looked at Fang Xin and spoke calmly. "Tribe leader, there's no need for you to do this. I came here to fulfill my promise. Please bring me to Fang Mu." "Thank you for your aid." Fang Xin bowed once more towards Su Ming. When he straightened his body, there was a look of shock and respect in his eyes that was difficult to conceal when he looked at Su Ming. He looked at Mo Su standing before him and remembered all the things that had happened when they met each other. "Sir, this way. You don't have to worry about my son as of yet. Please come to Tranquil East Tower and allow Tranquil East Tribe to offer you our welcome. The elder is preparing himself. He'll come by later to welcome you personally." "There's no need for all that trouble." As Su Ming spoke, he activated the branding art. When his power reached transcendence, his branding art improved. When he activated it, the area it covered now spanned to half of the mountain, allowing him to instantly locate Fang Mu. Su Ming took one step forward and moved on air before turning into a long arc and charging towards Fang Mu's house at the mountainside. Fang Shen quickly spoke to the people by his side and followed behind Su Ming. At the mountainside of Tranquil East Mountain was an ordinary house made of stone. Han Songzi was sitting cross-legged within. She was frowning and there was a melancholy look on her face. Along with her blue skirt, her troubled look gave her a different air of beauty. Whistling sounds traveled forth and Han Songzi looked as if she was shocked awake. She lifted her head, and when she saw the masked Su Ming approaching in the long arc in the sky, her eyes brightened up. When the long arc descended and turned into Su Ming once the light dissipated, he looked at Han Songzi and nodded. "Greetings, Brother Mo." Han Songzi got up and spoke softly. There was a hint of joy in her voice. "How's Fang Mu?" He cast Han Songzi a glance, then looked at the room behind her. Han Songzi hesitated for a moment before she spoke softly. "Not too good." Sima Xian activated the Berserker seed in Mu Er's body beforehand. So even after he left, Mu Er remained unconscious. From what I understand about Sima Xian's art, Mu Er's life force is blocked. Han Songzi whispered with grief on her face. Su Ming was silent for a moment before he said slowly, I played a hand in this. Sir, you don't have to blame yourself. It was bound to happen someday. Fang Shen's voice appeared from behind Su Ming. He walked up towards them with a dejected look. In truth, I knew that Mu Er did not suffer from an injury, but it was because Sima Xian planted the Berserker seed within him. When I met you in the past, I did not have much hope of him getting cured. I just made others think I didn't know about it. I hope you will forgive me for this. Fang Shen let out a long sigh and bowed once again towards Su Ming. Su Ming did not look at Fang Shen. He walked towards the room behind Han Songzi and pushed open the door. The instant the door was opened, a freezing chill blew into his face. The cold wind spread to an area of about hundreds of feet, and the floor where the wind blew through was covered in a layer of frost. Everything within was revealed clearly when he opened the door. The room was not big, but as of then, it was filled with cold air. There was also a layer of ice in the room. A boy lay on a stone bed. The boy was still. His face had a purplish-black hue. A lot of frost covered his body, and he looked like a frozen corpse. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he walked into the room. The instant he did so, blue lightning arcs immediately swam through his entire body, then traveled down his legs to the ground. The arcs swam across the ice around him, and as cracking sounds filled the air, the ice immediately showed signs of shattering. When Su Ming walked by, the ice behind him completely shattered, revealing the floor underneath. When he was beside Fang Mu, many lightning arcs swam around his body, making him look as if he was surrounded by lightning. He looked at the unconscious and nearly dead Fang Mu, then lifted his right hand. Lightning sparks gathered together in his right hand until they turned into a large amount of lightning in his hand. He was just about to tap the center of Fang Mu's brows with a finger. Sir, please hold your hand, an old voice said. A long arc charged towards them from outside the house. When it descended, it turned into an old man. That old man was the elder of Tranquil East tribe. He took a few brisk steps forward and moved past Fang Shen, who looked as if he was struggling internally. He was just about to step into Fang Mu's house when Su Ming turned his head back and cast the old man a freezing look. When he saw that glance, the elder of Tranquil East tribe felt shaken. He sensed danger, and a feeling of being oppressed rose within him, making his heart instantly race. He stopped abruptly and stood outside the house. He did not dare rush forward anymore, but chose to walk towards Su Ming and bow deeply to him. Greetings, sir. Sir, on behalf that Tranquil East tribe has never offended you, please spare us. I will be eternally grateful if you do so. There was anguish on the elder's face, and he did not straighten up once he bowed down. What is the meaning behind your words? Su Ming asked unhurriedly. Sir, if you save this child, then our tribe will inevitably offend Sir Sima. If Sir Sima is angered, our tribe will not be able to withstand his fury. Fang Mu is a good child. His only mistake was that he was born in Tranquil East tribe. The old man answered in a low tone. Su Ming remained silent for a while, and then his gaze moved to Fang Mu, but his words were clearly directed towards Fang Shen. Fang Mu is your son. You choose. Fang Shen trembled, and his struggles became more apparent. I. Fang Shen opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he could not speak. He trembled. His heart clenched in pain, and his face instantly turned pale. As he looked at Fang Mu lying on the bed, his struggles reached their peak. Brother! Han Songzi looked at Fang Shen and spoke softly, but she could only utter that one word. She could not help with his choice because she had already left Tranquil East tribe and become a disciple of Freezing Sky Clan. She could not take Fang Shen's place in making this decision. Fang Shen, you're the tribe leader of Tranquil East tribe. The fate of the tribe lies on your shoulders, the elder of Tranquil East tribe said calmly. This day, was bound to come sooner or later. Fang Shen looked at his son, and the struggles in his heart reflected in his eyes gradually disappeared to be replaced by resolution. Everyone will die in the end. He is my son. He shouldn't be my son, he mumbled. Su Ming remained silent as he looked at Fang Mu lying by his side. He looked at his purplish-black face and felt as if he could feel the boy's pain. Perhaps he was only suffering from physical pain, but if Fang Mu could hear what was happening around him at that moment, then the pain he suffered would definitely stem from within his heart. His fate lay in his father's hands, and he would have no idea how his father would choose. Would he choose to ignore the danger of offending Sima Xian and take the big risk of saving his son's life, or would his father give up on him? He still has some consciousness left. He can hear your decision, Su Ming said languidly. He had seen a single tear trickle down the corner of Fang Mu's eye just now, but before it managed to fall, it had turned into a shard of ice. Fang Shen trembled even harder. He staggered forward and walked into the room. The freezing air closed in on him. This man, who did not look old, looked as if he had become old in an instant. He trembled and knelt down beside the bed, then lifted his right hand without caring about the ice and touched Fang Mu's face. Mu Air, I'm sorry. I'm first the tribe leader of Tranquil East Tribe. Then only am I your father. That's why over all these years, even if I knew about the source of your injuries, I pretended that I didn't know. I pretended to search for ways to cure you to hide the fact that I knew. Whenever I saw you trying to prove yourself before me, my heart would clench in pain. Fang Shen mumbled and tears fell down his cheeks. Fang Shen, we can only let the boy die. We can't save him and we mustn't save him. The elder of Tranquil East Tribe sighed, and a conflicted look appeared on his face. I can't save him? That's right. I'm a member of Tranquil East Tribe. Fang Shen's chuckles gradually grew into loud laughter. However, there was only grief in his laughter. It's precisely because I am the tribe leader, that's why even if I knew all these, I could not tell him. I even had to put up a farce before him. Sir Mo, what are the chances of success to cure Fang Mu? Red appeared in Fang Shen's eyes. He turned to look at Su Ming. Su Ming looked at Fang Shen kneeling before him, and a barely noticeable glint flashed in his eyes. I have no confidence, not even a tenth of it, he stated slowly. But if I take action, even if I don't succeed, Sima Xian will still discover it. That's why you must think clearly. Su Ming no longer looked at Fang Shen, but cast his gaze on Fang Mu. Fang Mu, I'm sorry. I didn't tell him the truth. I want to know what your father would choose to do in this situation. Su Ming thought silently. This situation reminded him of himself. Fang Shen's face was bloodless. He lowered his head slowly and looked at Fang Mu blankly. The elder of Tranquil East Tribe let out a long sigh before he spoke sternly. Fang Shen, Sir Mo has spoken. The chances of saving Fang Mu are close to none. The outcome has already been decided. Han Songzi stood outside the house. Her face was bloodless. She leaned on the wall by her side as if she had lost all her strength. The grief in her eyes became more prominent. Fang Shen was silent. After a long while, he stood up slowly and closed his eyes, cutting off his sight of his own son. His body was trembling as he turned around and walked out of the house as if that act itself was a struggle. At the instant he turned around, he did not see that the ice shards under Fang Mu's eyes had increased. Fang Shen looked like he grew much older in an instant. He took one step forward with his back towards Fang Mu. The instant his foot landed, he felt as if his heart had shattered. Right before his eyes, he saw Fang Mu sitting happily on his shoulders as he laughed happily and innocently. Papa! Papa! Tears fell down Fang Shen's eyes as he took his second step, but the moment his foot landed, Fang Shen let out a long sigh. He stopped. Elder, Fang Shen mumbled. The elder remained silent, but a fierce look appeared in his eyes. I've been the tribe leader for Tranquil East Tribe for 19 years. For the past 19 years, I've been the tribe leader of Tranquil East Tribe, not Mu Air's father. But now, I will take up the responsibilities of a father. I, Fang Shen, will leave Tranquil East Tribe and resign from the post of tribe leader. From now on, I no longer have anything to do with Tranquil East Tribe. If Mu-Er lives, I will bring him with me. If Mu-Er passes, I will kill myself as an apology. What are you saying? Not even Sir Mo is confident he can cure your son. Why are you doing this for a boy who lost all hope of surviving? The fierce look in the elder's eyes became sharper. Fang Shen lifted his head and looked at the elder of Tranquil East Tribe firmly. I'm his father. When the words fell into Su Ming's ears, a shudder ran through his body. He looked at Fang Shen, then at Fang Mu, then let out a soft sigh. When he saw that the elder of Tranquil East Tribe was about to fly into rage, Su Ming lifted his right hand and waved it at Fang Shen. His actions were too sudden. As he swung his arm, a large amount of lightning appeared around Fang Shen. With a rumble, Fang Shen coughed out a mouthful of blood and he was flung out of the house. He fell outside, and while stunned, he struggled to get up, but with a shock from the lightning sparks surrounding his body, he fainted. Soon after, a bell chime reverberated in the air from within Su Ming's body. That bell chime did not spread too far outwards, only within the house. Yet when the elder heard it, he trembled and staggered back. It was not until he retreated a few hundred feet that he managed to gain his footing. His face was pale as he looked at Su Ming, as if he had just understood something. He silently looked at the unconscious Fang Shen before he let out a long sigh. Then he lifted his right hand and slammed it on his chest. With that one strike, he coughed out fresh blood and fell to the side. When I first came to the land of South Morning, I met you. That is our fate. Since that's the case, I will shoulder the responsibility of facing Sima Xian. You have a good father. With his right hand, Su Ming tapped the center of Fang Mu's brows. The moment his palm landed, Fang Mu started trembling viciously. The ice on his body was instantly surrounded by lightning, and with a few cracking sounds, it shattered inch by inch. Yet the moment the ice on his body shattered, freezing air spread out from within Fang Mu's body once again, as if it was going to cover his body in ice once more. When what little remained of his life force was gone, Fang Mu would breathe his last. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Almost at the very instant the freezing air appeared. He lifted his right hand again, and with a flash of lightning, a white medicinal pill appeared in his hand. The medicinal pill was about the size of an infant's fist. It was round, and did not look as if it was supposed to be consumed. It looked like an enchanted treasure instead. The moment it appeared, an absorption force spread out, causing a large amount of the freezing air in the house to surge towards the pill, as if the medicinal pill itself was a void that sucked in all that existed. Spirit plunder. Su Ming might not have known about the name nor the origins of the berserker seed planted within Fang Mu, but from the looks of it, there was a hint of the power from a berserker mark hidden within, nourishing it. As long as it was a berserker mark, then Su Ming was confident spirit plunder would be effective. As of then, the hint of power from the berserker mark nourishing the berserker seed within Fang Mu waned and withered away. There was not much power left. It was precisely because of this that Fang Mu, who had lost a large amount of his life force, could still bear to withstand its existence, still hang on to life. Extinguishing a waning mark of a berserker seed was not something Su Ming had confidence only once in 10 times to perform. He had but absolute confidence. The moment he brought out spirit plunder, not only did it absorb the freezing air around him, but the purplish-black hue on Fang Mu's face also seemed to have come alive, turning into a layer of fog on his skin that started tumbling about as if it wanted to sink into Fang Mu's body and hide itself. Yet the moment Su Ming swung his right arm and spirit plunder slowly floated down to stick to the center of Fang Mu's brows, the purplish-black fog was immediately absorbed into the medicinal pill. A large amount of purplish-black fog was incessantly absorbed by the medicinal pill. Gradually, a layer of frost appeared on the medicinal pill, but the rate of absorption did not decrease by even the slightest. It only became faster. After a moment, an indistinct roar came from within Fang Mu's body. Once all the purplish-black fog was absorbed, a purple snow flower appeared on Fang Mu's face. The snow flower had been buried deep within his body. Right now it was finally forced out. As Feng Mu trembled furiously, the snow flower was drawn to the medicinal pill's side. In an instant it was taken in. When the medicinal pill sucked in the snow flower, its color immediately changed to purple. Cold, chilly air spread out from within the pill. Its appearance changed drastically. Once it spun a few circles slowly on Feng Mu's head, it floated at a leisurely pace to Su Ming before landing on his right palm. The instant he came into contact with the medicinal pill, a gust of freezing air seeped into Su Ming's body, but it soon dispersed. At the same time, a similar presence to that of an enchanted treasure appeared on the medicinal pill. Its color also started to change slowly, eventually returning to white once again. It was slightly transparent, and Su Ming could see a layer of purple snow sealed deep within. I can save you, but I can't return you the life force you lost. Take care of yourself. Now, nothing connects us anymore, Su Ming stated calmly and put away the medicinal pill. He looked at Feng Mu, whose face no longer had the purplish-black hue and whose body was no longer covered in frost, struggling to open his eyes before he turned around and left. Senior. Feng Mu opened his eyes weakly and saw an elegant back. For some unknown reason, when he saw that back, he thought he saw desolation and loneliness. Han Songzi looked at Su Ming's back outside the house and lowered her head. The elder of Tranquil East tribe opened his eyes on the ground, and in his eyes were conflict and respect. He closed them once again. By the side, Fang Shin too opened his eyes, trembling. There was gratitude and shame within them. He had not fainted. At the foot of Tranquil East Mountain, Su Ming walked towards Han Mountain City in the dark. His long hair floated in the wind, blending with the darkness. Ahem. Master, you seem to have been tricked. I know. Huh? Then why did you save him just now? Su Ming looked at the unfamiliar stars in the sky and did not reply. During the night, the faint lights from Han Mountain City would sway in the wind. If anyone walked towards the source of the lights, they would see that they led to inns that were alive with people during the night. Su Ming walked through the streets in Han Mountain City. He looked at the familiar houses around him as he walked past them quietly. Many years have passed since I came here. Su Ming's footsteps faltered. Before him was an inn. There were not a lot of guests inside at night. Most of them were drinking alone. Occasionally, they would talk to each other in whispers. There was a table beside the door. The innkeeper was a man in his 20s. He had fallen asleep with his chin propped on his hands. There was an indescribable feeling surrounding Han Mountain City. It was as if that feeling had turned into depression that fell upon the hearts of all those within the city. That was why there were so many people still drinking in the inns at night. I'm here again. Su Ming looked at the inn. He remembered that when he first came to Han Mountain City, he met He Feng and Han Fei Zi in this particular inn. When I first came here, I stepped into this inn. Now that I'm about to leave, I'm visiting this inn again. Su Ming smiled and decided not to walk further on. He stepped into the inn. The layout inside was the same as it was in his memories. His arrival did not attract too much attention. Only the slumbering innkeeper opened his eyes slightly, as if he was awakened by the wind Su Ming brought with him when he walked past. He cast Su Ming a glance. Right now, Su Ming was walking around with his real appearance. Very few people in Han Mountain City had seen his real face before. Even if they did, they would find it hard to link him to the famous berserker who transcended after attaining great completion in the blood solidification realm in Han Mountain, or even the equally famous Mo Su. He walked into the inn and went to the same table he had taken in the past and down. Soon, the innkeeper walked over to him, yawning, but he did not take his order. Instead, he placed 2 pots of wine on his table and some dishes to go with the wine before he left and returned to the table by the door, propping his chin on his hands once again to doze off. Su Ming picked up the wine pot and took a sip. It was the same wine he had drunk in the past. When it entered his mouth, the liquid would burn his tongue and flow down his throat like a trail of fire. It was quiet all around him. Only snoring sounds could be heard rising and falling in the inn. The rest of the people, including Su Ming, were all drinking their wine silently. Some of them were frowning, and there was a helpless sort of anger written on their faces. Even the inn was enveloped in the same atmosphere within Han Mountain City. There was also an oppressive feeling in the air. Su Ming lowered his head and drank the wine. He did not look at anyone else. During that night, no one in the inn bothered to observe him either. They were all troubled by their own thoughts. Time trickled by. Approximately after the time it takes to burn an incense stick later, the sounds of footsteps traveled into the inn. Two men dressed in green robes walked inside and sat down together silently. They chose at a table by the side and sat with sullen faces, saying not a word. Another person came to drown his frustrations in wine. Han Mountain City has been drastically different from how it usually is for the past few days. A middle-aged man in blue robes sitting not far from Su Ming took up his wine pot and hiccuped, a clear sign that he was drunk. He laughed softly, but those who heard that laughter knew that it was one of self-deprecation. Everyone is disappointed because of freezing Sky Clan this time. Who would have known? The silence that had hung in the air previously was now broken softly as another person put himself down. We're disappointed, but there's nothing we can do about it. The envoys from Freezing Sky Clan have already spoken. This time, they will only receive one disciple, and that is Han Fei Zi from Lake of Colors tribe. One of the men in green robes who had come in later slammed his right hand on the table. Innkeeper, bring us wine. That one slam and shout immediately woke the innkeeper, who quickly got up and sent food and wine to the two newcomers. What's the use of getting angry at the innkeeper? Go and look for the envoys of Freezing Sky Clan instead. They didn't say blatantly that they won't take in anyone this time. Humph. They didn't, indeed. But who exactly in Han Mountain City can meet their requirements to qualify entering the school? The man who had slammed his hand on the table laughed coldly as a helpless expression settled in his eyes. However, right till the end, the man in blue robes beside him did not speak. He sat in his seat without a word. Besides, it's just a qualification. Once we obtain that qualification, we still need to partake in their subsequent tests before we can get into Freezing Sky Clan. In the end, aren't they just blatantly telling us that they're only taking in one person this time? Freezing Sky Clan is powerful. If we want to enter, then we can't go against their will. What else can we do? A drunken old man dressed in plain clothes lying sprawled on a table lifted his head. With a drunken demeanor, he laughed sarcastically. I heard that Sir Nan Tian and the other powerful transcended berserkers visited the envoys of Freezing Sky Clan together, but they left dispirited. Sir Kujiosi even left Han Mountain City in a fit of rage. Right now, the only powerful transcended berserkers within the city are Sir Nan Tian and Sir Lang Ying. The envoys from Freezing Sky Clan don't even acknowledge transcended berserkers. What else can we do? Sounds of discussions filled the air inside the inn. Anything related to Freezing Sky Clan seemed to create a resonance with the crowd. The feelings of anger, helplessness, and depression within them grew stronger. Su Ming sat at the table in the corner and drank his wine as he listened to the words that reached his ears. I see. Many things have happened here while I was out drawing my berserker mark. But no matter, I already expected that Freezing Sky Clan would do this. Su Ming picked up his wine pot and lifted his head to look at the people engaged in heated discussions. He got up and walked over. He placed his wine pot on the table of the two men in green robes. Once he attracted their attention, Su Ming swept his gaze across the man who still remained silent before he looked at the man who had slammed his hand on the table. My fellow brother, may I sit here? He asked with a smile. The man frowned. He scrutinized Su Ming several times. At that moment he was feeling peevish. He was just about to retort when his silent companion nodded his head. When the man saw his companion nodding, he was momentarily stunned and rendered speechless. Su Ming smiled and sat down, then picked up his wine pot and took a sip. I have a few questions I'd like to ask. Please, ask away. The person who spoke was the silent man in green robes who had nodded just now. His voice was hoarse. This was the first time he had spoken since he came. Others might not think too much about it, but his companion, The man who had slammed his hand on the table just now had a strange look on his face. He knew that his companion was of high status and did not like to speak, preferring silence. There was also a prideful air carved into his bones. Usually, he would have ignored all those around him, if it had not been due to the same helplessness they felt at the moment. His companion would not have come drinking with him either. Was the requirement stated by Freezing Sky Clan to challenge the chains of Han Mountain? Su Ming looked at the man with a hoarse voice and asked languidly. No, ever since the Lord Divine General successfully cleared the chains of Han Mountain. The envoys from Freezing Sky Clan declared that the requirements to enter the school will no longer be to challenge the chains of Han Mountain, the man said hoarsely. When he looked at Su Ming, there was a hint of hesitation and respect in his eyes. Sir, did you just come to Han Mountain City? How could you not know about this? Challenging the chains of Han Mountain to enter the school is old news. The new requirements have been set. If you want to enter the school, you only need to do one thing. This thing is, haha. The person who spoke was a man sitting not too far from them. He held a pot of wine in his hands and emptied it in one swing. He laughed at himself. Speaking about it is easy. All you need to do is to challenge all the transcended berserkers in Han Mountain and the 3 tribes, and you can only use one hit every time you challenge them. If your challenge is successful, then you will qualify to enter the school. But that's just the qualification. Whether you can enter Freezing Sky Clan depends on their subsequent tests. This isn't a test, it's blatant refusal. Freezing Sky Clan has made up their minds this time. They'll only take away one person. The sounds of discussions rose up once again inside the inn. Besides drinking their frustrations away with wine to deal with their anger towards the requirements set by Freezing Sky Clan, there was nothing else they could do to rebel against it. There are still 2 more days. Once these 2 days are over, the envoys of Freezing Sky Clan will take Han Feizi away, and their journey to Han Mountain to take in new disciples will end. If we want to enter Freezing Sky Clan, we'll have to wait another 10 years. It's not as if there's absolutely no one who can do it, the quiet man sitting beside Su Ming suddenly said. If the Lord Divine General returns, he'll definitely be successful. It's blatantly clear that the envoys from Freezing Sky Clan declared that they won't use the chains of Han Mountain as a requirement just so that they could direct this against the Lord Divine General. Even if the Lord comes back, it won't be easy for him either. Besides the Lord Divine General, perhaps Sir Yunzong, who went out to train in isolation, might stand a chance. There's Mo Su as well. If this mysterious transcended berserker appears, he might stand a chance. Besides these 3, no one else in Han Mountain can do it. Su Ming didn't speak anymore. He sat by the table and gulped down mouthfuls of his wine. When the sky gradually brightened up, most of the people in the inn stopped talking amongst themselves. Some of them even chose to leave. The hesitation on the face of the silent man beside Su Ming grew thicker. He looked at Su Ming, then after a moment of hesitation, he stood up and rapped his fist in his palm towards him in a salute. Then, with his astonished companion, he left the inn. At that moment, besides Su Ming left drinking wine in the inn, there were only 3 more people in there. However, those 3 people were drunk. They lay on the table asleep, and their snores could be heard shaking the roof. That person has transcended. Su Ming's gaze fell on the quiet man from 2 people who were leaving the inn. Once the man who Su Ming was staring at outside the inn took a few brisk steps forward. A grave look appeared on his face. The hesitation in his eyes turned into shock. Brother Yun, what's the matter? Is there something wrong with that person? His companion asked softly. Quiet. Say no more. That person is. The quiet man spoke with a hoarse voice. Then he paused and took a deep breath before he turned around and looked at the inn behind him. He might not be able to see Su Ming, but there was deep respect in his eyes. He isn't someone we can talk about or bother. Just now, he only spoke once to me, but it made my heart jump. Even my chi became unstable. What? Then what's his level? The man's companion was shocked, and his expression immediately changed. The man named Yun remained silent for a moment before he retorted. Even the elders of the 3 tribes aren't able to make me feel so nervous. What do you think his level is? Han Mountain City woke from its slumber at dawn. The number of people on the streets increased, but there was still a depressing atmosphere hanging over the city. Before the envoys of Freezing Sky Clan came, the people were filled with hope. Yet when they came, this was the result. These were the final 2 days. 2 days later, the envoys from Freezing Sky Clan would depart, which left the people with little time. Yet, even if they had more time, these people in the blood solidification realm could not pass the harsh test. It was tough even for those who had awakened. Josie had even left in a fit of rage. What else could they do in this situation? Being weak, they had no right to choose, neither did they have the right to decide the rules. They could only struggle to live under the rules set by the strong. Many more people visited the inn during the day. Yet, although the inn may be livelier than it was during the night, it was still clearly different from how it was usually. Sometimes silence would fall upon the people inside. A silence that stemmed from them waiting for the final 2 days to go by, knowing that they could not even struggle against the will of Freezing Sky Clan. Perhaps after 2 days, when all is over, this depressing air would disappear. Su Ming still remained in the inn drinking. He looked at the sky outside and listened to the discussions laced with defeat along with sounds fueled with anger towards Freezing Sky Clan. He had been sitting here for a long time, since the previous night till noon. The sun was bright and brought with it heat. It spread into the inn, and the heat seeped into his wine as he drank it. It was rare for him to have such moments of peace. In his memories, the only times where he did not need to train, isolate himself, hide, and kill were in Dark Mountain. Ever since he came to the land of South Morning, peaceful times like these were rare. He treasured them. He just sat there, and when dusk arrived, cries of surprise rose from outside the building, and rumbling sounds came from afar. They were quickly followed by broken laughter. Another person failed again. Only the mad berserkers in the blood solidification realm will dare challenge those who had awakened, but if we don't do this, then we can only give up. Thank goodness Sir Nantian and Sir Langying are merciful towards us outsiders. During the past few days, those who challenged them would only be injured, but not dead. Freezing Sky Clan is merciless. Sir Nantian and Sir Langying are also forced into this situation. Unless they choose to leave like Sir Josie, then their existence prevents others from getting past the first stage. But what else can they do? If they pretend to fail, it'll just cause harm to others. The awakened berserkers from the 3 tribes won't spare anyone who challenges them. Su Ming lowered his head and continued drinking wine. When dusk was over and night came once more, most of the people in the inn left. It was the same as last night. The few people left in the inn were all there drinking their sorrows away. Among them, 2 of the people had been in the inn the previous night as well. One of them was the old man, and the other was the drunken man. Brother, you've been here the whole day, no? Come, we might not know each other, but we're all people who have been similarly cast aside by Freezing Sky Clan. Let's drink. The man picked up his wine pot and went to Su Ming's table with a smile. Su Ming smiled faintly and picked up his wine pot to start drinking with the man. I'm Luo Lin. What's your name, brother? Su Ming. Su Ming put his wine pot down. This was the first time he used his own name in Han Mountain City. Brother Su, let's drink. The man did not mind. He picked up the wine pot and took another big swing. Soon, the old man who had been in the inn since the previous night also picked up his wine pot and walked over. He looked at Su Ming and the man, then let out a bark of laughter. We're all people who have fallen. I don't have any mood to train for the next few days. Luckily, after tomorrow, we won't have to be bothered by this anymore. This is the final night. How about spending it together? This night was very different to Su Ming. Besides the 2 people sharing a table with him, most of the people from Han Mountain City who came to the inn were familiar with each other. Once they introduced themselves, the people in the inn no longer talked about Freezing Sky Clan. Instead, these dejected men drank with each other and laughed drunkenly. To them, Su Ming was clearly someone who recently came to Han Mountain City to see whether he could join Freezing Sky Clan and was rejected. He was the same as them. There was nothing different between them. Even if the man called Su Ming was a man of few words, there was always a smile on his face. When he drank, he also downed his wine boldly. Gradually, the people gathered in the inn that night accepted Su Ming as one of them. When midnight arrived, the two men in blue robes appeared in the inn once again. They sat on the table by Su Ming's side and joined in their discussions. Sometimes, when the man called Yun looked at Su Ming, there would be deep respect hidden in his eyes. His companion also appeared on edge. He was very reserved. However, once he had enough alcohol in his system, he gradually started getting louder. The night passed by without everyone's knowledge. When daylight arrived, the people in the inn slowly fell silent. It's the final day. The old man picked up his empty wine pot and a melancholic look appeared on his face. This is the third time I came to Han Mountain City, but I had no luck with Freezing Sky Clan in all three. I don't even know whether there will be a fourth time. Perhaps there won't be. The old man laughed bitterly. It's day. The envoys will leave today. I won't drop by at night anymore. If we are fated to see each other again, perhaps we will, the man said in a carefree manner, but as he spoke, he sighed. It's a pity that right up till the end, we never saw Sir Yun Zong appearing. Neither did we see the mysterious Mo Su. No one had ever seen his true appearance either. We only know from rumors that he has great power. But pity he never appeared. There were a dozen people who had been drinking beside Su Ming over the night. When the silence was broken, they started discussing amongst themselves. The man in blue robes named Yun lowered his head. When he heard others talking about Yun Zong, he let out a soft sigh. His companion hesitated for a moment before he looked towards him. What I look forward to the most is the Lord Divine General. That's right, if the Lord Divine General comes back, then we can let Freezing Sky Clan know that there's also a prodigy among the outsiders in Han Mountain City. I can still remember everything that happened when the Lord Divine General was up against Puqiang tribe. Every single time I recall it, I'll feel my blood boiling in excitement, but it's a pity he didn't come back. Lord Divine General, where are you? The man sitting across Su Ming let out a loud shout which was immediately followed by laughter. He was clearly drunk. Perhaps alcohol was not the source of a person getting drunk, but only when a person wanted to would he get drunk. Lord Divine General, where are you? The old man also shouted while laughing loudly. After such a second call, the other people in the inn started laughing. There was a note of helpless in their laughter, along with anticipation, but most of all, they were venting off their frustrations towards Freezing Sky Clan. They wanted to see someone who could enter Freezing Sky Clan, even if that person was not themselves. They wanted to let Freezing Sky Clan know that there was also a prodigy among the outsiders in Han Mountain City. Lord Divine General, where are you? Lord Divine General, where are you? These roars came from within the inn. Under the morning sunlight, a dozen men shouted at the same time. It was a roar that was given birth after days of feeling depressed. Those sounds traveled out of the inn and into the inns around the area. Gradually, in another inn located not too far away, the same words tumbled out of the people who were drowning out their frustrations over there, as if they were echoing the same words. Lord Divine General, where are you? When the same words traveled out from the second inn, gradually, these words were transmitted from one place to another, rising and falling like a giant wave on the day the envoys from Freezing Sky Clan would leave. No matter which place the words traveled to, they would immediately be echoed. The people who shouted were not limited to the people in the inns. Almost all the outsiders in Han Mountain City who had been feeling depressed and forced into silence for the past few days joined in to cry out this one single sentence once they heard the words. These sounds were like a storm that swept past the entire Han Mountain City before it finally quieted down. The moment it died down, Su Ming lifted his head and picked up his wine pot to take a big gulp. He stood up. My friends, thank you for keeping me company for the past 2 nights. I still have some matters to attend to, so allow me to take my leave. Su Ming looked at the people before him. When his gaze fell on the man named Yun, he saw excitement and anticipation in his eyes. Brother Su, have a safe trip. I'll also leave Han Mountain City in a moment. I'm not coming back to this god-forsaken place anymore. That's right. Brother Su, have a safe trip. Come, Brother Su, I'll send you off. The people in the inn all lifted their wine pots towards Su Ming. There was kindness and drunkenness in their eyes as they took a big gulp from their pots. Su Ming wrapped his fist in his palm as thanks to the people, turned, and left through the door. He did not walk quickly, but every step he took was stable. His departure did not catch too much attention. Only the man named Yun got up and wrapped his fist in his palm in a salute towards Su Ming. I have lost. I hope you will succeed. His words came too suddenly, causing most of the people around to be confused by his actions. When they looked towards Su Ming, he had already walked out of the door. Under the morning sun, he walked towards the second layer of Han Mountain City, where Nan Tian and Lang Ying stayed. Challenging all the awakened berserkers and winning with one strike is not hard. Su Ming's expression was calm. He walked through the fourth layer, the third layer, and right up to the second layer. When he stood at the second layer, Su Ming did not even need to activate the branding art to sense two presences of awakening nearby. Nan Tian, Su Ming called out unhurriedly. His voice was not loud, but it echoed through the second layer. Yet the moment it traveled into Nan Tian's ears, it made him, who was sitting cross-legged and meditating, tremble. He opened his eyes swiftly and shock could be seen in his eyes. Who is it? Nan Tian immediately got up and rushed out of his house. With just one glance, he saw a person in green robes standing 100 feet away from his house with his hands behind his back. Lang Ying also rushed out from another house located not far away. His expression was extremely grave. At that moment, he was walking out of his house quickly. The instant he saw Su Ming, he was shaken and fell into a daze. It was as if he was not looking at a person but a mountain that reached up to the sky. That person was like a mountain. Since this is the rule set by Freezing Sky Clan, then I will go along with it. Su Ming's expression was calm as he looked at Nan Tian. Nan Tian's heart pounded against his chest. He was in the same condition as Lang Ying at this moment. When he saw Su Ming, he had the impression that he was looking at a mountain. That mountain reached up to the clouds and let out a mighty and imposing presence that made people feel as if they were suffocating under its presence. Sir, who might you be? Nan Tian's face was pale. As he looked at Su Ming, he struggled to speak. Under Su Ming's gaze, Nan Tian had a feeling as if everything about him had been seen through. It was as if he was laid bare before this man. Su Ming. Su Ming answered unhurriedly. Su Ming. Nan Tian was momentarily stunned. He had never heard of that name before. However, the power of the person standing before him was so mighty, he did not have time to think about it. I will attack now. As Su Ming spoke, he took a step forward with his right foot. The instant his foot landed, the entire Han Mountain shuddered. An invisible wave of ripples spread out from the ground. In an instant, it gathered under Su Ming's foot, causing a crack to appear right on the spot where his foot had landed as the ground trembled. As rumbling sounds rang out due to the crack, it charged straight towards Nan Tian. Nan Tian was about to jump into the air when the ground around him crumbled and sank with a loud bang with him as the center right at the moment he was about to jump. Numerous pieces of broken stones flew into the air and spun around him. With a groan, Nan Tian coughed out a mouthful of blood. He shuddered and did not dare move, because the broken stones spinning around him were like swords made of stone that surrounded his entire body. If he moved even the slightest bit, the stones would pierce through him. A transcended berserker with a mountain mark. It's just a normal mountain mark, and it could already produce such shocking power? This person, his power. Nan Tian's pupils shrank. He knew clearly that the person before him did not harbor any killing intent, for he had not used his full power. Do you yield? Su Ming asked calmly. Without any hesitation, Nan Tian answered in a low voice, I admit defeat. Su Ming nodded, then looked towards Lang Ying, who was standing stunned by the side. The moment his gaze fell on Lang Ying, the man felt shaken to the core. Respect appeared on his face and he wrapped his fist in his palm before bowing towards Su Ming. I admit defeat. Su Ming did not speak another word to them. He swung his arm and walked on the air before he floated into the sky above. His actions immediately attracted the attention of all those within Han Mountain City, especially those inside the inns. I, Su Ming, outsider of Han Mountain City, challenge all the transcended berserkers from the 3 tribes. His voice was like thunder that rumbled in the morning. It immediately attracted the attention from all those within Han Mountain City, especially since it was the day the envoys were leaving. Su Ming? Who is that? He can rise into the air. He's a transcended berserker. I've never heard of a person called Su Ming among the transcended berserkers in Han Mountain City. As the people discussed amongst themselves, the people in the inn which Su Ming had left earlier were all looking at the person in the sky through the window with dumbfounded expressions. He's a transcended berserker. The old man cried out, his face filled with disbelief. I drank with a transcended berserker for 2 days? He's Brother Su? The man gulped. He rubbed his eyes. At the time Su Ming's voice reverberated through Han Mountain City, the man and woman from Freezing Sky Clan were sitting inside a room on Lake of Colors Mountain. Sitting before them was Han Fei Zi, junior sister Han Fei Zi. Once the relocation rune is activated, we'll leave. When we arrive in Freezing Sky Clan, you will be the left preceptor's disciple. In the future, the man was smiling while he was speaking, but when Su Ming's voice reached his ears, he frowned. Here comes another person who doesn't know his place. He thinks he can enter Freezing Sky Clan just because he has transcended? What a joke. Su Ming? I remember that such a person doesn't exist among the transcended berserkers in Han Mountain City. Junior sister Han Fei Zi, have you heard of this person before? Displeasure also appeared on the woman's face, but when she looked at Han Fei Zi, her expression turned gentle. Su Ming, I haven't heard of him before. A pensive look appeared on Han Fei Zi's face. After a moment, she shook her head. He's just a person who's about to embarrass himself. We don't have to. The man ignored Su Ming's words, but as he spoke, an old voice suddenly traveled forth from the world outside. The appearance of that voice made the man's expression change, and he swallowed his words. The woman's expression, too, changed into one of surprise. As for Han Fei Zi, after being rendered momentarily stunned, she got up swiftly and walked out of the house. All of the transcended berserkers in Tranquil East Tribe will not fight. We admit defeat. When the voice rang out from Tranquil East Mountain and reverberated through the area, Han Mountain City fell into silence before an uproar erupted forth in the city. Tranquil East Tribe admitted that they're inferior. Just where did this Su Ming come from? I've never heard of him before. How did he manage to hold Tranquil East Tribe in awe? The elder of Tranquil East Tribe is a powerful berserker in the middle stage of the Transcendence realm. Could it be that there will be a miracle and we will see someone getting into Freezing Sky Clan today? As the people discussed among themselves, all the people's gazes gathered on Su Ming in the sky. At that moment, Su Ming was not wearing a mask. He was not Mo Su. Without covering his face, he was not the divine general. He was simply himself. Su Ming was not surprised by Tranquil East Tribe's surrendered. He was in contact with the people from Tranquil East Tribe the most during his stay in Han Mountain City. Tranquil East Tribe would be the ones who understood him the most in the city. However, it was clear that Puqiang Tribe was different. Once Tranquil East Tribe yielded, a cold snort came from Puqiang Mountain. At the same time, a person charged forth from their straight towards Su Ming in the air. Su Ming remained calm. Almost at the same instant the person closed in on him. He lifted his right hand and swung forth. The moment he did so, the sky and earth rumbled. An illusionary mountain appeared out of thin air before Su Ming. When that mountain appeared, it was lying horizontally, and it looked like an awl when it did so. The mountain charged towards the person. With a loud bang, that person who had laughed coldly just now let out a piercing scream. The instant the illusionary mountain crashed into him, he coughed out blood and tumbled backwards. It's troublesome for me to challenge all of you individually. Puqiang Tribe, come all at once. Su Ming pointed to the sky with his right index finger, and immediately, the sky above Puqiang tribe changed. A gigantic mountain with two summits apparat in the sky, and the size of the mountain far surpassed that of Puqiang Mountain. Once it appeared, Su Ming swiped his right hand downwards, and the double-peaked mountain charged down. Muffled booming sounds reverberated in the air. Puqiang Mountain trembled viciously, and multiple cracks appeared on the summit as it was crushed by the giant mountain. Numerous people from Puqiang Mountain coughed out blood because they could not withstand the pressure. This sight made all those watching suck in a sharp breath. The mountain in the sky was massive and let out a suffocating presence. As it descended, a low growl traveled forth from Puqiang Mountain, and a man who looked like a mountain of flesh flew up to charge straight towards the double-peaked giant mountain. Rumbling sounds spread through the entire area. The moment the plump man touched the double-peaked mountain, he trembled and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He instantly became thinner and no longer looked like a mountain of flesh, as if this method of making himself thinner would allow him to obtain greater power. He gritted his teeth and roared before pressing both his hands against the double-peaked mountain. A gigantic illusionary figure appeared behind him. The figure was very similar to the man before he became thinner. He was built completely in the image of a man looking like a mountain of flesh sitting cross-legged. Yet even so, the man only managed to persevere for several breaths before he coughed out fresh blood once again. With a pale face, he tumbled backwards, causing the doubled-peaked mountain to continue descending with loud rumbling sounds. At that moment, another cold snort came from Puqiang Mountain. The elder of Puqiang tribe, the dried-up and withered old man, stood at the top of the mountain with a flat look. It was as if there was nothing that could unsettle him. He raised his right hand and pushed towards the mountain through the air. "It's just a mere mountain. How dare you act so impudently towards Puqiang tribe?" Yet, at the very moment he finished speaking, the dried-up old man's expression changed. With a loud bang, his right hand was torn into bloody ribbons. At the same time, another summit appeared on the double-peaked mountain. The triple-peaked mountain descended with a bang. Shocked stemmed from disbelief swiftly appeared on the dried-up old man's face. He quickly took a few steps back and slammed his left hand down on the ground. The moment he pressed his palm on the ground, Puqiang Mountain trembled, and a large amount of aura of death surged forward from the bottom of the mountain, turning into a layer of black fog that charged towards the mountain in the sky. Rumbling sounds followed the triple-peaked mountain as it closed in on the black fog made from the aura of death. When they crashed into each other, deafening sounds rang out and spread all around the area, making all those who saw the sight and heard the sound shudder with fear. "Do you yield?" As the rumbling sounds echoed in the air, Su Ming stood in midair and asked lightly, with his usual calm demeanor, "Puqiang tribe admits defeat." A person said hoarsely, seemingly uttering the words with much difficulty. That voice came forth from the fog-covered Puqiang Mountain. When that voice spoke, the giant mountain atop Puqiang Mountain gradually disappeared. The fog from Puqiang Mountain also dissipated, revealing the elder of Puqiang tribe standing at the peak. He trembled and blood trickled down his mouth. As he looked at Su Ming, his eyes were filled with shock and terror. Who is he? Just what sort of power does he have to make a normal mountain mark exude such terrifying power? Is this even a normal mountain mark? Even if the arrival of the envoys from Freezing Sky Clan could attract powerful berserkers, and it's not surprising that someone so powerful would appear. But why do I feel like I've seen this person before? The elder of Puqiang tribe sucked in a sharp breath. He looked at Su Ming with reverence and bewilderment. Uproars broke out once more within Han Mountain City. Discussions fueled by agitation and excitement surged into the sky like waves. Within that noise, the voices from the people in the inn were the strongest. Right till then, they still could not believe that the Su Ming that was the center of all their attention in the sky was the same brother Su who had been drinking with them just now. Since Freezing Sky Clan made this rule, then I will go along with it. Su Ming still remained calm. He did not need to change the rules. Instead, he cast his gaze on Lake of Colors Mountain. He could see that there were a number of people standing on that mountain. Among them, the most eye-catching ones were the man and woman standing right at the forefront of the crowd. They were both in the Transcendence realm. I, Su Ming, challenge all the transcended berserkers in Lake of Colors tribe. Will you attack individually, or will you attack all at once? Su Ming asked slowly. At that moment, all the people there, including Su Ming, did not notice that there was someone standing at the top of the mountain. He was watching the ground and Su Ming himself. It was an old man, Xianxia. A mountain mark? That's not right. This isn't a normal mountain mark. This is. Xianxia mumbled, and his eyes gradually brightened up. His disappointed heart burned with anticipation once again. The man and woman from Freezing Sky Clan stood on Lake of Colors tribe and looked at Su Ming standing in the air as his words echoed in their ears. They looked relatively calm and did not seem to be bothered too much by it. The people of Freezing Sky Clan had their own pride. Besides, this was not anything special in their eyes. The person called Su Ming was simply slightly more powerful. However, there were simply too many people in Freezing Sky Clan who had this level of power. They did not pay too much attention to him. The only thing that caught them slightly off guard was Tranquil East tribe admitting defeat voluntarily. They immediately surrendered without even crossing hands with this person despite having the pride of their tribe challenged. This was unreasonable. Even if this person has some relationships with Tranquil East tribe, there's no need for them to do this. The man from Freezing Sky Clan furrowed his brows slightly before relaxing once again. To him, this was not something that required his attention either. The elder of Lake of Colors tribe was not among the crowd on Lake of Colors mountain. The person standing in front leading the crowd was Yen Luan. There was a murderous look in her eyes as she looked at Su Ming in the sky. They were different from Tranquil East tribe and Puqiang tribe. This time, Freezing Sky Clan was only receiving one disciple, and it was decided that it would be Han Fei Zi. In Yen Luan's eyes, all those who challenged them to obtain the right to enter the school were all a threat towards Lake of Colors tribe. Sir, you have extraordinary powers. Since you offered to challenge all the transcended berserkers in my tribe, then I will fulfill your request. A smile that was akin to the winds of spring appeared on Yen Luan's lips. That smile was enchanting, and even the man from Freezing Sky Clan felt his heart racing when he saw that smile. He quickly averted his gaze. With her power in the middle stage of the Transcendence realm, when she fully activated the charm art, its power far surpassed the one Su Ming encountered in the past in the isolation grounds of Han Mountain's ancestor. Su Ming remained calm in the face of the smile that would make hearts race from Yen Luan's beautiful face. Not a hint of change could be seen on his face as he looked at Yen Luan quietly. Before Su Ming's calm gaze, Yen Luan's pupils shrank. Yet she was in a situation where she did not have the luxury to think. She took one step forward and flew up like a red butterfly. All transcended berserkers of Lake of Colors tribe, come forth. Yen Luan's voice was delicate, but there was valiant tone to it. As it echoed in the air, 6 figures charged out from Lake of Colors tribe. The 6 people were 3 men and 3 women respectively, and they were old. As they flew out and stepped into the air, they appeared by Yen Luan's side in the blink of an eye and charged towards Su Ming together. Su Ming was still calm. He did not act, but chose to look at the 7 people charging towards him as whistling sounds sliced through the air. At that moment, when all the people from Han Mountain City saw the sight in the air, their breathing quickened, even though they did not know Su Ming. However, Su Ming's appearance during this moment gave them an outlet for their frustrations after all the depression they suffered for the past few days. Most of the tribe members standing on Puqiang Mountain, including the elder, were looking at the sky silently. They looked as if they were conflicted. It was especially so for the elder of Puqiang tribe. He was still watching Su Ming, and as he did so, the sense of familiarity he had about him grew stronger, but he simply could not piece together where that sense of familiarity came from. Tranquil East Mountain was silent, as if they were completely cut off from this battle and were turning a deaf ear towards it. That person is a little too arrogant, the man from Freezing Sky Clan said flatly on Lake of Colors Mountain. The woman by his side smiled faintly and nodded her head before she spoke. He's indeed arrogant. Even if he managed to use the power of a mountain mark to suppress Puqiang tribe, I heard that their elder and tribe leader were previously injured and could not use their full power. But Lake of Colors tribe is different. Let's watch it first. The relocation rune is still in the process of being activated. It's still in the stage of preparation. At least while we're waiting for the relocation rune to be activated, we get to be entertained. It's great, isn't it? That's right. Even if he marginally wins, it'll still be all right. We can give him the right to enter the school, but just a right. I can still give him a few tasks for him to fulfill. Once he completes one, there will be another, and this will continue right till the relocation rune is activated. Just thinking about it is pretty exciting. The woman may not have the most beautiful face, but she was still pretty all the same. She smiled, but there was contempt in her smile. Han Fei Zi stood by the side and frowned as she looked at the calm Su Ming standing in the sky. She was feeling the same way as the elder of Puqiang tribe at this moment. She, too, felt that there was something familiar about Su Ming. As the man and woman from Freezing Sky Clan spoke, Yan Luan and the 6 transcended berserkers in the sky had already closed in on Su Ming, and then with a great display of teamwork, they suddenly spread out and surrounded Su Ming. 7 images movement. Yan Luan lifted her hand and tapped the center of her brows. The other 6 transcended berserkers did the same thing. Then these 7 people shuddered, and immediately, the illusions of their transcended berserker marks appeared behind them. Those illusions appeared in the air, and when they did so at the same time, it immediately caused the world to tremble, the weather to change, and a silver stream to appear in the sky. That stream was an illusion, but the sound of flowing water could be heard. That river was one of the 7's berserker mark. In that stream was a golden fish. There was a pair of wings on that fish's back. It leapt about in the water and let out hissing sounds as it chased after a pearl that was about the size of a head before it. There was a layer of purple fog inside that pearl, and that fog continuously changed into various faces of anger. Some of those faces were of men and some of women, some of them were old and some young. That golden fish and the pearl were also transcended berserker marks. A giant gourd could be seen at the end of the stream. That gourd was entirely green. From the distance, the water in the stream seemed to be gushing out from that gourd, flowing endlessly. A child sat by the gourd. That child was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and held a fishing line in his hands as he played by the gourd. If anyone took a closer look, they could see that the fishing line in the boy's hand was attached to the pearl with the purple fog. As he played by the gourd, the pearl moved continuously, baiting the golden fish to chase after it. There was a big tree behind the child. It was a lush tree, and it was letting off a presence that seemed to be brimming with endless life force. The gourd, child, and tree were all illusions formed from transcended berserker marks. These 6 berserker marks formed an illustration that used the sky as its canvas, causing all those who watched it to feel drawn in, and they would find it hard to pull out from that sensation. This was one of the 3 most mysterious berserker arts in Lake of Colors tribe, berserker illustration. 7 images movement. Right now, there were only 6 images in that berserker illustration. The 7th image appeared in the blink of an eye on the sycamore tree behind the child. It was a girl. Her face could not be seen because her long hair covered her features like a veil. Her head was lowered. As she sat on the branches of the tree, she hummed out a song. When that song entered all the listeners' hearts, it made them feel as if their souls were about to be sucked into the illustration. The sounds of the girl's song, the flowing water in the stream, the child's laughter as he played around, and the golden fish patting against the surface of the water fused together and turned into an impact that could not be seen, spreading towards the sky and earth, the entire area, as they charged towards Su Ming. They attacked with one of the strongest berserker arts in Lake of Colors tribe, which showed just how strong Yan Luan's determination was to not let Su Ming obtain the right. The moment when that invisible impact was about to crash into Su Ming, he closed his eyes, as if he was listening to it. The air around him twisted, and the illusion of a double-peaked mountain appeared, surrounding him inside. When the combined sounds that formed the wave touched the mountain, it turned into a giant rumbling sound akin to thunder. It spread in all directions and did not disappear even after a long time. "It's a very nice song," Su Ming said softly, opening his eyes. The moment his words left his mouth, that wave of sound and the mountain shuddered viciously. This was a battle between berserker marks. If the mountain did not shatter, then the sound would die away. The child's laughter was abruptly cut off. The pattering sounds made by the golden fish immediately disappeared. The water in the stream instantly froze, and sounds of flowing water could no longer be heard. The girl sitting on the sycamore tree stopped singing. She lifted her head swiftly, revealing her breathtakingly beautiful face underneath. However, there was shock in her eyes. Marks of the 7 images move. The girl gritted her teeth and stood up on the sycamore tree. As she spoke, the child flung out the fishing line, bringing along the pearl containing the purple fog to charge towards Su Ming. At the same time, the child's face became twisted with viciousness as he stormed towards Su Ming at incredible speed. The golden fish in the water let out a howl and suddenly jumped out of the water. Its body lengthened incessantly, as if it was about to turn into a dragon. However, before it completed its transformation, it turned into a creature that looked like a dragon and a snake. It rushed towards Su Ming. The stream flowed backwards abruptly. Then, as if it came to life, it surrounded Su Ming and moved to strangle him. The final one to act was the girl. After she stood up, the sycamore tree beneath her immediately withered away as if it was offering her all its strength, causing the girl's body to twist, and she turned into a phoenix that charged towards Su Ming with a howl. The 7 images movement has great power. If a person could actually cast this art alone, then the power. Su Ming mumbled. He had not chosen to act just now because he wanted to see the casting of the arts using berserker marks. It was something he had never seen before. After all, he had just stepped into the transcendence realm. He did not have most of the knowledge regarding how he should use berserker marks. Once he saw the casting of this 7 images movement, he gained a little bit of understanding. The images in the sky were enough to make a person dazzled. This was the first time Su Ming had such a complete experience regarding the battle between berserker marks. When all those remarkable powers closed in on him, a bright light appeared in his eyes. This art is extraordinary. If that's the case, then I will return the favor with a mountain. The double-peaked mountain around him suddenly changed, and on the top of the mountain the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th summits appeared. The 5 summits appeared at the same time, turning into a startling mountain that looked like fingers of a human hand. This mountain is named Dark. This was the Dark Mountain present in Su Ming's berserker mark. This was its first time appearing in its complete form in a battle. Before Su Ming, there were no other berserker marks in the world that were formed from Dark Mountain. The instant Su Ming uttered his words, a sound seemed to travel out from the 5-fingered Dark Mountain. Dark. The sound of soul creation. The quintessence of all berserker arts is creation. The berserker mark itself is a creation, and as it is continuously merged together, it would be created in a more complete form. But to do so, we need enchanted vessels. Did not use any vessels, but with just the berserker mark to create, the sound of soul creation appeared. This is the ability of the god of berserkers spoken in the legends. Xianxia shuddered in the sky and shock appeared in his eyes. The man and woman from Freezing Sky Clan stood on Lake of Colors tribe and looked at Su Ming standing in the air as his words echoed in their ears. They looked relatively calm and did not seem to be bothered too much by it. The people of Freezing Sky Clan had their own pride. Besides, this was not anything special in their eyes. The person called Su Ming was simply slightly more powerful. However, there were simply too many people in Freezing Sky Clan who had this level of power. They did not pay too much attention to him. The only thing that caught them slightly off guard was Tranquil East tribe admitting defeat voluntarily. They immediately surrendered without even crossing hands with this person despite having the pride of their tribe challenged. This was unreasonable. Even if this person has some relationships with Tranquil East tribe, there's no need for them to do this. The man from Freezing Sky Clan furrowed his brows slightly before relaxing once again. To him, this was not something that required his attention either. The elder of Lake of Colors tribe was not among the crowd on Lake of Colors Mountain. The person standing in front leading the crowd was Yen Luan. There was a murderous look in her eyes as she looked at Su Ming in the sky. They were different from Tranquil East Tribe and Puqiang Tribe. This time, Freezing Sky Clan was only receiving one disciple, and it was decided that it would be Han Fei Zi. In Yen Luan's eyes, all those who challenged them to obtain the right to enter the school were all a threat towards Lake of Colors Tribe. Sir, you have extraordinary powers. Since you offered to challenge all the awakened berserkers in my tribe, then I will fulfill your request. A smile that was akin to the winds of spring appeared on Yen Luan's lips. That smile was enchanting, and even the man from Freezing Sky Clan felt his heart racing when he saw that smile. He quickly averted his gaze. With her power in the middle stage of the awakening realm, when she fully activated the charm art, its power far surpassed the one Su Ming encountered in the past in the isolation grounds of Han Mountain's ancestor. Su Ming remained calm in the face of the smile that would make hearts race from Yen Luan's beautiful face. Not a hint of change could be seen on his face as he looked at Yen Luan quietly. Before Su Ming's calm gaze, Yen Luan's pupils shrank. Yet she was in a situation where she did not have the luxury to think. She took one step forward and flew up like a red butterfly. All awakened berserkers of Lake of Colors Tribe, come forth. Yen Luan's voice was delicate, but there was valiant tone to it. As it echoed in the air, 6 figures charged out from Lake of Colors Tribe. The 6 people were 3 men and 3 women respectively, and they were old. As they flew out and stepped into the air, they appeared by Yen Luan's side in the blink of an eye and charged towards Su Ming together. Su Ming was still calm. He did not act, but chose to look at the 7 people charging towards him as whistling sounds sliced through the air. At that moment, when all the people from Han Mountain City saw the sight in the air, their breathing quickened, even though they did not know Su Ming. However, Su Ming's appearance during this moment gave them an outlet for their frustrations after all the depression they suffered for the past few days. Most of the tribe members standing on Puqiang Mountain, including the elder, were looking at the sky silently. They looked as if they were conflicted. It was especially so for the elder of Puqiang Tribe. He was still watching Su Ming, and as he did so, the sense of familiarity he had about him grew stronger, but he simply could not piece together where that sense of familiarity came from. Tranquil East Mountain was silent, as if they were completely cut off from this battle and were turning a deaf ear towards it. That person is a little too arrogant, the man from Freezing Sky Clan said flatly on Lake of Colors Mountain. The woman by his side smiled faintly and nodded her head before she spoke. He's indeed arrogant. Even if he managed to use the power of a mountain mark to suppress Puqiang Tribe, I heard that their elder and tribe leader were previously injured and could not use their full power. But Lake of Colors Tribe is different. Let's watch it first. The relocation rune is still in the process of being activated. It's still in the stage of preparation. At least while we're waiting for the relocation rune to be activated, we get to be entertained. It's great, isn't it? That's right. Even if he marginally wins, it'll still be all right. We can give him the right to enter the school, but just a right. I can still give him a few tasks for him to fulfill. Once he completes one, there will be another, and this will continue right till the relocation rune is activated. Just thinking about it is pretty exciting. The woman may not have the most beautiful face, but she was still pretty all the same. She smiled, but there was contempt in her smile. Han Fei Zi stood by the side and frowned as she looked at the calm Su Ming standing in the sky. She was feeling the same way as the elder of Puqiang Tribe at this moment. She, too, felt that there was something familiar about Su Ming. As the man and woman from Freezing Sky Clan spoke, Yen Luan and the 6 awakened berserkers in the sky had already closed in on Su Ming, and then with a great display of teamwork, they suddenly spread out and surrounded Su Ming. 7 images movement. Yen Luan lifted her hand and tapped the center of her brows. The other 6 awakened berserkers did the same thing. Then these 7 people shuddered, and immediately, the illusions of their awakened berserker marks appeared behind them. Those illusions appeared in the air, and when they did so at the same time, it immediately caused the world to tremble, the weather to change, and a silver stream to appear in the sky. That stream was an illusion, but the sound of flowing water could be heard. That river was one of the 7's berserker mark. In that stream was a golden fish. There was a pair of wings on that fish's back. It leapt about in the water and let out hissing sounds as it chased after a pearl that was about the size of a head before it. There was a layer of purple fog inside that pearl, and that fog continuously changed into various faces of anger. Some of those faces were of men and some of women, some of them were old and some young. That golden fish and the pearl were also awakened berserker marks. A giant gourd could be seen at the end of the stream. That gourd was entirely green. From the distance, the water in the stream seemed to be gushing out from that gourd, flowing endlessly. A child sat by the gourd. That child was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and held a fishing line in his hands as he played by the gourd. If anyone took a closer look, they could see that the fishing line in the boy's hand was attached to the pearl with the purple fog. As he played by the gourd, the pearl moved continuously, baiting the golden fish to chase after it. There was a big tree behind the child. It was a lush tree, and it was letting off a presence that seemed to be brimming with endless life force. The gourd, child, and tree were all illusions formed from awakened berserker marks. These 6 berserker marks formed an illustration that used the sky as its canvas, causing all those who watched it to feel drawn in, and they would find it hard to pull out from that sensation. This was one of the 3 most mysterious berserker arts in Lake of Colors Tribe, Berserker Illustration. 7 images movement. Right now, there were only 6 images in that berserker illustration. The 7th image appeared in the blink of an eye on the sycamore tree behind the child. It was a girl. Her face could not be seen because her long hair covered her features like a veil. Her head was lowered. As she sat on the branches of the tree, she hummed out a song. When that song entered all the listeners' hearts, it made them feel as if their souls were about to be sucked into the illustration. The sounds of the girl's song, the flowing water in the stream, the child's laughter as he played around, and the golden fish patting against the surface of the water fused together and turned into an impact that could not be seen, spreading towards the sky and earth, the entire area, as they charged towards Su Ming. They attacked with one of the strongest berserker arts in Lake of Colors Tribe, which showed just how strong Yen Luan's determination was to not let Su Ming obtain the right. The moment when that invisible impact was about to crash into Su Ming, he closed his eyes, as if he was listening to it. The air around him twisted, and the illusion of a double-peaked mountain appeared, surrounding him inside. When the combined sounds that formed the wave touched the mountain, it turned into a giant rumbling sound akin to thunder. It spread in all directions and did not disappear even after a long time. "It's a very nice song," Su Ming said softly, opening his eyes. The moment his words left his mouth, that wave of sound and the mountain shuddered viciously. This was a battle between berserker marks. If the mountain did not shatter, then the sound would die away. The child's laughter was abruptly cut off. The pattering sounds made by the golden fish immediately disappeared. The water in the stream instantly froze, and sounds of flowing water could no longer be heard. The girl sitting on the sycamore tree stopped singing. She lifted her head swiftly, revealing her breathtakingly beautiful face underneath. However, there was shock in her eyes. Marks of the 7 images move. The girl gritted her teeth and stood up on the sycamore tree. As she spoke, the child flung out the fishing line, bringing along the pearl containing the purple fog to charge towards Su Ming. At the same time, the child's face became twisted with viciousness as he stormed towards Su Ming at incredible speed. The golden fish in the water let out a howl and suddenly jumped out of the water. Its body lengthened incessantly, as if it was about to turn into a dragon. However, before it completed its transformation, it turned into a creature that looked like a dragon and a snake. It rushed towards Su Ming. The stream flowed backwards abruptly. Then, as if it came to life, it surrounded Su Ming and moved to strangle him. The final one to act was the girl. After she stood up, the sycamore tree beneath her immediately withered away as if it was offering her all its strength, causing the girl's body to twist, and she turned into a phoenix that charged towards Su Ming with a howl. The 7 images movement has great power. If a person could actually cast this art alone, then the power, Su Ming mumbled. He had not chosen to act just now because he wanted to see the casting of the arts using berserker marks. It was something he had never seen before. After all, he had just stepped into the awakening realm. He did not have most of the knowledge regarding how he should use berserker marks. Once he saw the casting of this 7 images movement, he gained a little bit of understanding. The images in the sky were enough to make a person dazzled. This was the first time Su Ming had such a complete experience regarding the battle between berserker marks. When all those remarkable powers closed in on him, a bright light appeared in his eyes. This art is extraordinary. If that's the case, then I will return the favor with a mountain. The double-peaked mountain around him suddenly changed, and on the top of the mountain the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th summits appeared. The 5 summits appeared at the same time, turning into a startling mountain that looked like fingers of a human hand. This mountain is named Dark. This was the Dark Mountain present in Su Ming's berserker mark. This was its first time appearing in its complete form in a battle. Before Su Ming, there were no other berserker marks in the world that were formed from Dark Mountain. The instant Su Ming uttered his words, a sound seemed to travel out from the 5-fingered Dark Mountain. Dark. The sound of soul creation. The quintessence of all berserker arts is creation. The berserker mark itself is a creation, and as it is continuously merged together, it would be created in a more complete form. But to do so, we need enchanted vessels. Did not use any vessels, but with just the berserker mark to create, the sound of soul creation appeared. This is the ability of the god of berserkers spoken in the legends. Xianxia shuddered in the sky and shock appeared in his eyes. That sound could not be heard by everyone. Besides Su Ming, who was momentarily stunned when he heard the sound, only Xianxia could hear it among all the people in the area. The others did not have the right to hear it. Their power was not enough. Yet even if they could not hear it, an incredibly powerful oppressive presence burst forth from the 5-fingered Dark Mountain that appeared in the air, spreading out a mighty pressure that suffocated others. This pressure far surpassed that which had descended upon Puqiang Mountain earlier. In the face of this pressure, the berserker marks formed from the 7 images movement art from Lake of Colors tribe crashed into the 5-fingered Dark Mountain with a loud bang. The booming sound reverberated in all directions, and the child shuddered. The fishing line in his hands instantly snapped, and as he trembled, he flew sideways as if he was swept away by a typhoon before he disappeared without a trace. The golden fish that had turned into a creature that looked like a dragon and a snake let out a shrill cry the instant it crashed into the 5-fingered Dark Mountain. Its body cracked inch by inch and eventually shattered. The layers of stream water that were charging forth to strangle him looked as if they were boiling and turned into white mist that spread outwards in all directions before completely dissipating. Even the gourd suffered many cracks, and with a loud boom, it turned into an innumerable amount of shards that disappeared without a trace. Eventually, even that girl who had turned into a phoenix could not withstand the might that appeared once the 5-fingered Dark Mountain materialized. It twisted once again and turned into a wisp of black smoke that scattered into the air. The moment Dark Mountain appeared, the berserker illustration from Lake of Colors tribe completely shattered. The strange sights in the sky vanished and returned to normal. Only the 5-fingered Dark Mountain remained aloft in the sky, making all those who saw it feel shaken to the core and want to bow down to worship it. Blood trickled out from the corners of Yen Luan's mouth. With a pale face, she retreated hastily. The 6 awakened berserkers from Lake of Colors tribe around Su Ming were also in a pathetic state. Their faces were filled with terror as they escaped. Right till the end, Su Ming had not made any moves to attack. He had only defended himself. At the moment the crowd retreated, a frosty glint appeared in his eyes. He took a step forward. His specialty was speed to begin with, and now that he had awakened, his speed had increased by several fold. Even if he was in the sky with just one single movement, he turned into a long arc and charged towards one of the 6. That person was an old man. There was terror on his face as he retreated. Su Ming was still far away when he looked over, but a strong sense of danger filled his entire body soon after. Before he could react, a cold fingertip landed on the center of his brows. With a boom, That old man coughed out a mouthful of blood and tumbled backwards grievously wounded. Su Ming did not kill him, or else he would definitely be dead. He retrieved his finger and took another step forward. The instant a shadow of him appeared when he dashed forward, a middle-aged woman in the distance let out a muffled groan. The bloody mark left behind by a fingertip appeared at the center of her brows. Yen Luan was terrified and began to deeply regret her decision. She had absolutely not expected that Su Ming would be so powerful. His strength did not just stem from his level of cultivation alone, but also that mountain mark of his that threw her into disbelief. In her eyes, this was an ordinary mountain mark. So how could it have such shocking power? Another pained cry landed in her ears. It was from another fleeing awakened berserker from Lake of Colors tribe, and the sound appeared when Su Ming's finger tapped the center of his brows. Yen Luan retreated hastily, but before she could withdraw much further, another shrill cry rang out. Her heart trembled. She knew that this was not the moment for any sort of hesitation. The moment that cry came, Yen Luan bit her tongue and coughed out a mouthful of blood. She lifted both of her arms and flung them forward. Lake of Colors statue of the god of berserkers, please come forth. There was a sharp quality in Yen Luan's voice. At that moment, she might still look breathtakingly beautiful, but the color of her face had already changed. The instant she cried out, the entire Lake of Colors mountain trembled with a loud rumble. A large amount of red fog appeared out of nowhere and turned into a gigantic face. The face was that of a woman's. At the same time Lake of Colors statue of the god of berserkers appeared. Su Ming had left a bloody print on the center of the brows of the last person with his right hand, grievously wounding him. Only then did he turn around and look at the gigantic face behind Yen Luan. He lifted his foot and walked on thin air towards her. At that moment, the man and woman from Freezing Sky Clan on Lake of Colors tribe had a drastic change of expression on their faces. They stared at Su Ming, and even though they were trying their hardest to remain calm, there was a storm raging within their hearts. What is that mark? By the looks of it, it's a mountain mark, but mountain marks are simply one of the many types of world marks. There's no way that it could have such incredible power. On Puqiang Mountain, the elder and the slim man looked at each other before taking in a sharp breath. Shock appeared on their faces. They suddenly felt fortunate. If Su Ming had used the complete mountain mark before when he was fighting against them, then they would definitely have been unable to withstand it. Dark. Its name is Dark, the elder of Puqiang tribe mumbled. Tranquil East Mountain still remained silent. It was as if they had predicted this in the first place, so not even a single cry of surprise rose from there. Instead, cries of surprise broke out within Han Mountain City. When all the people in the city saw what was happening, they felt shaken, especially the people who had been drinking within Su Ming in the inn. They were incredibly excited. Compared to this excited crowd, when Yen Luan saw Su Ming looking at her and walking towards her, she felt as if a loud boom had rang out in her head. Her face was pale and bloodless. As she retreated hastily, she lifted her hand and pointed behind her, towards the gigantic face hovering above Lake of Colors Mountain. Immediately, that woman's face moved with incredible speed towards Yen Luan, passed through her body and charged towards Su Ming. Su Ming remained calm, but his footsteps faltered for a brief moment. In his eyes, that gigantic face that passed through Yen Luan's body had opened her eyes, and the moment she did so, the face changed. The face turned into one that Su Ming was familiar with, a face that was carved into his soul. That face was filled with wild beauty, Bai Ling's face. With a soft sigh, right at the moment that gigantic face closed in on him, the dark mountain behind Su Ming appeared once again, and with a loud bang, it crashed into the woman's face. Layers of ripples spread out. Su Ming's mountain mark dissipated, and along with it the woman's face. Su Ming walked forth amidst the ripples. His expression was flat as he moved towards Yen Luan. "You lost!" Yen Luan screamed out as she retreated. "The rules are that you can only use one move for all awakened berserkers. You used one move just now, and if you attack again, then you lose." Yen Luan landed on Lake of Colors Mountain. The moment she landed, blood flowed out from the corners of her mouth. There was terror in her eyes as she looked at Su Ming. Yet even if she was terrified, the pride in her soul did not disappear due to her escape. If you attack, you lose. If you don't attack, you will also lose, because I, Yen Luan, have not lost. Yen Luan breathed rapidly where she stood at the top of Lake of Colors Mountain. Standing not too far away from her was the man and woman from Freezing Sky Clan, along with Han Feizi. Su Ming walked on thin air as he moved forward to land on Lake of Colors Mountain. He landed on the mountain that he had never traversed before, and the moment he did so, the entire Lake of Colors Mountain fell deathly still. All the gazes were trained on Su Ming's body. Han Feizi was staring at him. The man and woman from Freezing Sky Clan beside her were also doing the same thing. And so was Yen Luan. Su Ming looked at Yen Luan and at her beautiful face. He still remembered that he had once fought briefly with this woman in the isolation grounds of Han Mountain's ancestor. Su Ming did not reply to Yen Luan's words. He simply walked forward. Yen Luan did not know why, but when Su Ming walked towards her, she felt reverence growing within her. The same reverence that appeared when she was before her elder. This had nothing to do with their power. It was an indescribable feeling. She instinctively retreated, then gritted her teeth to force herself not to move. However, an enchanting look appeared in her eyes before she cast a glance towards the man from Freezing Sky Clan. As Su Ming walked towards Yen Luan, the man from Freezing Sky Clan took a step forward and shouted at him in a cold voice, "You lost! You failed to obtain the right to enter Freezing Sky Clan. Stand back now." Su Ming did not bother with the man. He approached Yen Luan until he was right before her. As he looked at the pale face before him, Yen Luan too stared at him. There was a delicate look in her eyes, one that would make others pity her. "How dare you!" A cold glare appeared in the eyes of the man from Freezing Sky Clan. He was just about to lift his foot and walk over when Su Ming turned his head around and looked at him coldly. "You talk too much." The man's legs shuddered and a bang resounded in his head. To him, Su Ming's gaze was like sharp arrows that pierced through his eyes and straight into his mind, turning into the 4 words in his body that swept through his will like thunder, causing him to snap out of his daze as he trembled. Yen Luan trembled. She took a deep breath and forced herself to remain calm. But the man before her was like a mountain, causing her to feel as if she was suffocating when he moved in closer proximity to her. What a breathtakingly beautiful face! Su Ming looked at Yen Luan and whispered softly after a long while. He lifted his right hand and caressed Yen Luan's face gently. "Do you really not want to yield?" Su Ming asked softly, and a smile appeared on his face. The branding art seeped into Yen Luan's body through his hand. Yen Luan trembled viciously. That tremor was not due to her body, but because of her heart. A dazed look appeared in her eyes. That dazed look rarely appeared on her, and that sort of bafflement that was born due to a man had never happened to her before. An indescribable feeling blossomed within her, as if it was forcefully pushed onto her, not allowing her to refuse. "I yield. Let me go." Yen Luan bit her lip and a conflicted look appeared in her eyes. Within her bafflement, terror grew. Su Ming looked at Yen Luan and averted his gaze after a moment. He turned around and looked at the man and woman from Freezing Sky Clan. "All the awakened berserkers in this place have admitted defeat besides the 2 of you. Are you 2 included in the challenge?" Su Ming asked calmly. Under his gaze, the man's face turned pale. He looked as if he wanted to say something, but did not manage to speak. "Sir, your power is great. We are no match to you. You have obtained the right to enter Freezing Sky Clan. However," the person who spoke was the woman beside him. The woman looked at Su Ming and her pupils shrank, though it was barely noticeable. "However, you have only obtained the right to enter the school. You still have to go through a series of tests." "What are the tests?" Su Ming asked flatly. "The first test isn't exactly a test. We're just testing your identity. The rules to join Freezing Sky Clan have changed. We won't receive anyone who has just become a new addition in a tribe. That is why, sir, you have failed the first test." The woman smiled and said softly. There was still a hint of contempt in her eyes. She was not afraid that Su Ming will get angry. She had Freezing Sky Clan behind her. If he dared to harm a disciple of Freezing Sky Clan, then there would be no place for him to stay in the land of South Morning. Sir, you have extraordinary powers. Perhaps you should have come earlier when Freezing Sky Clan took in disciples. Else you might fail the tests even after you've obtained the right. The woman continued smiling as she spoke languidly. I don't remember there being a rule like this before. Su Ming frowned and gave the woman a look. There wasn't. But my word is law for the enrollment this time. If I want the rules to change, then they will. The woman's smile remained, and a hint of arrogance appeared alongside the contempt on her face. Su Ming fell silent for a moment before he glared at the woman coldly. Then will Mo Su be able to pass the test? As Su Ming spoke, he brought the black mask that had shocked the entire Han Mountain from his bosom with his right hand and put it on his face. The instant he placed the mask on his face, Su Ming's entire presence changed abruptly. The presence akin to that of a mountain turned into a strange atmosphere, and it looked as if there was black fog seeping out of his body that surrounded the area, causing Lake of Colors tribe to instantly be cast in a gloomy air. Han Fei Zi, it's been a long while. With the mask on, Su Ming's voice turned hoarse. That hoarse voice spread in all directions. It was Mo Su's voice. The moment Su Ming wore that mask, Han Fei Zi shuddered and stared at Su Ming with a dumbfounded expression. Her breathing grew rapid. Yan Luan almost cried out in surprise. She had not expected that the man before her, the man that she was forced to beg to release her would be the same person she had met in the isolation grounds of Han Mountain's ancestor, and the same person who she had taken a fancy to and wanted to take as her mate. You. Yan Luan instinctively took a few steps back and a look of disbelief appeared in her eyes. The entire Han Mountain city burst into excitement at that very instant. The uproar reverberated through the air. The person that countless people had been searching for, the Mo Su who was known to be the most mysterious of all awakened berserkers, now appeared among them in this manner. This shock was enough to throw them all off balance. My God! He's actually Mo Su? No wonder Tranquil East Tribe lost. This person was previously a guest in Tranquil East Tribe. He's actually Mo Su. Mo Su, whose actions have shocked all those within the hidden grounds of Han Mountain, and whose face had never been seen. Is him? Nan Tian was completely stunned where he stood in Han Mountain City. He stared at Su Ming on Lake of Colors Mountain and found himself speechless even after a long minute, because right at that moment, a theory that made him shudder began growing within him. I've been in Han Mountain City for many years. Will this identity be enough? Su Ming turned and looked towards the woman from Freezing Sky Clan. His origin transcended vessel is lightning. That's exactly what Lord Divine General refined that day. That's Han Mountain Bell. Lord Divine General took that bell away on that day. He's indeed Lord Divine General. This is unbelievable. Lord Divine General and Mo Su are one and the same. All the people in Han Mountain City had already fallen into a state akin to frenzy. All the things that happened this day had made them shocked, but none of the shock they felt was comparable to the shock they felt at this moment. The Lord Divine General that was ingrained deep within the minds of all the outsiders in Han Mountain City, whose presence was like the blazing sun during noon, now appeared before them. He was the Divine General. He was Mo Su. He was Su Ming. Nan Tian's breathing quickened. He looked at Su Ming standing on Lake of Colors Mountain with a dumbfounded expression as his heart raced against his chest. Even if there had been speculations about this deep within his heart, when that speculation came true, he still found it hard to quell the shock in his heart. As expected, he's the Lord Divine General, Mo Su. It's clear that his level of cultivation didn't drop from transcendence to the blood solidification realm due to grave injuries. When I first met him, he hadn't even transcended. He actually managed to intimidate me when his power was only at the blood solidification realm. He, as expected of a divine general. Lung Ying, who was standing beside Nantian, took a deep breath. He was not unfamiliar to Mo Su's name, but in his heart, he had never thought that Mo Su was at a level so high that it was impossible for him to measure it. He had even once assumed that this Mo Su, who had been hiding his appearance all this while, did not exist at all. He could have even died somewhere a long time ago. His fame was simply the result of other people's deliberate work. However, once he saw that Su Ming was Mo Su, he was shocked. But before that shock disappeared, he also saw that Mo Su was the divine general that appeared before them just a few days ago. It was as if thunder rumbled in his head, and his mind turned blank. He lost all ability to think and was rendered completely stunned by the turn of events. An outburst with an intensity that was rarely seen erupted from within Han Mountain City. The waves of sound shook the sky and earth. They spread out in all directions and did not disappear. The voices seemed to all be calling out one single title. Lord Divine General. The people who had been drinking with Su Ming in the inn were the most excited as they joined in crying out with the other people. Never in their dreams would they have expected that their brother Su, who had been drinking with them, who had a smile on his face constantly, and the brother Su who spoke rarely would be Mo Su, and would also be the divine general who had cleared the chains of Han Mountain, refined celestial lightning, and took away Han Mountain Bell in a display of mighty power just a few days ago. Amidst the crowd, the man named Yun stood with respect and fanaticism in his face. He had speculated about this before but hadn't been certain. Now as he watched Su Ming standing at the top of Lake of Colors Mountain, he could not help but recall the scenes of the people drinking together in disappointment on that night. As for his companion, while there was excitement in his heart, he also felt fortunate. After all, during the night 2 days ago, he had been displeased with Su Ming inviting himself to their table. There was also a man and a boy in the crowd. The old man was stunned as he looked at Lake of Colors Mountain. As for the boy, he was standing there stupefied, mumbling words that other people could not hear. Greetings to the Lord Divine General from Tranquil East Tribe. As Han Mountain City was in the midst of their exited uproar, 2 voices traveled out from Tranquil East Mountain. They belonged to the elder of Tranquil East Tribe and Fengshan. Even the powerful berserkers in their tribe floated into the sky and wrapped their fists in their palms before bowing together to Su Ming above Tranquil East Mountain. Soon after, the same words were echoed from Puqiang Tribe. All the leaders from Puqiang Tribe bowed towards Su Ming together with respect and fear on their faces. Greetings to Lord Divine General from Puqiang Tribe. We did not know of your identity previously and offended you. We hope that you will be able to forgive us. The elder of Puqiang Tribe laughed bitterly. He had said the same words twice to the same person now. At the same time, sounds of respect rose like a wave from Han Mountain City and spread out through the entire area. Greetings, Lord Divine General. Welcome to Han Mountain once again. Lord Divine General. The voices echoed in the air, and as they shook the entire area, they traveled to Lake of Colors Tribe and into the man and woman's ears, causing their faces to turn pale and a loud bang to resound in their minds. Greetings, Lord Divine General. The flush on Yen Luan's cheeks turned redder as she bowed towards Su Ming. Su Ming calmly took off the mask from his face and his gaze fell on the woman from Freezing Sky Clan. In regards to Freezing Sky Clan's second test set, I've already cleared the chains of Han Mountain, Su Ming stated slowly. When his words fell from his lips, the woman's face turned paler. As for the third test, with my identity as Divine General, it's enough to prove that I transcended after attaining completion in the blood solidification realm. Su Ming continued speaking. His voice was not loud, but it landed clearly in all the people's ears in the area. The woman who came from Freezing Sky Clan trembled and staggered a few steps backwards. She looked at Su Ming with a stunned expression and her mind went blank. Everything was happening too suddenly, and this unexpected situation caused her to be unable to adapt. As for retrieving Han Mountain Bell as the last part of the test, it is here. Su Ming did not speak quickly and remained calm and collected. The instant he finished speaking, the woman looked as if her heart had just suffered 3 heavy blows, rendering her breathless. She opened her mouth as if she was about to say something. However, before she could even speak, a piercing and freezing glare appeared within Su Ming's eyes. Under that cold gaze, her words got stuck in her mouth. I followed all the rules Freezing Sky Clan set and I've fulfilled every request. Now, it is time you give me an answer, he stated coldly. The woman turned pale and helplessness appeared on her face. She instinctively looked at her companion, the man from Freezing Sky Clan. He had a similar panicked look on his face. Once they exchanged looks, the man gritted his teeth and took a few steps forward. There was no longer any hint of pompousness on his face, only anguish and sincerity. He wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed towards Su Ming. I am Chen Yubing of Freezing Sky Clan. Greetings, Lord Divine General. I've been deeply regretful that I was unable to see you summoning the deity statue of Transcendence and being awarded the title of Divine General of Transcendence. My lord, you are indeed extraordinary. I am Su Ruyu of Freezing Sky Clan. Greetings, Lord Divine General. There was a reason why I have been so disrespectful. My lord, I hope you will not mind. The woman lowered her head and bowed towards Su Ming. There was no longer any contempt on her face. It was replaced simply by anxiety and paleness. We're only outer sect disciples for the left preceptor in Freezing Sky Clan, and we rarely venture out. If we've offended you, please forgive us. This time our fellow brother Zhao, an inner sect disciple, was supposed to come with us. But because something came up, fellow brother Zhao could not come. Before we came, the left preceptor mentioned that we will only take one disciple from Han Mountain City this time, and it was decided that it would be Lake of Colors Tribe's Han Fei Zi. We don't have the right to decide whether we can take in a second person. That was why we were forced to make things difficult for you. The two of them whispered, pouring out all their thoughts in their hearts. With your power and status as the Divine General, all the schools in the land of South Morning will definitely receive you. If you don't mind, please come back with us to Freezing Sky Clan and the clan elders will make the final decision. The two of us have no right to make any decisions. I grossly exaggerated my words just now. I hope you'll forgive me. Su Ruyu bit her bottom lip and whispered entreatingly. Su Ming cast a glance at the man and woman who had changed their attitudes so completely, then put away his mask along with Han Mountain Bell. From the moment he knew from Han Songzi that Freezing Sky Clan was only taking in one person, he had been making all sorts of preparations for the sake of one goal, getting into Freezing Sky Clan. Su Ming had already predicted a long time ago that there was no way that he could be taken as Freezing Sky Clan's disciple in this place. My lord, this way, Chen Yubing spoke politely. The relocation rune on Lake of Colors Tribe was already fully activated. The light from the rune was flashing brilliantly. A gigantic ball of light had already gathered in midair. Freezing Sky Clan. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the gigantic ball of light. An eager look appeared in his eyes. He took a deep breath and lifted his foot. But just as he was about to walk towards the light, fellow brother Chan, senior sister Su, you won't mind if I use this rune and go back to the school, yes? A soft voice traveled forth from tranquil East Mountain, and a petite figure also appeared along with that voice. It was Han Songzi, Fong Tsonglan. She let out a soft chuckle as she walked through the air towards them. Her robes fluttered in the air as she walked like a butterfly. She stopped by Su Ming's side. Once she gave him a smile. She looked at the two people from Freezing Sky Clan. A glint appeared in Su Ruyu's eyes. She swept her gaze across Fong Tsonglan and Su Ming before she spoke softly. Junior Sister Fong, you're being far too courteous. We were just about to ask you whether you wanted to come back with us. Fong Tsonglan smiled and nodded, then moved closer to Su Ming, making it seem as if they were standing together and looking like they were well suited for each other. When the people saw this, all of them had different thoughts in their heads. Han Fei Zi looked like how she usually did. She did not even look at Fong Tsonglan, but was instead staring at Su Ming. Then she walked over calmly until she was right before Su Ming. An enchanting smile appeared on her beautiful face. Han Fei Zi leaned towards Su Ming in a suggestive manner. The moment Su Ming frowned, she whispered breathlessly into his ear. In a tone only he could hear, "Don't forget, you still owe me that promise made under Han Mountain." Chen Yubing let out a fake cough by the side and wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming and the other two people. Brother Su, junior sister Han Fei Zi, junior sister Fong, the rune is working now. Let's go. He could tell that there was something going on between Su Ming and the two women, but he pretended he did not see anything. He only wanted to finish his task quickly. The trip to Han Mountain this time was making him uncomfortable. The five of them slowly moved towards the relocation rune under the gazes of the people from the three tribes and the crowd in Han Mountain. The instant they stepped into the rune, shouts erupted forth from Han Mountain City. Lord Divine General, have a safe journey. Lord Divine General, if you're ever free, remember to come back and visit us. Lord Divine General, take care. Senior Mo, take care. A weak voice was mixed in these shouts, coming from tranquil East Mountain. Just as Su Ming was about to walk into the relocation rune, his footsteps faltered and he turned his head back to look at Han Mountain and tranquil East Mountain. As he did so, he became overwhelmed with emotions. He saw a pale teenager looking at him from tranquil East Mountain, supported by someone. I'll be back. Su Ming wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply towards Han Mountain City. Once he straightened his body, he turned around and a determined look appeared on his face as he stepped into the rune. The instant he did so, an old voice suddenly spoke by his ears. Boy, do you want to become my disciple? It was as if time itself froze. The rumbling sounds coming from the relocation rune also disappeared instantly, as if they had just gone static. Su Ming turned his head back swiftly, and what he saw made his pupils shrink. He cautiously took a deep breath. He saw that everything around him had become completely still. The light from the rune did not move, and neither did the ground. Yet strangely, while Han Mountain still remained in sight, there was no one on the mountain. The three places were still around, but there was no one in them. Even Fang Conglan, Han Feizi, and the others who were around the area just now were all gone. It was as if he was the only person left in the world. As if the moment that old voice appeared in his ears, the world had changed. The world he saw before his eyes had just become empty, a world void of life. This drastic change made Su Ming feel shaken. He could not imagine what sort of power would be required to do this. It was inconceivable in his eyes. This is the void space I created. The same voice he heard just now spoke up in his ears once again from the distance. An old man dressed in white robes also appeared sitting on tranquil East Mountain along with the voice. The old man held a pot of wine in his hands and took a big gulp from it before he looked at Su Ming. Come, let's talk. Su Ming's heart pounded against his chest. Once he looked at the old man for a few moments, he cast his gaze around him. There were no signs of life on Lake of Colors Mountain. Besides him and the old man, not another soul could be seen in the area. After hesitating for a moment, Su Ming tried lifting his feet to move out of the rune. Once he did so, he immediately turned back to look at the relocation rune. The light did not move, and the still light made it seem like an illusionary statue. Once he quelled the shock in his heart, Su Ming slowly rose into the air and walked towards tranquil East Mountain until he eventually stood 100 feet away from the old man. Come, sit by my side. The old man put down the wine pot and swept his gaze across Su Ming. A hint of praise appeared on his face. Su Ming moved closer to him without a word, and once he was by the old man's side, he decided to just go along with his suggestion and sat down. Are you curious? The old man gave Su Ming a scrutinizing look, then lifted his right hand to point at the space before Su Ming. Immediately, the space before him distorted and a pot of wine appeared. What's a void space? The moment the wine pot appeared, Su Ming's heart pounded and he looked towards the old man. A void space is a power belonging to those in the bone sacrifice realm. Once most of the bones in a berserker's body have turned into berserker bones, they can communicate with heaven and earth, and from there create their own world. Since it's not real and only an illusion, it's called a void, and since it's formed in the body and is cut off from the world by our flesh and blood, it cannot spread outwards. That's why it's called a space. The old man picked up the wine pot, and once he took another mouthful, he looked at Su Ming. My void space is not complete. I can only create the world I see. There are no living things within. Bringing you in here was already a Herculean task. Su Ming was silent. This was the first time he had ever heard of void spaces. Blood solidification, transcendence, bone sacrifice, berserker soul. These are the four great realms among us berserkers. First, you must understand the connotations behind these four great realms. You must understand why they were divided this way, and only then will you be able to reach these realms," the old man said with a smile. "It doesn't matter whether you will succeed in becoming my disciple. Our meeting in itself is fate. I can guide you. Now, why is there a word blood in blood solidification realm?" The old man looked at Su Ming. "Because berserkers inherit powers through blood. Our blood contains the power of the berserker tribe. However, it's very thin. That's why we need to continuously merge it together. Only then will that power erupt forth." Su Ming replied softly after a slight hesitation. "Correct. From a broad perspective, this is correct. However, you still don't understand its connotations." The old man lifted his right hand and waved it across the sky. With that one single wave, a blood vein shining with piercing red light immediately appeared in the sky. "Look closer, I will only show it to you once. When you finish observing it, tell me your answer. This is my first test for you. If you succeed, then I will consider you my honorary disciple. If you fail, then go back from whence you came." The old man cast Su Ming a profound look and waved his right arm in the sky once more. The moment he waved his arm, the blood vein in the sky shook, and several branches appeared on that blood vein, and those branches branched out once again, until eventually there seemed to be countless blood veins right before Su Ming's eyes. However, if he took a closer look, he would find that there was really only one blood vein. The multiple branches that appeared on that one blood vein split up from each other and gathered in the air to form the outline of a person. They shone with a brilliant red light that lit up the entire area. When he saw this, Su Ming took in a sharp breath, feeling as if thunder rumbled in his mind. The blood veins that he thought had disappeared once they turned into his berserker mark appeared once again to cover his entire body. This strange sight made Su Ming shudder. "So blood veins don't disappear once we transcend." As Su Ming mumbled under his breath, the figure of the person formed by the blood veins in the sky experienced a change once again. Those blood veins became entwined with each other, and gradually pictures of mountains and rivers, the sun and the moon, the stars, plants, and ferocious beasts appeared around him. Every single time one of them appeared, the person formed by blood veins would experience different changes. The veins would move around as if they were trying to match the illusionary pictures around them. The final picture that appeared was of a mountain, a five-fingered mountain. Su Ming's mountain mark. The moment the five-fingered mountain appeared, plants appeared on the surface of the mountain. There were trees, earth, and the entire five-fingered mountain seemed to have come alive. As it continued to be covered, it gradually looked as if it had turned into a real mountain and was no longer an illusion. Once it completely turned into a physical entity, Su Ming once again saw the mountain fusing with the person made of blood veins, and slowly, he saw that the mountain was one with the person, and the person one with the mountain. The mountain covered every single part of the person made of blood veins, and as if it was a carving on a totem, the mountain seemed to have become the skin for the person made of blood veins. The moment Su Ming saw this, the blood veins that had appeared once again on his body started circulating with a boom. He started trembling furiously, as if he could not control himself. His face immediately turned pale and blood flowed out of the corner of his lips. Weariness filled his heart. This feeling stemmed from the sight he saw, which stirred up the qi within his body. The old man sitting beside Su Ming looked at him and asked slowly, "Do you want to continue?" "Yes." Su Ming gritted his teeth. If anyone said that the person that had fused with the mountain in the air and had the mountain as his skin was a human, then he was a human, but if they said he was a mountain, then he was a mountain as well. A vast and mighty presence spread out from its entire body and turned into a gigantic pressure that covered the entire land. Soon after, a golden piece of bone appeared within the body. More pieces of bones gradually appeared, and after a moment a complete spine was formed. It did not end there. Once the spine appeared, a complete skeletal frame formed in the body as time passed by. He had the form of a person, a skeleton, flesh and blood. This was a complete human being. However, he had no soul, no spirit. This person had his eyes closed and could not seem to open them. Su Ming could sense a void within his body, as if he was in deep sleep and could not wake up. If he opens his eyes, then he'll obtain the Berserker soul, the old man stated calmly. He placed his right hand down, and the instant he did so, the person in the sky twisted and blended into nothingness. I will wait for your answer here. The old man closed his eyes. Su Ming was looking at the spot where the figure had disappeared in the sky dumbly. The images he saw resurfaced in his mind. After a long while he closed his eyes. Time trickled by slowly. The sun, moon, and the stars did not move in the void space. It was as if time itself had frozen. The old man's eyes remained shut and he did not open them. He had enough patience to wait for Su Ming's answer. Yet before long, the old man opened his eyes and looked towards Su Ming. Su Ming remained still, but the blood veins that had previously appeared on his body were shining brilliantly, and among them, two had even fused together. A surprised look appeared in the old man's eyes as he watched the two fused blood veins. What great intelligence! Once the two blood veins fused together, the fusion speed for the other blood veins abruptly increased and they blended together. After a few hours and under the old man's praising look, all the blood veins within Su Ming's body became one. That one blood vein glowed in a brilliant shade of red and slowly surfaced on Su Ming's face. Once it turned into the five-fingered mountain mark, it crept down his neck. Once the old man saw this, he was stunned. His berserker mark is the mountain and he had now truly completed blood solidification, so why is it still spreading down? The blood veins were hidden under Su Ming's robes. They spread towards the bloodlines Su Ming had drawn on his body, and once they finally turned into the complete berserker mark, the old man widened his eyes in shock. He took a sharp breath and no longer cared about maintaining the appropriate demeanor for his status. He lifted his right hand and waved it towards Su Ming, and immediately, Su Ming's robes covering his upper body disappeared, revealing to the old man the complete berserker mark he had drawn on his body. Dark Mountain Tribe. The moment the old man saw the berserker mark, he sucked in a sharp breath and was stunned. He had seen countless berserker marks in his life, and among them some were rather complicated. However, he had never seen a berserker mark that was as complex as the one on Su Ming's body. Is this still a berserker mark? This boy is even crazier than I am, the old man muttered under his breath, shocked. I had thought that he activated the sound of soul creation with his entire berserker mark. But by the looks of it, the mountain mark that triggered the sound of soul creation is just part of the berserker mark. This sort of berserker mark will either never develop and turn into a mixed mark, or it will grow and its power will shock the entire berserker tribe. What exactly happened that day after I left? The old man was in slight disbelief and started regretting leaving so abruptly in disappointment that day. Regret filled his face, but he immediately noticed it and changed his expression instantly, turning that regretful look into his previous mysterious and smiling expression. He waved his right hand before Su Ming's body, causing his robes to appear once again, before he let out a fake cough and put on the look of a veteran as he looked at Su Ming. At that very moment, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. There was a sharp glint in them, and they showed understanding. Ahem. Since you're awake, then tell me the answer. Your answer will determine whether you can become my honorary disciple. The old man coughed once again and lifted his hand to stroke his beard. His demeanor, that of a learned veteran, coupled with the shock he brought upon Su Ming, made Su Ming unable to find anything wrong with his actions. The four great realms, blood solidification, transcendence, bone sacrifice, and berserker soul, are all centered around the word creation. Su Ming took a deep breath and stated slowly, to create from nothing is the underlying meaning of these four great realms. This creation is centered around the berserker mark. All our berserker marks are different, that's why what we create is also different. But in the end, it's still centered around the word create. It's just as I saw just now. With just one blood vein, a person who looked like a mountain was created, he mumbled. He was in shock, only then did he understand the principle of his path. He had even noticed that during the unknown amount of time that had passed, once he truly fused all his blood veins in his body and blended them into his berserker mark, while he might still be in the initial stage of the transcendence realm, The power he had in his hands now seemed to have become much greater. It was a feeling of having completely broken off the blood solidification realm and having truly entered the transcendence realm. In fact, due to his actions just now, his powers of the initial stage of the transcendence realm had reached their peak, as if he was not far away from the middle stage of the transcendence realm. All of these were because this old man had given it to him. When the old man heard it, the praise in his eyes grew stronger. That's right, if you can understand this, then you're qualified to enter the school and you fit your status of a divine general of transcendence. The word creation is the quintessence of us berserkers. We can cast creation arts from 1 creation, 10 creations, 100 creations, right up till we reach endless creation. The final creation art, eternal creation, is the art belonging only to God of berserkers. There are countless other worlds in this universe, and there are also all types of practitioners. There are differences between all of us, but only us berserkers walk the path of creation. Once we reach the peak of the bone sacrifice realm, we can create our very own statue of the god of berserkers. You passed the first test. The old man's smile died down and a solemn look appeared on his face. Su Ming, I am Xianxia. I stay in Freezing Sky Clan and am one of Freezing Sky Clan. However, I don't practice the arts of Freezing Sky Clan. I've never taken in any disciples before. There were a few that made me want to take them in as my disciples, but they were ultimately not suitable. You already caught my attention when you transcended. In fact, when you were searching for your berserker mark in your trance, I was also there. Xianxia stated slowly, looking at Su Ming. Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the old man. He did not suspect his words. Right now you have 2 choices. 1, everything will proceed the way it's supposed to. You will go to Freezing Sky Clan and I will speak for you. Then you can become a disciple in Freezing Sky Clan. Since you gained the title of Divine General of Transcendence, Freezing Sky Clan will surely pay a lot of attention to you. You'll definitely become an inner sect disciple. In fact, some of the old-timers in Freezing Sky Clan will choose you as their disciple. You'll be the same as Sima Xin and become a prodigy in Freezing Sky Clan. As for your future, it'll depend on your own luck. 2. Give up on entering Freezing Sky Clan and become my disciple. While I am in Freezing Sky Clan, you will also be there. If I leave, then you will have to leave with me. If you become my disciple, you can stay in Freezing Sky Clan, but you can't become a disciple of the school. You won't be able to receive the same treatment as other disciples. Still, if you accept me as your master, then you'll understand someday that Freezing Sky Clan is nothing. However, if you want to become my disciple, then you have to go through a second test. Only if you pass it will I take you in. Xianxia spoke sternly, and his words were laced with an air condescension towards Freezing Sky Clan, along with pride. Nonetheless, when he saw Su Ming falling into pensive silence, as if he was weighing his options, he became nervous. If he had not seen Su Ming's berserker mark, he would not have minded this, but it was different now. The old man let out a fake cough and quickly said, Ahem, Su Ming, I've already helped you once. Your power must have increased. If you become my disciple, then things like these will happen again. Su Ming remained silent. You have to think carefully. I'm incredibly protective of those important to me. If you become my disciple, then you'll gain a lot of benefits. But if you refuse, the old man let out a harumph, and he also felt helpless. Taking in disciples was an important event. He could not force Su Ming into it. What sort of benefits? Su Ming lifted his head and asked calmly. Many. Xianxia felt slightly guilty and let out a bark of laughter to hide his emotions. He was a sly person, and he was confident Su Ming would not be able to see through his disguise. I have plenty of berserker vessels in my abode. You're my only disciple, so you'll be able to choose whichever you like. I also have all the scrolls of the arts in Freezing Sky Clan. Even if you don't join it, you can still learn the arts, and the clan can't say anything about it because you'll be my disciple. Let me think. I also own a mountain as my compound. I have my own cave abode, so if you become my disciple, I can immediately create your own cave abode next to mine. I also have close acquaintances in Great Yu Dynasty. When you go there to receive your rewards as the Divine General, I can go with you. Also, let me think. If you become my disciple, then your status will immediately change. The relationship between me and Freezing Sky Clan may be a little complicated, but I'm considered one of the seniors in Freezing Sky Clan. Once you acknowledge me as your master, then you'll have the same status as the head preceptor. Those lasses will have to call you Uncle Master. Anyway, you'll have a lot of benefits. Oh, and I have a lot of valuable ancient scrolls. I have everything in there, including the map of the land of South Morning. It definitely won't lose to Freezing Sky Clan's map. After all, I've gone to far too many places. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, but he maintained his silence through the old man's chattering, then nodded once he finished. All right, please tell me the second test. Xianxia's spirits lifted up and his smile grew wider. He pointed towards the wine pot before Su Ming. I brewed this pot of wine personally over a long period of time. Even the left and right preceptors of Freezing Sky Clan can't drink it. Why don't you try it? Su Ming looked at the wine pot before him. Without any hesitation, he picked it up and took a mouthful. He knew that with the old man's power, if he wanted to harm Su Ming, he had no need to make it so troublesome. However, the moment he drank it, Su Ming was stunned. Water! He looked towards the old man. It's wine. There was the ghost of a smile on the old man's lips. He stood up with a delighted look. Su Ming frowned. His gaze landed on the wine pot in his hands and he fell into a contemplative silence. You passed the second test. Let's go. Come with me back to Freezing Sky Clan. We'll go home now. The old man laughed boisterously and moved forward. He walked in front of Su Ming. Hence he did not see Su Ming, who was holding the wine pot, shudder when he heard the words going home. He lifted his head and cast the old man a profound look. Not even I know what's in the wine pot. I might have brewed it, but I fused my creation art in there. The taste is different for everyone. Sima Xian drank it once, and he said it was bitter. 3 other people drank it, and they also tasted something different. When I drink it, I'll feel that it's wine. You're the only one who said it's water. This answer corresponds with how I'm feeling today. That's why from now on, you will be my only disciple. Xianxia was walking in front when he turned around and smiled at Su Ming. Su Ming was stunned, then he smiled bitterly. He walked with Xianxia in the air and gradually left. As they did so, the sky and earth in the void space started twisting, eventually turning into an illusion that disappeared along with Su Ming and Xianxia. The light from the relocation rune reached its peak on Lake of Colors Mountain. It was letting out loud rumbling sounds. The earth shook, as if there were layers of invisible force gathering from all directions and surging towards the relocation rune, erupting forth from the summit of the mountain and turning into a rune that shone outwards. The light was glaring and enveloped all of those within the rune. Su Ming trembled and snapped out of his daze. A pot of wine had appeared in his hands some time ago. The appearance of this wine pot baffled him. Everything that had happened in the void space had only lasted an instant outside. Void space. Su Ming lowered his head and looked at the wine pot in his hands before he drank from it. Besides the rumbling from the rune, he also heard the people shouting their farewells from all around Han Mountain. Gradually, all those outside the rune saw it letting off a brilliant flash on Lake of Colors Mountain, causing the vision for all those watching to be blinded for that instant, and the world in their eyes turned dark. The light dissipated from Lake of Colors Mountain. Only faint sparks remained before they scattered and quickly fused into the air, disappearing without a trace. They left. Nan Tian sighed softly in Han Mountain City. There was a moved but conflicted look on his face. He shook his head. I wonder just how much further apart our powers will be when we meet again. Perhaps we'll never meet again. By his side, Lung Ying quietly looked at the Lake of Colors Mountain that had lost the light from the relocation rune. A determined look appeared in his eyes. He's finally gone. The elder of Puqiang tribe let out a sigh of relief. Nonetheless, he knew that he would never forget that a divine general of transcendence once appeared in Han Mountain. In this place and with this method, he entered Freezing Sky Clan. Feng Mu lowered his head on tranquil East Mountain. His father stood by his side. The man's mouth opened as if he wanted to say something, but Feng Mu did not look at him. Instead, he walked away with his head lowered, as if he did not want to talk to his father. Feng Xin let out a quiet sigh. As the envoys from Freezing Sky Clan left, Han Mountain gradually calmed down. Some people left and some people chose to stay. The people in the inn were the same. Yet no matter what, when Freezing Sky Clan came once again to take in disciples, some of them might meet each other again. Then they would drink together and talk about this miracle. It was especially so for the people who had drunk with Su Ming. They might even say with pride that there was once a Lord Divine General called Su Ming here and speak of his stories. The land of South Morning was so huge it seemed endless. Even if people reached the Transcendence Realm, few could manage to travel through the entire land. This place was simply too big. Some people had made rough calculations about how long it would take for a transcended berserker to cross the land of South Morning and stated that they would need at least 100 years to do so. That was discounting the dangers that the person would encounter during his or her journey. There were also an infinite amount of fierce beasts in the land. These beasts could even hold their own against those in the Berserker Soul realm. Even those in the Bone Sacrifice realm would need a long period of time to cross the land of South Morning, and they would also have to be careful. The land of South Morning is separated into two regions, and the Sky Mist City acts as the border. The city was built by Freezing Sky Clan and Western Sea Clan. It has been around for thousands of years. It's built on a mountain which eventually turned into a barrier that surrounds South Morning. Chun Yubing from Freezing Sky Clan stood on a mountain enveloped in a golden light in a direction leaning towards the north of the land of South Morning. He looked in the distance and spoke languidly. Sky Mist City is divided into a capital city and 9 other prefectural cities, and the border city acts as the barrier separating the inner parts of South Morning from the outer parts. It is also due to this barrier that the wild beasts and shamans in the outer parts of South Morning cannot get into the inner parts of the land so easily and massacre the people there. The man named Chun pointed forward. They could see a mountain range that looked like a dragon's spine far into the distance in the direction he had pointed. It went on endlessly, just like the walls of a city. That is part of Sky Mist City's barrier. Junior sister Han Fei Zi, you should have not heard about this city before, right? You'll definitely receive a lot of attention once you enter the school, and when the time comes, you'll be sent out for training. You might be sent to guard Sky Mist City. This is the highest glory for us, the people of South Morning. Brother Su, you are the Divine General. It's fine for you to know some of the secrets of the land of South Morning. With your power and status, you will learn all about them sooner or later. The man named Chun cast a glance towards Su Ming with a kind smile. Su Ming's face remained passive as he looked towards the mountain range in the distance. He did not speak. He had no idea how much time had passed while he was in the relocation rune in Lake of Colors Mountain. He only knew that a long time had passed by until the buzzing sounds in his ears disappeared. When the light outside was no longer so bright he had to close his eyes, he opened them and saw that he was at the top of this very mountain along with the other 4 people. Once they appeared, Freezing Sky Clan's Su Ruyu brought out some golden stones, then started laying them out in a certain manner on the mountain. As the stones in her hand were placed down, the mountain was gradually covered in increasingly stronger golden light. We were fortunate to have obtained the 4-dimensional layer relocation rune. In the past, when we had to move from Han Mountain to Freezing Sky Clan, we had to use the runes in Sky Mist City. They are very slow. While Freezing Sky Clan might have been researching and using relocation runes as well, we could only relocate a short distance away and the price was great. If we relocated too many times, not only would we waste a large amount of time, our bodies would not be able to handle it either. We'd need to rest for a few dozen breaths before we could recover. Right, with the 4-dimensional layer relocation rune, we only need to relocate 8 times to return to Freezing Sky Clan. It's much more convenient. The man named Chun let out a sigh and looked at Su Ruyu laying out the rune. Then he smiled towards Su Ming, Han Songzi, and Han Fei Zi. Sky Mist City? Han Fei Zi's gaze fell upon the mountain range and she frowned. Looks like you don't know about the existence of this city, but that's normal. I only learned some of the secrets of the land of South Morning after I entered Freezing Sky Clan. Brother Su, have you heard of Sky Mist City before? The man named Chun smiled and looked at Su Ming. This was a person who would definitely be taken into the school, and his status in the school would definitely not be lower than Han Feizi's, perhaps even higher. That was why he decided to ease the tension between them and become acquaintanced with him. That was why he decided to talk about the things that outsiders would not know over here. I've never heard of it, Su Ming said calmly, looking at the mountain range in the distance. If that's the case, then I'll accompany both you and junior sister Han Feizi to visit the city walls on Sky Mist's mountain range and explain their function in detail, the man named Chan said and smiled before looking at Su Ruyu laying out the runes on the ground. Su Ruyu wiped off the sweat on her forehead. When she saw Chun Yubing looking at her, she smiled and spoke. There are still 10 hours before the rune is fully arranged and we can activate the second relocation. I only need junior sister Han Songzi to stay behind and protect me. She had to calculate the entire process of laying out the rune and placing the golden stones at their rightful places. Su Ruyu was not very familiar with this, and that was why she needed to be cautious, which inevitably led to her tiring herself mentally. All right then, I'll leave it to you, senior sister Su. We won't go too far. If anything goes wrong, I'll come back as soon as possible. Chun Yubing gave her a nod and looked towards Han Songzi. Junior sister Fong, I'll leave it to you. Han Songzi had a solemn look on her face. Her gaze traveled to Su Ming before she nodded. Brother Su, junior sister Yen, this way. Chun Yubing lifted his hand and pointed in a direction before he moved forward and turned into a long arc that charged into the distance. Han Feizi's face remained cold and detached. White clouds appeared underneath her feet and lifted her up to chase after Chun Yubing. Su Ming lifted into the air unhurriedly. They turned into 3 long arcs and moved towards the city walls built on the mountain range in the distance. If we talk about Sky Mist City, then we have to talk about the barrier that separates the inner and outer parts of the land of South Morning. We live in the inner parts of the land of South Morning, and as of now, we are in the inner part. The inner parts are very large. Most of the western side of the inner parts belong to Western Sea Clan, and the north belongs to Freezing Sky Clan. However, compared to the world outside the barrier, the region we live in is only a small part of the entire land of South Morning. With Chun Yubing's voice in their ears, the 3 of them gradually approached the Sky Mist City's wall barrier at full speed. Once they were about tens of thousands of feet away from the wall, with Chun Yubing's voice still echoing in their ears, a sudden great pressure spread out with a loud bang from the wall and charged towards them. This is Sky Mist's forbidden grounds. Trespassers are not allowed. A cold and detached voice shouted at them, the sound reverberating all around them like thunder, and the lingering echo buzzed in their ears. Han Feizi's expression changed, and she found that she could barely stand. The white cloud under her feet dissipated as well. Among the 3 of them, her level of cultivation was the weakest, and she was feeling terribly shaken. At that moment, a gentle wave of energy seeped into her body from her back and spread through her entire body, allowing her to regain her stability. Su Ming stood by Han Feizi's side and supported her with his right arm around her waist. A blush crept up her cheeks, but she did not refuse his kind will. Instead, she stood by his side and looked towards the wall from where the voice had come. I am Freezing Sky Clan's disciple, Chun Yubing. Greetings to the Uncle Master guarding the city. Chun Yubing also felt shaken, but he did not panic. It was clear that he had expected the voice to appear. He wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed respectfully in midair towards Sky Mist's wall located tens of thousands of feet away. I saw all of you at the relocation spot a long time ago. Why did you come here instead of staying there? The cold and detached voice asked them languidly. Uncle Master, by orders of the left preceptor, I went to Han Mountain City to choose new disciples, and we're coming back now. We passed by this place and wanted to see the barrier of the land of South Morning at close proximity. We won't move forward anymore. We can just watch from here. But Uncle Master, we would be glad if you made an exception for us. Chun Yubing quickly answered. The moment he finished speaking, Su Ming immediately felt an intimidating pressure charge towards them and sweep through him and Han Fei Zi. At the same time, a soft gasp of surprise echoed in the air. Then come here. If you want to take a look, then stand on the wall and look at the outer parts of South Morning. After a moment, the cold and detached voice appeared again. But this time, there was a warmer tone to it. Thank you, Uncle Master. The man named Chun was momentarily stunned before he quickly wrapped his fist in his palm respectfully as thanks. He turned around and cast Su Ming a glance. He was not a foolish person. He had brought up this journey to the wall because he knew that there was a leader from Freezing Sky Clan here defending the place, and by right they should not be turned away. That was why he was using this to warm up his relationship with Su Ming. However, he did not expect this unknown Uncle Master to allow them to stand on the wall. This area belongs to Freezing Sky Clan. All the people defending the outer walls of Sky Mist City are leaders from Freezing Sky Clan. That's why we could get closer. If we were near Western Sea Clan's territory, then we would have been chased away a long time ago. If we showed any signs of disrespect, we might even have been killed. Su Ming cast a glance at Chun Yubing. Under his gaze, Chun Yubing lowered his head and laughed self-depreciatingly before he whispered, Honestly, I've never stood on the wall to see the outer parts of South Morning either. Su Ming averted his gaze and smiled as he said, Let's go. I'm very curious about this place. As the three of them got closer, an incredibly oppressive feeling gradually rose within Su Ming's heart. The wall on the mountain range had looked magnificent when he saw it from afar, and now that he was closer it was even more so. It was hard not to feel tiny before the wall. It was so tall that if he stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up, he would feel as if it was connecting the sky and the earth. Han Fei Zi's breathing quickened. She looked at the wall on the mountain range before her and found that she could not imagine a mountain range like this surrounding the entire land of South Morning serving as its barrier. The distance of tens of thousands of feet shrank quickly, and the moment they stood on the wall, an intimidating pressure fell upon them. Under that pressure, Han Fei Zi's face turned pale, and she looked as if she was about to collapse. If she was not standing beside Su Ming and he wasn't dissipating most of the pressure for her, she would not have been able to stand. Su Ming felt shaken to the core as he stood at the top of the mountain range and looked in front of himself. In his eyes, he saw a barren mass of land spreading into the distance. This land was also a part of South Morning, but it was outside the barrier. The earth was black, and there was a thick stench of blood in the mountain breeze. A desolate feeling filled the air. The barren lands, the boundless sky, the endless forest, the blurry shadows of the tall mountains, and even the vague roaring sounds from the distance contributed to this feeling. It was especially so due to a few skeletons scattered here and there on the ground. The bones were thick and bulky, and it was clear that they belonged to wild beasts. It was as if the lands inside and outside the barrier were two different worlds. By Su Ming's side, Chun Yubing was also shaken. This was the first time he stood on the wall and looked at the world outside the walls. I didn't expect that a divine general would be among the disciples the left preceptor took in this time, the cold voice said from behind them, and the space there distorted and a middle-aged man walked out of it. The middle-aged man wore a sackcloth and his hair was braided with lots of tiny braids. He was not huge and leaned on the thinner side. He looked quite ordinary, but his eyes were incredibly bright. You are. Chun Yubing immediately whipped his head around and was about to bow in greeting respectfully when he saw the middle-aged man. He became stunned. Uncle Master Bai. Chun Yubing immediately felt as if thunder clapped in his heart and his expression drastically changed. He might have known that those who were defending Freezing Sky Clan's portion of the wall were all from his school and knew that this particular wall would have the same treatment, but he did not expect that the person defending this particular portion would be the man before his eyes. He'd seen this man only once, but the memories of that encounter were etched deep into his mind. He was not the only one who knew him. Most of the people in Freezing Sky Clan knew about this person's existence. No wonder he allowed us to stand on the wall. Chun Yubing was very nervous. He bowed deeply towards the middle-aged man respectfully. I am Freezing Sky Clan's disciple, Chun Yubing. Greetings, Uncle Master Bai. The middle-aged man gave him a slight nod and then no longer took notice of him. He looked at Su Ming instead, and once he sized him up, he asked with a calm voice, "What's your name?" When the man was sizing up Su Ming, he felt a wave of pressure landing on him. But strangely, this pressure was not terrifying. For some reason it gave him an affable feeling. Su Ming wrapped his fist in his palm and said calmly, "I am Su Ming. Greetings, Uncle Master Bai. You just transcended, right?" The middle-aged man asked unhurriedly. "Yes." Su Ming nodded. "I don't think you've been taken into Freezing Sky Clan, or else, with your status as Divine General, those old fellows wouldn't just send outer sect disciples to receive you," the middle-aged man said, his voice remaining cold. "Yes." Su Ming nodded once again. "You don't need to go to Freezing Sky Clan. Stay. Defend the place with me and become my disciple. Besides me, no one else in Freezing Sky Clan can teach you suitable arts." There was a tone in the middle-aged man's voice that suggested the man would not allow refusal. Su Ming was stunned. Chun Yubing was also stunned, and envy appeared in his eyes. As for Han Feizi, she lowered her head as she stood by the side and did not speak. Su Ming hesitated for a moment. The cordial feeling within him towards the man grew stronger as he continued talking to him. I already have a master." "Oh? Who is it?" "I'll have him give up on you." The middle-aged man's voice was calm, but there was a shocking pride in his words. Having two people suddenly wanting to take him in as a disciple was a first for Su Ming. "Yes, Xianxia." The moment he said the name, the man's expression turned odd, looking like a mix of expressions. As if he could do nothing about this, as if he was caught between wanting to laugh and cry, as if he was furious. Eventually, the man settled on to a cold harumph. "If you ever regret acknowledging him as your master, then come to me." When Chun Yubing heard those words, his expression changed once again to surprise and he looked at Su Ming. He was about to say something but in the end, did not. However, he instinctively took a step back and widened the distance between him and Su Ming. Su Ming was slightly alarmed. It did not matter whether it was the middle-aged man's words or Chun Yubing's instinctive reaction. All of them seemed to be expressing a rather bad connotation to him acknowledging Xianxia as his master. "Let's put it aside first. Now, the three of you, stand here and tell me what you saw." The middle-aged man's voice was still cold when he spoke. He did not look at Su Ming anymore, but instead towards the desolate world past the wall. Su Ming was silent when he looked at the land before him. He could still hear vague roaring in his ears. The entire world outside the barrier was filled with a desolate and bloody air. It looked like a quiet place, but it gave Su Ming an oppressive feeling. That oppressive feeling came from the silence, the barren lands, the black dirt, and the endless wall he stood on. "Hate. I see hate." Chun Yubing was the first to answer. The light in his eyes flickered as he looked at the piece of land. "The shaman's one hate towards us, and our hate towards them." Chun Yubing's words held a steadfast quality, as if he was very confident in his answer. "Not bad. It's the train of thought passed down to all of you by those old folks in Freezing Sky Clan, but that's not what I want," the middle-aged man said coldly. Chun Yubing smiled bitterly and acknowledged the rebuke with his head lowered. Indeed, his answer was formed based on the knowledge shared by most of the people in Freezing Sky Clan towards the world outside the barrier. "What about you, lass? Tell me what you see." The middle-aged man did not look at Han Feizi when he asked her, but continued staring at the barren lands before him. Han Feizi's face was still slightly pale. She remained silent for a while before she whispered her answer. "I don't see anything." The moment she finished answering, the middle-aged man turned around and cast a profound look at her. "What's your name?" Han Feizi bent her body slightly and answered respectfully, "I am Yen Fei." The middle-aged man remained silent for a moment before he asked, "Su Ming, what do you see?" After a long while, Su Ming answered languidly, "I see desire." The left preceptor got himself a good disciple. Xianxia also got himself a good disciple. The middle-aged man let out a long sigh before he lifted his right hand and pointed towards the land outside the wall. You can view the land of South Morning as a circle. As he spoke, he waved his right hand forward and black light appeared out of nowhere, forming a black circle before their eyes. This is the barrier. He drew a small circle with his right hand in the circle. This is the inner part of the land. The outer part is what you see now. The barrier exists to fend against wild beasts and shamans invading the land. Shamans, they're a group of people belonging to tribes that are completely different from ours, though they have a similar system to us. They have their own elders, but they're known as patriarchs. You will learn more about this in the future. When Su Ming heard the middle-aged man's words, he had a sudden urge to ask something. After falling silent for a moment, he asked uncertainly, "Senior, there's a barrier on the land of South Morning, but what is it like outside the barrier? We have several other continents in the land of berserkers. How do they look like?" "I don't know," the middle-aged man answered calmly. "I only know that the Great Yu dynasty still exists, and I only know about this because the deity statues are still around and there are still people who are awarded the title of Divine General. But I've never been to the land of the Great Yu dynasty. In fact, there are very few people from the land of South Morning who have been able to go through the shaman tribes and leave South Morning entirely. By the way, your master, Xianxia, he said he left South Morning before. According to his words, he went to the Great Yu dynasty and made a few close friends. As for whether the others believe in him, I wouldn't know, but I don't. Besides the land of South Morning and the Great Yu dynasty, I don't know whether there are berserkers in the other continents. The berserkers have fallen into decay. We are long past the glory days of the first god of berserkers." The middle-aged man let out a soft sigh and he looked slightly downcast. Su Ming took a deep breath. He had never heard of such secretive things before. Shaken by the man's words, he looked towards the vast mass of land lying outside the barrier. A feeling of powerlessness stemmed from the distance filled his heart. "I know that the Alliance of the Western Region's continent exists because I came from the Alliance of the Western Region," he mumbled in his own heart. "That's enough. Those who aren't the guards of the barrier aren't allowed to stay for long here. All of you." The middle-aged man swung his arm forward with the intent of sending Su Ming and the others away. Yet at that very moment, vague roaring came from the world outside the barrier, and it grew increasingly stronger with each passing moment. The moment the roars started, the barrier under Su Ming's feet immediately shuddered, and a strong pressure rose up. That pressure was so great that it reached its peak in an instant, causing Han Feizi and Chen Yubing to turn drastically more pale and cough out blood. If it were not for the middle-aged man waving his right arm and bringing up a typhoon to take Han Feizi and Chen Yubing backwards and out of the mountain barrier, the two of them would have definitely been heavily wounded by now. Su Ming did not move back, because the moment he heard the roars, the presence of transcendence surged forth from within him and spread outwards, turning into a layer of black fog. The black fog surrounded his body and turned into black armor. The armor of a divine general. When the armor materialized, it allowed him to somewhat withstand the pressure outside the barrier. The light in his eyes flickered, and he looked towards the vast land lying before him. What he saw next made him tremble and suck in a deep breath. What he saw was something Han Feizi and Chen Yubing could not see, because they were not standing on the barrier. At that moment, the air was twisting so much that it covered his entire field of vision. Only Su Ming and the middle-aged man who now looked solemn saw that scene. The clouds were rolling about in the sky of the vast lands outside the barrier. The clouds were dark and looked as if they were a layer of black mist that covered an area of thousands of li. Within those clouds, Su Ming saw a gigantic wild beast that put him in disbelief. It was a humongous mackerel pike that swam in the sky and was leaping in the air. The sounds that they heard came from its mouth. Su Ming even saw a person standing on its back. The person was a woman. Her face could not be seen clearly, but he could make out that she was wearing a long purple robe. Her black hair was floating in the air, as if hinting that she had incredible beauty. "She is a shaman," a cold voice said beside Su Ming. The middle-aged man lifted his foot and took a step in the air beyond the barrier. The moment he stepped out, a large amount of white fog surged out of his body and surrounded him whole, turning into a white armor that was completely different from what Su Ming was wearing. It was at a caliber that was much more superior to his own. The armor exuded a powerful presence that made the middle-aged man seem as if he could not be defeated. A divine general! Su Ming felt his heart lurch. He finally knew just why he felt that there was an amiable feeling coming from the middle-aged man, why Chen Yubing would be so nervous and respectful towards this man when he saw him, why this person allowed Su Ming and the others to stand on the barrier, and why he wanted to take Su Ming in as his disciple. All of this was because this person was the same as him. They were both divine generals. What was more, he should not be a divine general of transcendence, but a divine general of the bone sacrifice realm. In the air beyond the barrier, the middle-aged man exuded an intimidating presence as he stood in that white armor, and was staring coldly at the mackerel pike that was about thousands of lis in the distance along with the female shaman standing on its back. Roaring reverberated through the air at that moment. A complicated rune appeared on the mountain range, causing the pressure to grow increasingly stronger, until Su Ming found himself to be unable to withstand it any longer. You again? I didn't kill you last time, but if you continue bothering me, then I will kill you. As he stood in the air, the middle-aged man's face turned stone cold as his words. The moment he spoke, thunder rumbled above and shook the sky and earth, causing the gigantic mackerel pike in the distance to tremble. I brought the shaman beast from my tribe. You can't kill me. Bai Chong, return to me my sister's mementos. If you don't, then even if I lose this time, I'll still come back. A woman's voice floated towards them from the top of the mackerel pike. Be gone! A cold glare appeared in Bai Chong's eyes. He lifted his right hand and waved it in the air. A rumbling sound that made the world tremble rang out, and as it did so, a mighty pressure erupted forth from the part of the barrier on the mountain range Su Ming was standing on. Su Ming could not withstand the pressure. He quickly retreated, and the moment the pressure erupted at full force, he left the barrier. When he looked over once again, the world he saw was distorted. The distorted space blocked his view, causing him to be unable to see the middle-aged man beyond the barrier or the gigantic mackerel pike that made his heart lurch with the female shaman standing on it. He could only hear muffled rumbling coming from beyond the barrier, which caused the pressure to become stronger with each passing moment. Su Ming could no longer get closer, able only to withdraw. Only when he was tens of thousands of feet away from the barrier and stood by Han Feizi and Chen Yubing's side did the pressure stop spreading outwards. Chen Yubing's face was pale and he immediately asked in fear, Brother Su, what happened? Could it be that the shamans are invading us? Next to him, Han Feizi was also looking at Su Ming with a questioning look. No, it was just a shaman, Su Ming answered languidly, looking at the distortions beyond the barrier. That's great. Isn't this too much of a coincidence for this to happen right at the time we came here? But Brother Mo, we'd best leave now. The relocation rune is about ready. Chen Yubing could not hide his anxiety and continued looking at the barrier from which the rumblings were coming. Su Ming looked towards the barrier once again and quelled the shock in his heart. The more he understood about the land of South Morning and the Berserker tribe, the more he began to feel uncertain about his dream of returning to the alliance of the Western region. Brother Su, let's go. Chen Yubing was feeling slightly antsy and he urged Su Ming once again. If it was anyone else, he would have ignored them a long time ago. But this was Su Ming. He did not dare ignore him. Su Ming nodded. He knew that the battle outside the barrier was not something he could participate in with his current level of power. He could not even withstand the pressure from the barrier with his current level of cultivation. There was no way he could provide any help, and Bai Chong did not need any help. When he saw that Su Ming agreed to leave, Chen Yubing let out a sigh of relief. The three of them turned into long arcs and gradually left the place. Before long, they returned to the mountain that was enveloped by golden light. Even when he was on the mountain, Su Ming continued looking at the barrier in the distance. Even Su Ru felt what was happening on the barrier. Once she completed activating the rune with trembling hands and the light from the relocation rune surrounded them, Su Ming averted his gaze. They slowly disappeared along with the light from the relocation rune. With one thunderous rumble, the mountain returned to its quiet state and small golden balls of light spread out through the air. After several relocations and some rest, Su Ming and the others stepped into the final relocation rune 7 days later. When they reappeared next, they would be in Freezing Sky Clan. To the north of the inner parts of the land of South Morning was a tribe with a name that shocked the entire land. The tribe's name was Freezing Sky. The great tribe of Freezing Sky was one of the only 2 great tribes in the land of South Morning. The main tribe was located to the north of South Morning. While it might not be big, there were numerous tribes of various sizes belonging to Freezing Sky in the land of South Morning. With these tribes, not only did it make the great tribe of Freezing Sky's power to be on par with the great tribe of Western Sea and shock the entire land of South Morning, it also posed difficulties for the shamans outside the barrier for the last thousands of years. Freezing Sky Clan was created a long time ago, during the early days of the great tribe of Freezing Sky. They also used the tribe to develop a school belonging to a middle-sized tribe to one that belonged to a big tribe. It was located in the north of the land of South Morning, a mountain range covered in snow. This particular region was the only region that was covered in snow throughout the year within the barrier erected around the land of South Morning. The school took up half of the northern region, and same as the great tribe of Freezing Sky Clan, they were the strongest force in the north. Freezing Sky Clan was huge, and there were a lot of disciples in there. They all came from the myriad tribes in the area governed by Freezing Sky Clan. There were 9 main mountains in the Great Frozen Plains. The 9 mountains were covered by snow and surrounded the entire region. Each of the mountains could be called a sect of Freezing Sky Clan. There were shorter ice mountains behind the 9 main mountains that connected with each other and spanned endlessly, though they seemed to be strewn out on the ground in a disorderly manner. If someone looked from high in the sky, they would see that the mountains were positioned in a manner akin to a rune, and they exuded a mighty and intimidating presence. It was rumored that to the north of South Morning was an ocean. However, that ocean was frozen with an art when Freezing Sky Clan was formed thousands of years ago, causing the ocean to look like a layer of ice on Earth, and that was where Freezing Sky Clan was based. There were also rumors that there was still seawater underneath the endless layer of ice under Freezing Sky Clan. However, no one knew exactly why Freezing Sky Clan chose to build the school there and freeze the ocean to become a piece of land. The 9 main mountains and the numerous subordinate mountains were like a gigantic fortress that formed Freezing Sky Clan on the endless plains of ice. However, located in the air above the 9 mountains was a building that served as a landmark for Freezing Sky Clan. That building was known as the Heaven Gate. That was how Freezing Sky came to have its name. The building might be called a gate, but it was in truth 9 floating pieces of land. They overlapped each other to look like a tower. Each of them was about tens of thousands of feet in size and floated above the sky with the 9 mountains as their center. There were some elegant-looking towers built on each piece of land. The disciples who could stay within Heaven Gate were definitely not of mediocre standards. Even if someone lifted their heads, they could at most only see the 5th piece of land. The others above were all covered by clouds and could not be seen. There was a strange force up there. Even if a person flew up, they would not be able to get closer unless they obtained permission. The disciples in Freezing Sky Clan numbered hundreds of thousands, if one counted the disciples who had went out to train and those who were sent to defend Sky Mist's barrier. The phrase saying that the place had hundreds of thousands of berserkers were not baseless words when they were used to describe Freezing Sky Clan, and only Freezing Sky Clan. On this day, the mountainside of the 4th main mountain was surrounded by hundreds of platforms. These platforms were scattered about, and each of them had a rune drawn on them. At that moment, one of the platforms shone with a piercing golden light. Gradually, as freezing wind blew in the air, 6 people appeared within the rune on one of the platforms. Freezing Sky Clan. The freezing wind blew against Su Ming's face, and it brought with it some snow that landed on his face, causing his face to feel cold. This was the first time he felt true snow so clearly in the land of South Morning. Snow that was not formed by any sort of power or any sort of art. There were 3 people sitting on the platform. As the golden light from the rune shone, the 3 people opened their eyes. "It should be junior brother Chan and junior sister Su," one of them said calmly as he swept his gaze over the 6 people that appeared within the golden light. The golden light from the rune on the platform dissipated after a moment, revealing Su Ming and the other 5 people standing there. The 3 people sitting on the platform stood up, and one of them smiled as he asked, "Junior Sister Fong came back as well? Junior Brother Chun, what were your experiences going out this time? Senior Brother Zhou, stop teasing me. It's better if I don't talk about what happened." Once Chun Yubing returned to Freezing Sky Clan, it was clear that he calmed down. Once he heard the person's words, he laughed and walked towards the 3 people before him. "Come, allow me to make some introductions. This is junior sister Han Fei Zi." Han Fei Zi frowned, making it clear that she did not like getting to know people this way. But since she had just arrived in Freezing Sky Clan, she had to quell her discomfort and nodded towards the 3 people. As for Han Song Zi, once she smiled as a greeting to the crowd, she walked towards Su Ming. Su Ming stood by the side and looked at the people talking to each other. Once Chun Yubing made introductions, they became much friendlier. The haughty expression gradually returned to Su Ru Yu's face once she returned to the school. Her expression was largely similar to those around her. This seemed to be an expression that existed among most of Freezing Sky Clan disciples. They all looked as if they were way above other people. Su Ming did not bother with them and chose to walk forward alone to stand at the edge of the platform and look at the white plain of snow that spanned into the distance. The snow lighted up a special emotion in him. When he stood there and looked outwards, he felt as if he was looking at the snow on Dark Mountain. When the snow landed on his face due to the wind, the cold feeling brought him a sense of familiarity. He heard Han Song Zi's soft voice by his ear. "Not used to this? When I first came to Freezing Sky Clan, I had the same feeling." Han Song Zi looked at Su Ming and gave him a gentle smile. "It's not too bad," Su Ming said with a smile. In truth, Su Ming's appearance had long since drawn the attention of the 3 people. They were given orders to wait on the platform. They were not surprised when they saw Han Song Zi, but when they saw Su Ming they were surprised. However, since Chun Yubing did not introduce him, they did not ask. When they saw Su Ming leaving the group alone, the 3 of them found themselves asking about him. "Junior Brother Chun, who is that person? Why did he come back with all of you?" "This person." Chun Yubing hesitated for a moment, and before he could finish speaking, a long arc suddenly charged towards them from the sky in the distance. That long arc was incredibly domineering, because when it traveled forth, the other Freezing Sky Clan disciples who were moving around in midair had to move away quickly to avoid knocking into it. The disciples who moved out of the way were livid, but once they saw who was in the long arc, they shook their heads and decided to ignore this incident. "Hey, who among you is called Su Ming?" A loud shout came from that long arc, and it was so loud that it was deafening. When the long arc reached them, it floated in the air a little further away from the platform, revealing a burly-looking man built like a hill. This man's hair was a mess and stank of alcohol. He held a big gourd in his hand, and once he finished speaking, he let out a drunken burp and pointed at the crowd on the platform with a glare. "Hey, I'm asking all of you. Tell your grandpa who is Su Ming." The moment they saw the man, surprise immediately appeared on the faces of the 3 people who had been waiting for Chun Yubing and the others. It was clear that they hadn't expected and did not know why this troublesome person would come to the 4th summit. "Uncle Master." "Who?" The 3 people smiled bitterly and wrapped their fists in their palms to greet the man. The ranking system in Freezing Sky Clan was very strict. If someone did not greet those who had higher seniority, then they had to be punished. The 3 who had been waiting might not want to, but they still had to greet him. Chun Yubing had an odd expression on his face. He instinctively looked towards Su Ming standing not too far away before wrapping his fist to greet the man. By his side, Su Ruyu did the same thing. The man seemed incredibly impatient. Once he scanned through the crowd, his gaze fell on Han Fei Zi. "Hey, lass." As he spoke, the man brought the gourd to his lips and took a big gulp before wiping his lips and barking out the rest of his question drunkenly. "You're Su Ming." Han Fei Zi's expression darkened and she cast the man a cold glare, but she did not speak. "Aha. Just which one of you's Su Ming? Don't make me angry." the man shouted out, and his voice caused the snow in the area to tremble. I am Su. Who might you be, sir? Su Ming remained calm as he turned around on the edge of the platform and looked at the man. The man scratched his head, and once he sized up Su Ming, he shouted in a displeased manner, Move! I'm looking fair Su Ming, not Su. Your name's Su. You aren't the person I'm looking fair. Once he spoke, the people on the platforms immediately bit back their laughter. If it were not because they were afraid of the man's power, they would have laughed out loud a long time ago. Su Ming was also stunned. He seldom met people who were as unreasonable as this person, so he could only nod with a bitter smile and speak once again. I am Su Ming. Nonsense. Didn't Cha just call yourself Su? How's it when you heard I was looking fair Su Ming? Then you immediately say your name's Su Ming. Hey, I'm telling ya, your grandpa who is real smart. Don't even think about lying to me. I hate people lying to me the most. The man glared at Su Ming and stormed towards him. His face, which was filled with malice, coupled with his large build, made him look incredibly intimidating. That intimidating presence made the people standing on the platform withdraw continuously. Even Han Songzi, who was standing beside Su Ming, moved back a few steps instinctively, and it was all due to the intimidating presence coming from the man. I hate people lying to me the most. That old man Xianxia already cheated me many, many times, and then he swore not to lie to me again. He asked me to come fair Su Ming. If he's not here, then he lied to me again. Anger appeared on the man's face, and once he was standing before Su Ming, he glared at him. Tell me, who's Su Ming? Su Ming frowned. He was already thinking about why this man came the moment he saw him and how he knew his name. But when he saw Chen Yubing's strange look, he already had an answer in his heart. When he heard the man calling out Tianxiazi's family name, Su Ming brought out the pot of wine Tianxiazi gave him from his bosom without another word. The man's attention was immediately drawn towards the pot of wine the moment Su Ming brought it out. Once he looked at it thoroughly, he let out a long sigh. When he looked at Su Ming once again, his gaze was no longer fierce but filled with pity instead. You're Su Ming? Why didn't Cha say so earlier? I had to waste my breath the skin so many times. Let's go. I'll bring ya to the old man's cave. The man said, sighing, then with one step, his entire body left the platform. The feeling as if something bad was about to happen grew increasingly stronger in Su Ming's heart. After a moment of hesitation, he wrapped his fist in his palm towards Han Songzi, Han Feizi, Chen Yubing, Su Ruyu, and the others. I'll take my leave first. If we ever have the chance, let's meet up again. Brother Su! Congratulations, congratulations. Chen Yubing greeted Su Ming back with an odd expression on his face. Once I'm settled, I'll come find you, Han Feizi said, her tone still icy. I'm on the third summit. Brother Su, if you're ever free, you can come and try out some of the tea I brew. Han Songzi smiled softly. Before Su Ming could reply, the man standing in midair shouted in displeasure. Boy, why aren't Cha moving yet? Just how long are you going to make me wait? Su Ming frowned. Once he gave a nod to the crowd, he rose up. His green robes and flowing long hair gave him an elegant presence as he stood in the air. When he saw Su Ming following him, the man instantly charged forward at full speed. As Su Ming chased after him, he saw a world covered in white snow before his eyes. He took a deep breath of the air around him. This chill reminded him of that particular winter in Dark Mountain. He fell silent, and in his silence he followed the man. The two of them turned into long arcs and flew out of the fourth summit. No one tried to stop them. Even if anyone saw and thought of trying to stop them, the moment they recognized the man, they would frown and avoid them. I can't believe that old man brought me a junior brother on the rare chance he goes out. Say, just how unlucky am I? I was drinking my wine happily on my own, and yet I had to come fetch you. No, wait. I'm not the one who's unlucky, you're the one who's unlucky. You're seriously unlucky. You're very, very unlucky. You're really very, absolutely unlucky. The man occasionally turned around to look at Su Ming as he continued moving forwards, mumbling under his breath. However, His mumbles were akin to low-pitched roars in Su Ming's ears. That voice was enough to make his ears start buzzing now that he was listening in close proximity. Su Ming's expression turned cold and shouted out in an icy tone, "That's enough!" The man immediately glared at Su Ming and shouted at him, How dare you try to stop me from talking to myself?" Su Ming felt the beginnings of a headache forming. It was especially so when he found that the man looked rather hurt by Su Ming's words while shouting. Once he remembered that the man came to pick him up, and remembered that this man was highly likely Xianxia's disciple as well, judging by his words. Su Ming sighed. "Xianxia told me that I was his only disciple." The bad feeling in Su Ming's heart grew stronger. "How should I address you?" Su Ming asked with a bitter laugh. "Humph." The man seemed to still be angry. He turned around and ignored Su Ming, choosing instead to continue flying forward. After a while, once the two of them passed through countless mountains, the man could not help but start talking when he saw that Su Ming did not speak anymore. "I'm warning ya, don't talk to me anymore. Don't ask fair my name either. Even if you ask me, your grandpa who won't tell ya, 'cause I'm angry." "All right, then how should I address you?" Su Ming asked with a nod. "Humph. Everyone calls me Grandpa Hu, but since we're fellow disciples in the same sect, then I'll allow you to call me Grandpa Hu Zi," the man quickly answered, having long forgotten the words he had said just now. There was a prideful look on his face, as if he was very satisfied with his name. Su Ming's expression remained passive as he nodded and asked, "Aha, Hu Zi? When is Master Xianxia coming back?" "You didn't see him? The old man just came back." "Humph. I was drinking wine when he threw me out to come and pick you up." When the man spoke of this, anger appeared on his face. "Oh, I really didn't see him." A barely noticeable glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. "The old man is a sage." "A sage? Understand? A sage has to act like a sage. He's the best at sounding mysterious and giving us all that mumbo-jumbo." The man seemed to have recalled something, and he took a big gulp of wine from his wine pot with a down-spirited look on his face. Su Ming clenched his right fist and a freezing glare appeared in his eyes, but his face remained passive as he nodded. "He once told me that he only had me as his disciple." Before Su Ming even finished speaking, that man immediately turned livid with rage and turned around to yell at Su Ming. "He told me the same thing, but only when I came back with him did I realize that I had a senior brother above me, and my senior brother had another senior brother above him." A smile appeared on Su Ming's face, but that smile was a little forced, and there was even a hint of coldness in his smile. "He even told me." This time, even before Su Ming finished speaking, the man immediately cut in. "I know. He must have told ya that he has a lot of berserker vessels and you can choose them at will." Su Ming clenched his right fist tighter. "He might have even told ya that he has all the berserker arts of Freezing Sky Clan, and if you acknowledge him as your master, you can learn them." Su Ming's smile turned even colder. "He must also have told you that if you acknowledge him as your master, then you'll understand in the future that Freezing Sky Clan is nothing." "Well, damn him. That old man told me the exact same thing in the past. My junior brother, you're unlucky, you're super unlucky, you're super duper unlucky. I'm telling ya, we're not the only ones with the same experience. My senior brother told me the same thing. His experiences were the same as ours. Our senior brother's senior brother apparently said the same thing to him." As the man babbled on in a sympathizing manner, both of them gradually weaved through several main mountains and arrived at Freezing Sky Clan's 9th summit. The 9 main mountains and the numerous subordinate mountains formed the vast snow plains belonging to Freezing Sky Clan. Together with Heaven Gate, both mountains and gate created Freezing Sky Clan's powerful presence. The 9 main mountains were an important part of Freezing Sky Clan. Each mountain was humongous. At first glance, they looked like towering ice mountains that exuded an aged presence. At that moment, the 9th summit was presented before Su Ming's eyes. "We're here." The man pointed at the 9th summit by Su Ming's side and let out a sigh. Su Ming was stunned. On the way here, he had lost all hope and was disappointed by Xianxia's words. Yet when he saw the ninth summit, he could not help but be surprised. He hesitated for a moment before looking at the man. How many people are staying here? Not many. Including you and the old man, there are only 5 people here. This is the only thing the old man didn't lie about. He does indeed stay in Freezing Sky Clan and does indeed own a mountain, which is the 9th summit. Su Ming took a deep breath. At the very least, he now felt a little bit comforted after the hurt he felt for having been lied to. Our eldest senior brother is in constant isolation. He will only come out on the day of eternal creation, and every single time he comes back, he'll make a huge ruckus. Even if you're dead drunk, you'll still wake up because of him. You'll have to listen to him shouting that he's finally out, and it's a real headache. You can treat him like a turtle. He usually sleeps, and when he wakes up he'll let out a loud yawn. Then he'll go back to sleep. The man mumbled under his breath. As Su Ming listened to him, he found himself rendered speechless. Our second senior brother has a good personality. He likes to plant stuff, so he fenced up a large plot of land in the mountain to plant his trees. But he's far too hardworking, which led him to believe that he could do better. Still, he planted too many trees, and slowly most of the mountain was filled with his plants. If you walk around during midnight, you should be able to see him moving things around. Second senior brother has this weird habit of only coming out to look at his plants at night. Don't be scared when you see him. That man is always paranoid. He keeps thinking someone is trying to sneak in and steal his plants. The man continued mumbling even as he flew with Su Ming into the 9th summit and stood on the mountainside. Su Ming could no longer tell just how he was feeling right now. He was standing on a flight of stairs, and when he looked down, he saw a battered-down place that might have been clean and tidy in the past. That battered image was especially highlighted by the plants that could survive in snow, which filled the entire place. Once he remembered what the man had said about their second senior brother, he let out a wry laugh. The man continued mumbling even as he was walking up the stairs. As he was talking, Su Ming's heart suddenly lurched in his chest. He lifted his head swiftly and saw a man in white, standing in the snow, not too far away. He had no idea when that man had appeared, but he was standing there looking at him and the man with a smile. Who's he? This must be our youngest junior brother. That man seemed to also be in his 30s, and his appearance gave him a kindly and refined air. His white clothing gave him a gentle demeanor that made him not seem cold and unapproachable. Second senior brother, morning. The man spoke with a relaxed manner, then pointed at Su Ming before he continued talking. He's our youngest junior brother. The old man brought him back. What's his name again? Su. That's right, he's Su. Su Ming lifted his head to look at the sky. At that moment, the sky was already beginning to darken. It looked as if it was going to be dusk soon. However, light was reflected off the snow in these northern plains, causing the entire place to still look bright. Nonetheless, this did not seem to be a time where anyone should be greeting anyone else with morning. I woke up a bit earlier today. The gentleman yawned and smiled at Su Ming before giving him a nod. I see. So your name is Su? That's not a bad name. Not bad, youngest junior brother. You have to believe in yourself. You have to believe that you can do anything you want. As the man in white spoke, he lifted his head and looked at the sky. I won't be talking to you two anymore. I woke up far too early today and I need to go back and sleep. I have to keep watch tonight as well. Some of my plants were stolen yesterday. The man in white turned around. He was about to leave when he suddenly stopped and turned his head back. He looked at Su Ming kindly. Youngest junior brother, the mountain is different from what Master told you, but there's one thing that won't change. Freezing Sky Clan's 9th summit is your home. While you're here, no one will dare harass you. The man in white smiled and left. Su Ming was silent. He could not tell the man's level of cultivation. In fact, in his eyes, that man was just like an ordinary person. He could not sense any pressure or chi from him. Yet his words stayed in Su Ming's mind for a long time. But it was a pity, because another voice came from Su Ming's side and destroyed that feeling. The man called Hu Zi had a gloomy look on his face. Don't trust him. When I first came here, second senior brother told me the same thing. I was really touched, But you don't understand, when I was beaten up by those people in Freezing Sky Clan and ran back to the mountain, second senior brother never helped me. Every single time I went to him, he would get angry and want to take revenge with me. But then once he cools down, he goes back to sleep. I once waited at his place for 3 months without leaving, and he actually managed to sleep through those 3 months. The man's face was filled with hurt as he talked about his past. Didn't he just tell you to believe in yourself? It's precisely because he believed that he could do better that the entire 9th summit turned into his farm. Su Ming looked at the mountain, then at the man, then in the direction where the man in white had left, and instantly found himself speechless. Hey, this is my place. Your grandpa who ain't a turtle, and I don't like plants either. I just like drinking. This is my cave abode. I don't come out usually. I drink when I'm awake, and when I'm drunk, I sleep. When I wake up again, I drink, and when I'm drunk again, I sleep. The man pointed towards a direction in the distance, then picked up his gourd to drink another mouthful. The old man stays at the top of the mountain. Go see him. I don't want to see him. Every time I see him, I can't control my temper. The man mumbled and patted Su Ming's shoulder. Youngest junior brother, good luck. As he spoke, he turned around and started drinking while walking on the snow towards his cave abode. Su Ming stood alone on the mountain and looked around himself. Wind blew at that moment, and it lifted up the snow before him to dance in the air. Su Ming shook his head. There were similarities but also differences between the Freezing Sky Clan right before him and the Freezing Sky Clan in his mind. The similarity was Freezing Sky Clan itself, and the difference was the 9th summit. He spent a moment to think while remaining on his spot, then lifted his head to look at the peak of the mountain. From there, he could see a magnificent building that gave people a grand impression even if they were looking from the distance. Su Ming walked up the stairs covered by plants that could survive in winter and stepped on the snow as he moved towards the top of the mountain. Since he was already here, then he would not turn back. Since he had already chosen Xianxia as his master, then unless he absolutely had to, Su Ming would not choose another master. As he continued upwards, the mountain breeze became stronger. The moaning wind and tumbling snow around him blended together with the quiet mountain and turned into an indescribable feeling within him that made his heart gradually calm down. This is such a tall mountain, one of the 9 summits of Freezing Sky Clan. It might be the quietest mountain compared to the other summits here as well. Su Ming did not move quickly. As the sky gradually darkened and dusk arrived, he finally reached the top of the mountain. When he finished climbing the stairs, the magnificent building he'd seen in the distance stood before him. However, now that he was closer, this building, which looked like an audience hall and did indeed let out a grand presence, was in such a state of disrepair that it seemed to have a dreary air around it. There were 9 pillars around the audience hall. They surrounded the hall and enveloped it with a thin sheen of light. Others could only look at it and not enter. It's sealed. Su Ming was stunned. The 9th summit of Freezing Sky Clan is composed of 1 main mountain, 6 subordinate mountains, and 7 audience halls. A familiar old voice said from behind Su Ming. He turned around and saw an old man walking out from behind the audience hall. The old man wore a white robe and had a mysterious smile on his lips, which gave him the presence of an enigmatic sage. The 7 halls each have their own function. If there's someone attending to them, then they could activate the mountain's might. All those who can occupy this particular hall will instantly become one of the 9 lords of Freezing Sky Clan's Great Frozen Plains. The duties of the school in Freezing Sky Clan are secondary. The left, right, and head preceptors, the sect protectors, and even the clan elders are just mere titles. The people taking up these positions will change, but the only ones that will not change and will remain unchanging until the people with the titles die are the 9 lords of the Great Frozen Plains, which are the 9 lords of the 9 mountains on the snow plains. The 9 lords of the Great Plains and the 9 lords of Heaven Gate. These 18 people are the strongest people in all of Freezing Sky Clan, besides some of the old folks here anyway. It's a pity that there are only 8 lords in Heaven Gate and 7 lords in the Great Frozen Plains. The halls in the 1st and 9th summits aren't taken by anyone. Su Ming remained silent and did not speak. Xianxia walked to him slowly and looked at Su Ming with his back to the sealed hall when he was a few dozen feet away from Su Ming. "My disciple, how do you feel after you've come here?" Xianxia asked, smiling. "Like I've been lied to," Su Ming stated bluntly. There was not a hint of awkwardness on Xianxia's face. He winked at Su Ming and smiled faintly without saying a word. Su Ming forced down the anger in his heart and asked calmly, "I will not mind that you lied to me about me being your only disciple that day. But are the Berserker vessels, skills, ancient scrolls, and the others true?" "Of course they're true. Look, I told you that day that I live on a mountain. I didn't lie to you about that now, did I? If you want to see it, you can do it anytime you want. But you just came today. So how about I call your second senior brother and third senior brother to drink together?" Su Ming looked at Xianxia and hissed out, "Don't need. With your permission, I'd like to see it now." "Ah, all right then." Xianxia hesitated for a moment before he lifted his right hand at the air. Immediately, the mountain trembled and a stone door rose up from the ground beside him. "This is where I store all my treasure. The first layer is where I keep the Berserker vessels, the second layer has the skills, and the third layer has the ancient scrolls. If you want to see them, then I'll wait for you here." Xianxia let out a fake cough. "Ah, that's right. You can take one thing away from each layer out of the things that catch your fancy in there. Treat them as my gift for you for becoming my disciple." Xianxia waved his hand, and the stone door immediately started opening with loud rumbling sounds. Purple light shone through the door, making it seem as if there were truly valuable treasures in there. "Don't be greedy. You can only take one thing away from each layer." Xianxia still held himself in the manner of a sagely veteran as he smiled and spoke to Su Ming. It seemed like he was very confident in his treasures. When he saw Xianxia behaving this way, Su Ming started believing him somewhat but remained largely skeptical. He walked closer to the stone door and went inside. He felt his vision blur in the same manner as when he was relocated. Rumbling chode in his ears. After a moment, that sound disappeared, and his vision gradually cleared up to show a gigantic cave before him. There were numerous small holes around the cave. There was an enchanted vessel in each of the small holes. Each of them looked different from the others and were so numerous that they numbered into the hundreds. Yet when Su Ming took a closer look, an odd expression gradually appeared on his face. These are his Berserker vessels. Su Ming felt fortunate that he had prepared himself mentally beforehand. At that moment, when he saw these Berserker vessels, his lips twisted into a bitter smile. He took a few steps forward and picked a palm-sized awl from a small hole. With just a small squeeze, a corner broke off from that awl. In the small hole next to this one was a rusted iron sword. There were also some bone vessels that had weathered away in some of the other holes. He took a look around the area and saw that most of the items here were slightly broken. Even if some of them seemed to be in decent condition, once he approached them, they would crack just like the awl if he so much as touched them, as if they would completely shatter into pieces if he used even the slightest force. "Oh well, Hu already mentioned this before. Looks like it's true." Su Ming shook his head and laughed bitterly. Once he averted his gaze, he grabbed the very first awl he took from this place, which he also broke earlier, and placed it into his storage bag before no longer paying any attention to the place. He walked into the deeper parts of the cave abode and into the second layer. With his experience in the first layer, Su Ming did not expect much when he entered the second layer. However, right at the instant he entered the second layer, his heart started racing in his chest. Right before his eyes were an innumerable amount of jades floating in the air. These jades were shining with a gentle light that illuminated the entire chamber of the second layer. Some of the jades even shone with a variety of colors that made them stand out at first glance. Could it be that Xianxia wasn't lying about freezing Sky Clan's arts and skills? Su Ming was momentarily stunned. The colorful jades did not seem fake. Even if the color was really fake, Su Ming could still clearly sense the mighty pressure and spiritual presence coming from them. His breathing quickened and he took a few steps forward to take a closer look and grabbed a jade with his right hand. He placed it on his palm and focused his attention on it. Once he did so, He immediately felt as if his will was being absorbed into the jade, and a string of words and illusions appeared naturally in his head. However, before he could pay attention to them, the words and illusions in his head swiftly faded away and disappeared. Su Ming frowned and tried a few more times. Yet it was the same each time he tried. A glint appeared in his eyes and he let go of the jade before taking another one, but the results were the same. Is it because my level of cultivation is not high enough? He mumbled. Not wanting to give up, he picked up a few dozen more jades and focused his attention on them one by one, but they were the same. The images only appeared briefly in his mind before they disappeared. Even a simple jade that only had a small presence to it reacted the same way when Su Ming looked at it. Gradually, his face darkened. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he took in a deep breath and quelled the disappointment in his heart. Once he took a look at all the jades in the chamber and was marginally certain that all of them were fake. He laughed bitterly and shook his head before heading deeper into the chamber towards the third layer. If the map in the third layer is also fake. Su Ming remained silent as he walked towards the third layer. The third layer was built in a simple manner. It was the smallest in size, and there were stone shelves positioned around the chamber. There were some bamboo slips lying on the shelves along with some beast skins that were bundled together. Su Ming stood in the third layer and suddenly felt nervous. He was torn between the desire to know whether the map of the land of South Morning truly existed in this place and worried that he would not be able to find the alliance of the Western region once he found the map. This was not the first time he felt so conflicted. He had been this nervous at the foot of Tranquil East Mountain when he held the borrowed map from Tranquil East Tribe in the past. After remaining silent for a moment, Su Ming took a deep breath. He did not look at the bamboo slips, but picked out a beast skin from the large amount of beast skins lying around, opened it slowly and looked. Not it. There were some runic symbols that Su Ming had never seen before carved on the beast skin. With just one glance, he placed it back into its original spot and picked up another one. Not it. Not it. Su Ming took out the beast skins one by one and opened them, but none of them were the map he wanted. When there was eventually only 3 beast skins left before him, his breathing quickened. A corner of the second piece of the 3 remaining beast skins was exposed to the open, and it showed some faint lines that seemed to show the topography of a place. Su Ming hesitated for a moment before he gritted his teeth and grabbed that beast skin. He had a strong feeling that the beast skin in his hand was the map he wanted to see. To him, it did not matter whether he was taken into Freezing Sky Clan or acknowledged Xianxia as his master. These were not important. What was important was his goal for entering Freezing Sky Clan, the map that would allow him to return to the alliance of the Western region. That was why when Xianxia said he wanted to take Su Ming as his disciple and mentioned one thing among all the other benefits he offered, the one where he a map of the land of South Morning that was even more complete than the one belonging to Freezing Sky Clan, Su Ming's interest was sparked. He did not care about entering Freezing Sky Clan. He only cared about the map. That was why Su Ming agreed to acknowledge Xianxia as his master. At that moment, when he was continuously disappointed by what he saw in the first and second layers, his anxiety reached its peak when he held the beast skin in his hands. His right hand shook as he opened the beast skin before him painstakingly slowly. When the beast's skin was completely unfurled and Su Ming's eyes landed on it, he trembled. He felt as if thunder was rumbling in his head, and he even felt as if there were buzzing sounds by his ears. At that moment he had forgotten everything. He forgot that he was within the chamber. He forgot that he was at the 9th summit of Freezing Sky Clan. He forgot that he was in the land of South Morning. All his attention was gathered on his eyes, on his gaze that landed on the beast skin in his hands. This was a torn and worn-down beast skin, but even so, the map drawn on it was rather complete. There was an old and aged presence coming from that map, making all those who touched it to feel just how old that beast skin was. This map should not be Xianxia's work, but something that had existed since a long time ago. There were 5 continents on the map. With his eyes trained on the map, Su Ming sat down on the floor slowly. There was a lost and nostalgic look in his eyes, and with grief on his face, he caressed the map gently with his right hand. He saw the land of South Morning on the map and also saw the Alliance of Western Region just right above it. My home, he mumbled. Tears had started falling from his eyes some time ago. The tears slid down his face from the corners of his eyes and stained his clothes before seeping into the fabric. 4 of the 5 continents were located to the north, south, east, and west, and right at the center was the 5th continent. A cauldron was drawn on the spot. The land of South Morning was located to the south, and the Alliance of the Western Region was to the west, but there was a ravine between these 2 continents that seemed impossible to cross. Su Ming's tears stained his clothes, and some of them fell on the beast's skin. He lowered his head and did not hear the sigh that came from behind him. So you acknowledged me as your master because of this? Su Ming stared at the beast skin map before him with a stunned expression. That map was stained with colors showing the signs of time. The edges were pretty worn out, giving the feeling that it had been around for ages. The seemingly impassable ravine between the land of South Morning and the Alliance of the West Morning was marked with a black line. This line did not exist solely in between the land of South Morning and the Alliance of the Western Region. It also existed between the other continents as well. Someone drew this map from memory after the second god of Berserkers was buried, though it's only drawn with him guessing the distance. Before the second god of Berserkers, the entire land of Berserkers was one big continent. It was gigantic, and there were some who could walk through the entire continent. Xianxia's old voice came slowly from behind Su Ming. When the second god of Berserkers died, the land of Berserkers was divided and became 5 continents with the Great Yu Dynasty as its center. The cauldron in the middle shows where Great Yu Dynasty is located. It's marked with a cauldron because this cauldron is the tribal vessel for us Berserkers. Xianxia's voice became slightly low. The Great Barren Cauldron. The moment these 4 words came out of Xianxia's mouth, Su Ming shuddered. His attention was dragged away from the beast's skin map, and the only words that echoed in his ears were the 3 words, Great Barren Cauldron. Barren Cauldron. A violent surge of emotions formed in Su Ming's heart, and Xianxia saw it reflected on Su Ming's face, though he assumed that it was because the youth had heard about the Great Yu Dynasty. He did not know that Su Ming was thinking about that black stone hanging from his neck and all the sights he saw after he entered the space in the stone. A barren cauldron is required for the process of quenching herbs into pills. Is there some sort of connection between that barren cauldron and the Great Barren Cauldron Xianxia mentioned? Bewilderment appeared on Su Ming's face. The black lines you see between the 5 continents are suspended lines of blood. They're formed through the grudge left behind after the second god of Berserkers died. It's rumored that the Immortals used this grudge and worked together with the shamans to lay out this exceedingly cruel rune. This is the rune that caused the 5 continents in the land of Berserkers to be incomplete. It's a grueling task trying to move between continents. Xianxia's voice echoed in the chamber and stayed for a long time. I have no idea why you need the map, and I don't know where you want to go on these 5 continents. But, since you're my disciple, then I must tell you this: work hard to increase your level of cultivation. Your level of cultivation is everything. With your current power, even if you want to leave the land of South Morning, it's impossible for you to traverse the world outside Sky Mist Barrier, much less go to the other continents. You must first be able to move around safely outside the barrier before you can think of anything else and go to the places you want. And you need to rely on great power to do this. If you don't have enough power, then don't think of anything else. Even if you think about it, it's useless. It'll just make you frustrated and you won't be able to calm down. If your heart isn't calm, then your soul will be in turmoil, which will cause your mark to scatter when it manifests, and you will find it hard to improve. The key is your level of cultivation. You must increase your level of cultivation, Xianxia said softly and lifted his right hand to pat Su Ming's shoulder. You're not the only one with a troubled past. Your eldest senior brother has his own past, and your second senior brother has his as well. Xianxia faltered in his words, as if he felt moved by something. Su Ming was silent for a moment. Then he looked at the beast's skin map before him and asked in a low whisper, What level of cultivation will I need to go out of Sky Mist Barrier and out of the land of South Morning? Xianxia was silent for a while before he said, "Those who aren't in the bone sacrifice realm don't even need to think about walking past sky mist barrier. Even those who have reached bone sacrifice realm need to be careful outside the barrier. The slightest carelessness will lead to a person's doom. What lies between us and the shamans is a blood feud. If you reach the Berserker Soul Realm, then you can travel through the barrier as you please, but you still need to be careful. Still, as long as you don't run into the powerful shamans from the shaman tribe and don't go to some of the more dangerous places, then you can still make sure you don't die. So what you're saying is that if I reach Berserker Soul Realm, then I'll earn the right to leave the land of South Morning?" Su Ming mumbled. "It's just a right, though. The Berserker Soul Realm is merely the completion of the first great realm of us practitioners of the Berserker arts. There's bound to be other realms after the Berserker Soul Realm. But it's a pity, because no one knows exactly what are the other realms after the Berserker Soul Realm and how we're supposed to reach them." Xianxia sighed softly. "Why?" Su Ming lifted his head and looked at Xianxia. "Because the fourth god of Berserkers still hasn't appeared even after so long. Only the fourth god of Berserkers can feel the presence of the third god of Berserkers will through a trance and obtain the inheritance of the god of Berserkers, subsequently sensing the higher realms and create the statue of the god of Berserkers for the realms after the Berserker Soul Realm. And only then will those who have reached Berserker Soul Realm be able to sense their calling." Su Ming looked at Xianxia and said after a long while, "When I was coming here, I met a man named Bai on one of the parts of Sky Mist Barrier. He's a divine general in the Bone Sacrifice Realm, and he mentioned you. He said you once ventured out of the land of South Morning and went to the Great Yu Dynasty. Is this true?" Xianxia was silent. A conflicted look appeared on his face. He lifted his head and looked in another direction in the chamber. That part of the chamber was empty, and Su Ming had no idea what he was looking at. Nostalgia gradually appeared in Xianxia's eyes. "I don't know whether what I saw was the Great Yu Dynasty. Once you reach the Berserker Soul Realm and you want to leave, then I'll tell you about it." Xianxia closed his eyes, and his voice sounded even older. "I know a person whose level of cultivation isn't even in the Transcendence Realm, and he doesn't live in the Great Yu Dynasty. He lives on another continent, but has left his hometown many times. There was even once where he might have gone to the Great Yu Dynasty." Su Ming said, his head lowered. When Xianxia heard his words, he immediately opened his eyes, and a bright glint appeared briefly in his eyes before it instantly vanished. The moment the light in his eyes shone, an incredible pressure fell upon the place suddenly, but the pressure also dissipated equally quickly, causing others to think that they might have just imagined it. However, Su Ming felt shaken. During that instant, he clearly felt as if his chi had gone still, and even the ninth summit seemed to have shuddered. Going to Great Yu Dynasty from the other continents without even transcending. "That's impossible," Xianxia exclaimed. "Impossible." "It might be." Su Ming closed his eyes and covered the bewilderment in his eyes. The more he knew, the more things he found were out of place in his memories regarding Dark Mountain. It was especially so when he saw Lei Chun and Bei Ling on the chains of Han Mountain, whose appearances he had not been able to determine were real or false. There was also the elder, who seemed to have wanted to tell him something when he appeared. All of these things made him uncertain and confused about the things he saw. "There's a veil covering Dark Mountain and the things that had happened when I was in the void in the crack. Perhaps when I have the ability to lift the veil, I'll be able to find out the secrets surrounding me," Su Ming thought quietly, and this was the only thought that could prevent him from losing himself in the midst of his bewilderment, stop him from breaking down from fear and his suspicions regarding his future and his past. "How can I increase my power quickly?" Su Ming opened his eyes and looked towards Xianxia, who was sitting by his side. "Your eldest senior brother asked me that question in the past, and I told him that he needed to have a clear mind. He thought about it for a long time and chose to isolate himself for long periods of time in the end." Xianxia cast Su Ming a profound look. There was a brief pause in his sentence before he continued speaking. "Your second senior brother also asked me the same question, and I also told him to clear his mind. His decision was different from your eldest senior brother's. He chose to go plant flowers and trees. As for your third senior brother, well, he's an ignorant fellow. He didn't ask me that question, only spending all his days drinking and searching for his heart while wasting his life away. I'll tell you the same answer. You have to have a clear mind. Xianxia smiled faintly and pointed towards the entrance with his right hand. You must have been disappointed by the berserker vessels in the first layer of the chamber. You see them as broken and useless items. That is the same as the wine you drank from the gourd. You think it's water, but to me it's wine. That's the same logic. To me, the items in the first layer of the chamber are things that I collected throughout my life. In my heart, they're the most precious enchanted vessels in the world. You must also have been disappointed by all the skills belonging to Freezing Sky Clan stored in the second layer, because you couldn't tell what was within. There was a ghost of a smile on Xianxia's lips as he looked at Su Ming. Su Ming was silent. He did not speak. You still don't truly understand. What do berserkers practice? We practice creation, and that means we aren't limited by anything. We rely on ourselves to create whatever it is that we want. Those so-called skills and abilities are just creations left behind by our ancestors. There are hundreds upon thousands of berserkers in Freezing Sky Clan, and the powerful ones are as numerous as clouds. But are these people practicing the creation? Do they know the meaning of creation? My disciples don't need any skills or abilities. They only need to understand the rules of creation lying in the world once they find the way to clear their mind. There seemed to be a strange glow on Xianxia's face. There was a sort of obstinacy with how he looked with that glow on his face. However, Xianxia's obstinacy seemed almost like madness to Su Ming. Creation. This one word is what people desire and what they are searching for. But what is the true meaning of creation? This is my question for you. Go think about it, understand it, and once you have your answer, come tell me. That mysterious look was back on Xianxia's face. He stroked his beard and spoke languidly with the airs of a well-learned sage. Can I take this map with me? Su Ming stood up quietly and carefully folded up the beast skin scroll before him. If you are my disciple, then you can take away one item from each layer, Xianxia said, smiling softly. Su Ming put the beast skin away into his bosom, then looked at Xianxia and took a deep breath. He wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed towards him. Please receive the greeting from your disciple, Su Ming, master. Xianxia laughed boisterously and waved his arm. Immediately, wind blew past with a whistle and brought Su Ming out of the cave. Your senior brothers are a little odd, but you should get in touch with them. Go and search for a way to clear your mind. Trust me, you'll be able to find it. Su Ming stood alone on the top of the 9th summit. Once he was taken out of the chamber by Xianxia, he was left alone on the spot. He had no idea where Xianxia went. Freezing Sky Clan's 9th summit? Is it my home now? Su Ming looked at the white world lying before him in the distance, and a familiar yet strange feeling rose in his heart. What was familiar was the snow, and what was strange was the land. Snow danced in the air around him. When he looked at it, Su Ming lowered his head and walked down the plant-covered stairs. Since I'm already here, then I might as well find a cave abode first. As Su Ming walked down, he looked around him, and all he saw were plants that could survive in the cold. They grew so densely that they covered most of the mountain. Our second senior brother is far too hardworking, which led him to believe that he could do better. The words of his third senior brother, Hu Zi, echoed in Su Ming's ears. He walked for a long time, and gradually began to understand what those words meant. When night arrived and the world turned dark, Su Ming found a place that was not covered in plants in a certain part of the 9th summit's mountainside. The spot was a little further away from the stairs. There was a big stone protruding off the ground, and it formed a platform that was not too big. When Su Ming stood on the platform and the moaning winter breeze blew past his ears, he lifted his right hand, and immediately, the center of his brows shone with a green light. The small virescent sword flew out and circled Su Ming several times before it charged towards the rock wall of the 9th summit next to him. Banging sounds echoed in the air, and under the small sword's continuous barrage, Su Ming gradually opened up a simple cave abode in the rock wall. The ice stones on the wall were incredibly sturdy. Just trying to hew out a simple cave abode required a bit of an effort from Su Ming's part. Only when the moon hung high in the sky was the cave abode finally finished. Su Ming put away the small sword and looked at the cave abode before him. It was so simple that it did not even have a door. He shook his head and went in. There was only one room in his abode. Su Ming walked to the end and looked around. The walls of the cave gave off a chilling air, causing the entire abode to also be cold. He sat down quietly and took out the beast skin map from his bosom. He lowered his head and looked at it for a moment before sighing softly. Power, Master is right. If I want to get out of the land of South Morning, then I need great power. First, I need to find a method to clear my mind and understand the true meaning of creation. Su Ming put away the beast skin map and sat down on the ground with a contemplative look on his face. Time trickled by. During his first night in Freezing Sky Clan's 9th summit and in the simple cave abode with the moaning winter wind as his companion, Su Ming spent most of the night mulling over Xianxia's words. Besides the wind, Freezing Sky Clan was quiet at night. It was especially so on the 9th summit because there were just too few people living there. Moonlight scattered on the ground outside in a gentle manner, though the light gave the snow on the ground a biting cold air. When it was almost daylight, Su Ming woke up from his meditation. He frowned. He was a little unclear on what exactly clearing his mind meant. Clearing my own mind? I should have already done it. My mind is already calm and cleared. But what's the use of it for my training? What does Master mean by understanding it? Su Ming thought about it for a long time, but still found himself a little unclear about it. He lifted his head and looked at the dimly lit sky outside his abode before walking outside. An unfamiliar land and an unfamiliar mountain. The moment Su Ming walked outside, cold wind blew against his face and brought some snow. He did not mind the cold brought by the snow. The sky was dimly lit. The darkness around the area had mostly gone away and he could see the outline of the land. Su Ming walked forward without a direction, and the snow he walked on made crunching sounds under his feet. Those sounds, along with the rhythm at which they came, gradually relaxed Su Ming's mind that had become confused from his inability to understand his master's words. Clearing the mind. Does he mean to train the mind? Su Ming felt as if he understood something. He had no idea how much time had passed, but as he walked around, he suddenly stopped and a piercing and fierce look appeared in his eyes. However, he soon relaxed and looked forward with an odd expression. He saw a person crouching before him behind a big stone. That person had a pot of wine in his hands. As he drank, he would stretch his head out from behind the big rock carefully and peek outwards. From where Su Ming stood, he could only see that person's back. He could not see exactly what the person was so carefully peeking at from behind the rock. Third senior brother. Su Ming's expression became even odder. He could not really understand what this man who kept referring to himself as grandpa who was doing by crouching there. Shoo! Third senior brother had clearly noticed Su Ming. He turned back and swiftly placed his index finger by his mouth and made faces at him. Once he signaled Su Ming to not make a sound. He beckoned him over. Su Ming hesitated for a moment before he walked carefully towards him. When he saw that his third senior brother was being very cautious and even had a hint of nervousness on his face, Su Ming could not help but to keep his guard up. He even bent down and approached him slowly. When he saw Su Ming's attitude, admiration appeared on the man's face. Once Su Ming was close, he grabbed his arm and pulled him behind himself before he whispered, "Don't speak. No matter what you see later, don't cause a ruckus, or else things will get troublesome." This third senior brother of his had kept him company when Su Ming was traveling to the 9th summit, but he had never seen such an expression on the dense-looking man. When Su Ming saw this, he could not help but be surprised. However, he also became serious because of his words and nodded his head. "Aye, that's it. When I look over next time, you can peek with me. Remember this, don't cause a ruckus." Third senior brother licked his lips. As he warned Su Ming, he drank some more wine, then lifted his head and looked out of the edge of the mountain rock. Su Ming also lifted his head and stole a glance over the edge of the mountain rock. That one glance alone made the expression on his face become even more peculiar. There was nothing behind the mountain rock. The entire place was filled with plants, and there was no sign of anyone being there. The place was silent. Third senior brother's spirits were lifted up, and he whispered quickly, "He's here!" The moment those words were said, Su Ming immediately saw a person in white floating towards them like a ghost from the distance. However, he was not really traveling very fast. Once he drifted to the spot filled with plants before them, he stopped. Judging by his looks, that person was Su Ming's second senior brother. There was a cautious look on his face. Once he looked around to check his surroundings, he lowered his head and looked at the plants by his feet before crouching down and picking some of them. After that, he looked around once again before drifting away into the distance. Su Ming was stunned. He simply could not understand just what he needed to observe in this person. The cautious and stern look on Hu Zi's face made Su Ming feel that this was completely absurd. Once their second senior brother left, Hu Zi relaxed and leaned against the stone with a wide grin on his face as he looked at Su Ming. "So, didn't that feel great?" Su Ming was speechless. He looked at his third senior brother and found himself at a complete loss for words. "Let me tell you, youngest junior brother. Do you know who is the smartest person on the 9th summit?" There was a prideful look of third senior brother's face as he picked up the pot of wine and drank a huge mouthful. He even let out a drunken burp in the process. Su Ming was silent and shook his head. He felt that he should not be here, or perhaps more accurately speaking, he should not even have come out of his cave abode. "You don't? Well, that's to be expected. This is your first day on the mountain. Let me tell you, if we compare our powers, I can't win against our second senior brother. Neither can I win against our eldest senior brother, much less the old man. But intelligence is another matter. Is there anyone else who is smarter than me on this mountain?" "None." Third senior brother's expression became even more prideful. Su Ming continued staying silent. He looked at the man before him and had no idea just how he came to this conclusion. "You're shocked, right? Let me tell you, your grandpa who is the smartest person because I like to think," third senior brother whispered to him with a pleased look. "Not only do I like thinking, I also like observing things. It's not just the 9th summit, I also have other targets of observation on the other mountains. I think I observe, that's why I keep getting smarter. What did you see just now? You saw our second senior brother, right? Let me tell you, what you saw was our second senior brother, but also not our second senior brother. Haha. Our second senior brother is constantly paranoid and keeps saying that someone is stealing his plants at night. He even suspects that I'm the one stealing those plants, but I'm not going to tell him that I see him stealing his own plants at night every single time." The pleased look on third senior brother's face grew clearer as he whispered to Su Ming. Su Ming felt his head hurt. He rubbed the center of his brows, and just as he was about to stand up and leave, "Our senior second brother has gone mad with farming. The him you see at night and the him you see in the morning are different people. Isn't it tiring? He goes to plant stuff in the morning and then he goes and steals at night, and he's always looking for the thief, which also happens to be him. I'm not going to tell him, though." Third senior brother grinned and took a big swig from his wine pot. Su Ming smiled wryly as he looked at him. He finally understood just what was his third senior brother's strange habit. That eccentricity of his was not his love to drink wine, but it was his love to observe and think. "The wine's a little cold now. I've been here for too long and now the wine's not nice anymore," third senior brother mumbled and stood up, then swept his gaze over Su Ming. "Youngest junior brother, your senior brother who is happy today. So what do you say if I bring you to see our eldest senior brother? Our senior brother is a weird person. Isn't he silly? He's constantly in isolation just like a turtle. Isn't that tiring? He should live his life like me. He needs to think more, observe more, drink more, and dream more. But I heard from the old man when he borrowed wine from me that our eldest senior brother is different from us. He's real lucky, you know. He was the first to follow the old man, and I heard that he got himself some real skills. I heard that it's the most mysterious skill from Freezing Sky Clan." third senior brother mumbled drunkenly, pouting. Su Ming was just about to leave when he heard the man's words. His heart jumped suddenly and a brilliant light appeared in his eyes. He had a feeling that he had caught on to something from his third senior brother's words, and his feet stopped moving once again. He lowered his head and looked at his third senior brother looking at him with a drunken look and a foolish grin. Slowly, he found himself unable to tell whether this person was truly drunk, or that he was just telling him all of it on purpose. Are you coming? If you're not, then I'll go by myself. Third senior brother rubbed his eyes and yawned. I'll go. Su Ming nodded his head. His third senior brother's spirits were immediately lifted, and he picked up the gourd from the ground before lifting his head to look at the sky. As he mumbled some words that Su Ming could not hear, he lifted his hand and made a few signs with his hand as if he was scheming something. After a moment, a silly grin appeared on his face. That's great. You're real lucky. We can see our eldest senior brother today. Come. Follow me closely. As third senior brother spoke, he charged into the distance. Su Ming did not say anything but simply followed behind him, looking at his third senior brother's back. He gradually found himself unable to understand this person. Su Ming ran behind Wuxia through the mountains, and before long, as the sun started rising in the sky, they saw a rather broken mountain rock. He could see a low cave over there, and most of the entrance was blocked by a big rock, causing a large amount of sunlight to be blocked off the cave even if it was already daylight. Su Ming hesitated for a moment before he asked, Eldest senior brother isolated himself here? There's no way our eldest senior brother would enjoy his life this way. This is your senior brother whose cave abode. So? It looks grand, right? Wait here. I'll get me some wine. While speaking, he bowed his top half and entered through the low cave entrance. Su Ming stood stunned outside for a moment, beginning to feel doubtful about his previous speculation. Very soon, his third senior brother walked out. Some wine spilled out from the wine pot in his hands. It was clear that he had just refilled it, and there was an excited look on his face as he held the giant gourd in his hands. Let's go. We have to hurry, or else it'll be too late. As he spoke, third senior brother dashed forward. Su Ming hesitated for a moment before following behind him. The both of them ran to the bottom of the mountain. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick to burn, Wuxia brought Su Ming to the bottom of the mountain. With a few twists and turns, they moved to a crack in the mountain. The moment they stepped into the crack, Su Ming immediately sensed a chilling air blow against his face. He looked at his third senior brother's actions. It was clear that he was incredibly familiar with this place. They walked for half a day in that crack and gradually moved deeper underground. During the entire process, there were times where they seemed to have reached the end because Su Ming could no longer see any road leading forward. But the moment Wuxia took another turn, a new path would appear before them. They took many turns in the ice layer, and when Su Ming started feeling dizzy, his third senior brother came to a halt before him and brought him to an ice basin that was moderate in size. When he looked over, the basin seemed like a gigantic hole lying before him. It was dark inside it, and freezing air spread out from within. There were also numerous icicles hanging from the top of the basin that exuded a biting cold presence. We're here. Our eldest senior brother is down there, but it's too deep, so we can't go in. We can only look from here. Third senior brother turned around and looked at Su Ming before pointing towards the basin before them. Su Ming took a few steps forward and looked down the basin. He could not see the end with his current level of cultivation in sight. His third senior brother placed the gourd in his hand on the ground and stood beside him. He lifted his right hand and started counting on his fingers, looking as if he was counting time. There's still the time of half an incense stick left. Youngest junior brother, you'll have to wait a bit. Yet before he finished speaking, a low roar suddenly came from within the basin. That roar was so loud that the ice around the basin started trembling viciously. Su Ming's expression changed. He could clearly feel a strong wave of heat that did not belong to the ice suddenly erupting forth. He instantly took a few steps back. The heat crashed into the two like an explosion, and a wave of hot air surged forth explosively from underneath the basin. That wave of hot air gave people a sense of scorching heat that would even burn their bodies. Yet strangely, the basin and the ice around it was only melting slowly under that wave of heat. When this sight that obviously defied logic appeared before Su Ming, he felt shaken, and he took a deep breath. Darn it! Our eldest senior brother's exhalation was brought forward. Eldest senior brother, Wuxia is here. I even brought our youngest junior brother. He was just taken in by the old man. On behalf of our youngest junior brother, how about you help me warm up my wine? Let me warn you, eldest senior brother, if you break my wine gourd again and embarrass me before our youngest junior brother, then I'll never come see you again. While he spoke, third senior brother quickly threw the wine gourd into the basin. The wine gourd did not fall but instead floated in midair until the heat that erupted from within the basin rushed out and crashed into it. However, cracking sounds rang out in the air. Cracks immediately appeared on the wine gourd. Some of the wine even spilled from them and fell into the basin. Eldest senior brother. Wuxia let out a shrill cry, and he was so shocked his expression even changed. A cold harumph came from within the basin, and a thin layer of ice immediately covered the cracks on the wine gourd, causing the wine that was spilling from the gourd to stop flowing out. At the same time, a wave of heat spread out from within the unsealed gourd. A thick alcoholic fragrance filled the air in the area, causing the people who took a breath of the air to feel warm. The surface of the gourd was covered by a layer of ice while the wine in the gourd boiled, and a large part of it turned into alcoholic steam. That's enough, eldest senior brother. That's enough. Wuxia's expression changed really quickly. Just a breath ago, he had a wretched look on his face, and now he was already smiling happily. Third, don't do this again. Every single time you leave, I have to change the outline of the path outside, but you always manage to get in either way. The wine gourd covered in ice floated towards Wuxia and landed before him. At the same time, a voice that carried a hint of resignation traveled out from within the basin. That voice was very gentle, but the moment it landed in Su Ming's ears, he first felt a chill run down his spine, and that chill soon turned into warmth that spread through his entire body. You're the only one who can come up with the idea of using the origin breath I refined after much difficulty to warm your wine. Ha! Just remember to deliver half of that pot to master, or else I won't warm your wine again. The resigned tone in that voice made Su Ming think that his third senior brother had gone overboard. Eldest senior brother, don't worry. I'll definitely send half a pot to the old man. Ha ha! Wuxia's face was alit with excitement. He quickly picked up the wine gourd and took a sniff of the alcoholic fragrance coming from within. An intoxicated look appeared on his face. Fourth, you just came to the mountain. It's a pity that I can't come out of isolation just yet. I can only do so after a few years. How about this? I'll give this to you. Use it to protect yourself. The gentle voice traveled forth once again, and a blue piece of ice abruptly flew out of the basin. It charged towards Su Ming and floated before him. The blue ball of fire sealed in the blue ice gave it a bewitching presence. Thank you, eldest senior brother. Su Ming quickly wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed before he put away the blue piece of ice. Just by the look of it, he could tell that this was something extraordinary. Wuxia picked up his wine gourd and dragged Su Ming a few steps back before he shouted towards the basin. Eldest senior brother, you should hurry back to your training. I already made calculations. You'll be exhaling that origin breath of yours 43 days later. When that time comes, I'll come find you again. We won't bother you anymore. Eldest senior brother, good luck. The heat spreading from the basin clearly halted for a brief moment, and a resigned sigh reached them from within the basin. Don't always work on getting drunk. Remember what the master told you before. While getting drunk is the method you found to clear your mind, this is just a process. What's important is the dream you have after you're drunk. The gentle voice echoed in the air. I know. We're leaving now. Wuxia quickly left, but Su Ming's footsteps faltered. He looked towards the hot air spreading out from within the basin. Eldest senior brother, what is the skill you're practicing? Is it truly one of the skills taken from our master's second layer in the chamber? Did you see the arts and abilities written on the jades? There was a short period of silence from within the basin before the gentle voice came once again. You can't see what I see, because what I desire the most are skills. His eldest senior brother's voice vibrated in the air, just like how Su Ming's heart was shaking at that moment. When he was eventually dragged out of his eldest senior brother's isolation grounds by Hu Zi and arrived at the bottom of the 9th summit, he felt his mind going into such turmoil it felt as if there were waves crashing in his mind. He did not know how he left the place. In the shaken state he was in, he parted ways with his 3rd senior brother and returned to his cave abode. He sat down cross-legged on the platform and looked at the world in the distance. However, what he saw was no longer important. He could not calm down. Nothing he saw could calm him down. Because my eldest senior brother desired skills, that's why when he saw the jades in the 2nd layer, they were real to him. He got the skill he wanted and isolated himself to train and make himself stronger. And I wanted the map the most, that's why the berserker vessels in the 1st layer, the skills in the 2nd layer, and even the ancient scrolls in the 3rd layer were fake. The map was the only thing I could see. My eldest senior brother isolated himself to clear his mind and understand the meaning of creation. Perhaps the skill he obtained was just a part of it. To bring into being is the true meaning of creation. I wonder what my 2nd senior brother obtained from Master's chamber. He chose to plant those plants because if he planted them on his own, that's also a form of bringing something into being. He's bringing life into being and using this method to train his mind and to understand this. As for my 3rd senior brother, he enters sleep after he's drunk. Getting drunk is the process, and he dreams when he falls asleep. That is a start of him training his mind. Dreaming can also mean creating dreams. Su Ming understood now. He shuddered. At that moment, he saw the world lighting up in the distance. The sun was rising in the horizon. The sun was lighting up the land with an indescribable, shocking presence. The wind was traveling at a moderate speed and lifted Su Ming's hair. The sunlight cast him under a few different shades of colors. Su Ming slowly turned his head and looked towards the top of the mountain that was now illuminated by sunlight. He could vaguely see an old person standing there. That person was looking at the sun rising in the horizon as his clothes fluttered in the wind. Master, Su Ming mumbled. The words Xianxia had told him that day appeared in Su Ming's mind once again. If you accept me as your master, then you'll understand someday that freezing Sky Clan is nothing. Su Ming closed his eyes and immersed himself in his own understanding of the words. Time passed by slowly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. As the sun rose and set, Su Ming sat on the platform and remained unmoving in the midst of the wind and snow. Su Ming lost his sense of time in that rather unfamiliar state. He had his eyes closed, and he looked as if he had lost his soul. His soul seemed to have left his body and fused together with the world. In his world, there was neither the sky nor the earth. There was only chaos that enveloped his mind like a thick layer of fog, causing him to be unable to see clearly, but his heart was still calm, so calm that even his heartbeat was beginning to grow faint. Snow fell on his hair and his clothes. The snow gradually accumulated on him, causing Su Ming to look like a snowman from afar. For days, 5 days, 6 days, the sun rose and set numerous times. Sunlight and moonlight fell on Su Ming's body alternatively and reflected off different shades of light on his body. Nonetheless, he still remained still and unmoving. Su Ming did not know about this, but at that moment, at the top of the 9th summit, the person he'd seen before he entered this state had not left. Xianxia stood on the peak silently. He had been watching Su Ming sitting there from the very start, had been going through the past few days along with him, and he would continue staying there. As his master, he would only leave when Su Ming woke up. He knew that this state was an incredibly important process of life and metamorphosis for this particular disciple of his. This was a process that would grant him epiphany. Xianxia looked at Su Ming in the distance as he mumbled under his breath. All my disciples would experience their first epiphany at different points of time once they came under me. When his first disciple experienced his epiphany, he watched. When his second disciple experienced his epiphany, he watched. He still watched on the peak quietly when his third disciple experienced his epiphany. Right now, he was standing on the mountain just like the previous 3 times he had done so. He watched Su Ming gain his epiphany. During this process, he would not allow anyone to disturb his students. He was their master. He had to stretch out his arms and protect them with his body when they were weak. I look forward to what sort of method will dawn on you and allow you to clear your mind. A kind smile appeared on Xianxia's face. In that smile was expectation. He would never forget the sight of this disciple of his crying when he saw the beast skin map in the chamber a few days ago. Just like how when he took in his first, second, and third disciples, the moment Su Ming called him his master, he treated Su Ming as his disciple. There was no need for him to acknowledge Su Ming as his disciple over time. Sometimes, people only needed that one particular feeling at that one particular moment to familiarize themselves with each other. Xianxia continued watching. Su Ming's third senior brother, who loved calling himself Grandpa, who lay in his cave on the 9th summit with his wine gourd in his hand, drinking from it. He was already drunk. However, the state of drunkenness he was in for the past few days made it difficult for him to fall asleep. He would occasionally lift his head and look towards a particular direction. His line of sight might have been blocked by the stone wall of his cave, but if the wall was not there, then he would be able to see Su Ming sitting on that platform in the direction he looked. My life is so difficult, but there's no help to it. He's my youngest junior brother. There's no way around it. But at least when I go out and fight next time, I'll have someone helping me. Not bad. Not bad at all. The third senior brother mumbled under his breath and grinned widely in a highly pleased manner. Humph, at least I'm smart. Youngest junior brother gained an understanding from my unwitting guidance. Let's see what sort of method he'll figure out. No good. What if he reaches an epiphany like eldest senior brother and isolates himself just like him? Then I'll just be lonely again. What if he comes to a realization and obtains the same weird habit as second senior brother and falls in love with planting stuff? That won't do either. Drinking. It'll be best if he comes to reach an epiphany where he needs to drink. Then he can drink with me. The man scratched his head and anxiety appeared on his face. At that moment, there was a person who was crouching down among a large field of plants on the 9th summit. He was digging through the iced earth and planting some seeds in the ground. The man was wearing a white shirt. He had a handsome face and his eyes were bright. There was a smile on his face. He would occasionally lift his head and look towards where Su Ming was sitting. When he did so, his smile would widen. Youngest junior brother, good luck. Whether or not you can become part of the 9th summit depends on whether you can reach an epiphany. That man was Su Ming's second senior brother. He did not go to sleep even though it was already daylight. In fact, he had not gone to sleep for the past few days, but would instead occasionally cast his eyes to where Su Ming was as he took care of his plants, an act that was out of ordinary for him. At the bottom of the 9th summit was a crack in the ice that led to the bottom of the mountain. It was Su Ming's eldest senior brother's isolation grounds. He was also looking in the same direction with a kind look in his eyes, as if he could see Su Ming. There was also eagerness in his gaze. Su Ming was sitting silently on the platform. There was still a layer of fog in his world. He could not see anything, only the fog surrounding him. He had no idea how long it had been. It might have just been several breaths, it might have been several days, or even much longer. He did not think about that in depth. He only kept his gaze fixed on the fog. He could see the vague shape of a person in that fog. That person seemed to be sitting cross-legged. Cold air gradually gathered around that person, but there was also a presence of heat within that cold air. This was how Su Ming felt about his eldest senior brother in his mind. With isolation, he could lock his body in a meditative state and focus his mind, which will lead to clearing his mind. By understanding the skill given to him, he could create his own path. This is my eldest senior brother, Su Ming mumbled. This was what he understood about his eldest senior brother. I can achieve this state as well, but if I choose this path because I saw it, then it's not creation. I'll just be walking on someone else's path. I'll be walking in my eldest senior brother's shadow. Su Ming was silent for a long time before he shook his head slowly. Slowly but surely, right before his eyes, another picture appeared in the fog in his world. However, only Su Ming could see that picture. If anyone else was in his world right then and looked at the fog, they would only see fog. They would not be able to see anything else. It might look like fog, but in truth, those were Su Ming's thoughts. Within the new picture, Su Ming saw his second senior brother. He saw the plants on the 9th summit and saw a power that created life. By allowing the flowers to grow to the peak of perfection, he could reach the peak of perfection of his mind. The lives of these plants were given by the world, but through the second senior brother's hands, this also becomes a type of creation. Second senior brother seems to turn into another person at night and takes away the plants he creates. That's because since he was the one who gave life to the plants, he can also destroy them with his hands. Su Ming trembled. In his state of reaching epiphany, he suddenly understood some of his second senior brother's actions. His thoughts might not be correct, but it was what Su Ming understood. This sort of creation has reached an incredibly profound state. Second senior brother. Su Ming mumbled. He fell silent for a moment, but still chose to shake his head again. This path still isn't suitable for me to answer Master's question on what is creation. Su Ming looked at the fog. In truth, he already had an answer for Xianxia's question. However, he could only keep the answer in his heart. He could not say it out loud. If he did, then it would be wrong. Eldest senior brother's answer should be, I am creation. Second senior brother's answer should be the same. Perhaps the words are slightly different for third senior brother, but the meaning should be the same. They can answer it this way because they found the way to clear their minds and find their own creation. I can't say it because I haven't found the answer. If I imitate second senior brother's path, then I'll never be able to say this, unless I find my own path. Su Ming shook his head. The fog before him changed once again. This time, in the picture that no one else could see, he saw his third senior brother. He had a drunken look in his eyes as he drank wine and lay on the ground. There was a foolish smile on his lips, and drool flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Su Ming could hear faint snores. He was dreaming about a world that made him happy. In that world, there were countless people drinking wine with him, and there were also countless people who were waiting for him to go and hit them. His happy expression made Su Ming snicker uncontrollably. He could already imagine that his third senior brother gained his epiphany the easiest, and his epiphany was the simplest. In fact, there was a high possibility that his third senior brother did not have any sort of epiphany. It was just that when he fell asleep once he was drunk, he dreamed, and from then onwards, he naturally found the way to clear his mind. If someday, third senior brother's dreams could become true, then his achievements will not be any less than second senior brother's. As for eldest senior brother, I still don't really understand his path. Su Ming eventually chose to shake his head once again. He would not walk on his third senior brother's path either. I wonder what was Master's epiphany. Su Ming had no clue, but he did not think about it either. Gradually, the fog before him started changing drastically. This change was a projection of Su Ming's thoughts. He was thinking about his own epiphany and his own method to clear his mind. Days passed by. Very soon, it was already the 27th day since Su Ming sat down on the platform. During the 27 days, sometimes snow would fall from the sky, but the volume was light. Yet even so, the snow still made Su Ming look as if his body had fused together with the snowstorm beside him. Once 27 days passed by and the morning of the 28th day arrived. The morning sun was accompanied by a great blizzard. Blizzards were not uncommon in freezing Sky Clan. There would be blizzards once every few days. As of then, as a blizzard raged in the land, and moaning, cold wind whistled through the sky, lifting up a large amount of snow in a seeming attempt to cover the entire world. The blizzard looked like a large, ancient beast that had its claws lifted then slammed them on the ground. As the blizzard raged in the air, a person walked towards the bottom of the 9th summit from the distance. That person wore a thick bamboo hat and a straw cape that covered his entire body. A shocking presence spread out faintly from within his body as he walked in the blizzard, causing the snow and wind to seem afraid of coming close to him. They rolled back from his body, causing him to look like an earth dragon coming closer to the place. Su Ming. That person's voice was freezing cold, and he spoke with a ghastly tone under the ninth summit. There are a lot of rumors regarding freezing Sky Clan's ninth summit. Since I'm here today, I might as well see whether those rumors are true, the person wearing the bamboo hat said with a cold sneer at the foot of the ninth summit. I don't understand just how this unassuming Su Ming could make senior brother Sima pay so much heed to him. He even sent me a long-distance letter and used that one favor I owe him to make me come here and take away something from him. The moment the person took a step up the ninth summit through the blizzard, his entire body seemed to have blended together with the snow. The blizzard in the sky suddenly turned into a human face and let out a low, savage growl at the ninth summit. That growl became the wind that lifted up the snow. The moment the person stepped on the mountain, the entire ninth summit seemed to tremble. Su Ming's third senior brother, who was drinking in his cave, opened his eyes, surprised. He quickly took a few steps forward and bent his body down to exit his cave abode before looking down the mountain. That's Xianxia from the second summit. He's placed ninth on the ranking board among the disciples on the Great Frozen Plains in Freezing Sky Clan. Why did he appear on the ninth summit? Could it be to fight me? But I didn't offend him. Wuxia was momentarily stunned. He scratched his head. In the midst of his surprise, his expression suddenly changed, because at that moment, Xianxia, who was dressed in a straw cape and bamboo hat, took his second step since up the ninth summit. The instant his foot fell, his body suddenly appeared before Wuxia. His appearance was so sudden it looked as if he had just forced his way through. The moment he stood a few hundred feet before Wuxia, a monstrous presence erupted forth with a bang. That presence made Wuxia quickly take a few dozen steps backwards. The wine gourd in his hand also shattered with a bang. Trash! Xianxia's face could not be seen under the straw cape and bamboo hat, but a chilling glint appeared in his eyes, and the shocking presence caused the ice around him to show signs of cracking. It was especially so for the land behind him. The savage human face that was formed from the blizzard let out a roar, and more snow gathered in the sky, as if it wanted to bury the entire ninth summit underneath. Xianxia cast Wuxia a cold glare and took his third step. The moment he took the third step, he disappeared from Wuxia's sight. Because he had left, he did not see that Wuxia was staring at the shattered wine gourd on the ground at that moment. Red filled his sight and viciousness appeared in his eyes. How dare you break your grandpa's gourd? Wuxia lifted his head swiftly and let out a loud shout towards the sky. He turned into a long arc and charged towards Xianxia, who was leaving. At that moment, two people were running out of the seventh summit towards the ninth summit. The two of them were women and pleasing to the eye. One of them was Han Songzi. There was worry on her face as she ran at full speed towards the ninth summit. The woman beside her wore a yellow robe. Her petite, oval-shaped face gave her an elegant and beautiful air. It was a strikingly similar look to how Han Songzi usually looked like. There was a lazy expression on her face. When she saw just how nervous and worried Han Songzi was, she teased her. Junior Sister Fong, just what sort of person is this Su Ming for you to pay so much attention to him? Could it be? The woman's voice was very attractive. She chuckled after her own words. Junior Sister, this isn't the time for this. Han Songzi traveled incredibly quickly, charging towards the ninth summit. All right, I won't say anything more. Don't worry. Xianxia may be wild, but he's not a bad person. I'll just ask him not to cause trouble to Su Ming. He's your younger brother, of course you'll be siding with him. There was a hint of a complaint in Han Songzi's words. The woman behind her smiled, but did not mind. She simply continued trying to soothe Han Songzi with a gentle voice. They gradually got closer to the ninth summit as they spoke. However, right at the moment they got closer, they clearly felt the power of a blizzard charging towards them and forcing them to slow down. At that moment, both of them also saw the savage human face formed by the blizzard, which was previously obscured from their sight by the ninth summit. The face was howling at the ninth summit. Han Songzi's expression immediately changed. The woman beside her also turned grave. He activated the art for his berserker mark. The woman took a step forward and charged towards the ninth summit in the face of the blizzard. Han Songzi bit her bottom lip and followed behind her with worry. On the ninth summit, Ziche, who was dressed in a straw cape and a bamboo hat, arrived 300 feet away from where Su Ming sat the moment with his third step. He stood there with a cold and detached expression as his gaze fell on Su Ming's body. Just another piece of trash. The ninth summit is not as spoken in the rumors, Ziche said coldly and lifted his right hand. But just as he was about to point towards Su Ming, at that moment, Su Ming was completely unaware of what was happening outside. He was immersed in his own world. The fog he saw was currently raging and tumbling furiously. He thought he saw a faint shadow of something within. A feeling akin to epiphany gradually formed in his heart. "Just let me see a little clearer," he mumbled. He had a strong feeling that if he could just see clearly, then he would be able to find the answer, and he would obtain the right to answer just what was the meaning of creation. As Ziche lifted his right hand in the world outside Su Ming's mind, the world let out a loud rumble around the platform Su Ming had seated himself. The giant blizzard that had turned into the savage human face appeared in the air just to Su Ming's side, and it was approaching quickly. The giant blizzard brought with it an earth-shaking presence that did not just intend to bury Su Ming underneath, but also the entire ninth summit. That sight even created a false impression that this blizzard was a work of nature, not due to a person using a mystical ability. Ziche did not intend to let Su Ming live. If he had not joined the ninth summit, but joined any other summit and became a true Freezing Sky Clan disciple, then Ziche would find his hands tied. After all, they would belong to the same school, and the rules within the school were very strict, and it would be difficult for him to act in the day like this. Yet Su Ming entered the ninth summit that belonged to Freezing Sky Clan, but at the same time not. The disciples here did not have to follow the rules set by Freezing Sky Clan, but because of that they were also not protected by the rules of the school. That was why Ziche thought about killing Su Ming without even a word and subsequently throwing his corpse to Sima Xian, who was rushing back to Freezing Sky Clan. To him, the man who always referred to himself as Grandpa who was trash, there was no need for him to be careful of him. As for the person who loved planting things, he was a very effeminate and weak person to Ziche. Even the eldest senior brother of the ninth summit was just a coward who loved isolating himself. Ziche had heard about him before. When disciples from other summits came to teach that trash Wuxia a lesson, his other two senior brothers did not act at all. The trash who loved planting stuff would especially pretend to be asleep to avoid trouble and let his junior brother fend for himself. In fact, there was even one time when he saw such a thing happen when he was passing by the ninth summit. At that time, he was filled with disdain and contempt towards the ninth summit. The only person he was wary of was the old man, Xianxia. However, he had already made preparations before he came to this place. He was the second summit's prodigy and his master placed high value on him. In his mind, if Xianxia attacked him without care for their differences in status, then his master would definitely not stand by and watch. With all these preparations, he was certain that nothing could go wrong. He lifted his right hand and readied himself to point at Su Ming so that the human face in the blizzard could swallow him up and let him achieve his goal for coming back this time. Yet at the very moment he was about to swing his right hand down, a gentle voice traveled forth from behind him. That voice was very serene, as if the speaker was talking to a friend, and there was no hint of any anger in it. "Brother, you're stepping on my flowers. That's not good." At the very moment that voice came, Ziche shuddered. A serious look appeared in his eyes, which were covered by the bamboo hat. With his current power, if anyone appeared around him, he would notice them immediately. This sort of thing, where a person appeared beside him and he did not notice, should only be possible for Xianxia alone on the ninth summit. Yet the person's manner of speech made it clear that he was not Xianxia. "There's only ice under my feet. There aren't any plants." Ziche let out a cold harumph. He did not turn back, but he did not try pointing towards Su Ming with his right hand either. "Look again." The gentle voice got closer to him, and a handsome man in white gradually approached Ziche from behind. There was a smile on his lips and his face was kind. He walked to Ziche's side, went past him, then stood, before the sitting Su Ming. Ziche was silent. He did not lower his head, but he could clearly feel green grass and flowers growing under him when the man walked past, and he was stepping on them. Shock rose from the bottom of his heart. He looked at the gentle-looking man before him. He'd seen this person before and knew that he was the second disciple in the 9th summit. Yet he never expected that the person who he thought was trash would make him feel shaken. A sense of danger, something that was rarely felt by him, surged forth abruptly in his body. Ziche was silent, but after a moment, he let out a cold harumph and took a swift and huge step forward with his right foot. With his lifted right hand, he also pointed towards the man blocking him from Su Ming without any hesitation. Yet the very instant he pointed with his right hand, the bamboo hat on his head shattered abruptly and turned into an innumerable amount of pieces that tumbled backwards, revealing a long-haired man who looked to be in his 30s. The straw cape he wore also burst apart with a bang and turned into smithereens, revealing the black robe he wore underneath. A mouthful of blood spilled out from Ziche's mouth and he started trembling viciously. An intimidating pressure that shocked him spread out from the smiling man standing before him like the winds in spring. No one else could feel that pressure. In fact, from Ziche's perspective, this might not even be pressure. This was a type of stress formed by a gaze and also a temperament that created an indescribable but still spine-chilling terror within him. The source of that terror came from the hands of the man standing before him. Those ordinary hands, those hands that were not lifted but placed by his sides, touching his sleeves, seemed to hold the keys to his life and death. Those were the hands of creation. Ziche shuddered and shock appeared on his face. He turned pale instantly and instinctively staggered a few steps back. Once he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He quickly retreated and rose into the air to leave the mountain immediately. His heart pounded and raced against his chest. Terror had replaced all his thoughts. He had never expected that such a frightening person would exist on 9th summit of Freezing Sky Clan. Those terrifying hands, those hands that seemed to control life itself, those hands that made him feel shaken to the core and made him injure himself badly the moment he made a move. He left just like that? Su Ming's second senior brother continued smiling as he looked at Ziche. His smile was gentle and no hint of anger or happiness could be found beneath it. Yet the moment he spoke, all the plants in the 9th summit shuddered at the same time. I didn't act last time because you didn't touch the 9th summit's bottom line. It doesn't really matter that who Z gets hit. He's built tough, he'll get better if he just takes a nap after getting hit. Su Ming's second senior brother spoke with a smile, and as he did so, the plants in the 9th summit trembled. A shocking presence erupted forth. There was an endless amount of life force within that presence, and it came simultaneously from all the plants in the mountain. Ziche's expression changed drastically. As he ran, he groaned in his heart. All the other people from the 9th summit may be trash, but the man before him was not. He was as terrifying as a monster. With just a breath, he drew out the force of all the plants. This isn't a normal berserker art. This is. Ziche sucked in a sharp breath, and as he retreated, the giant human face formed by the blizzard behind him gathered together and let out a faint growl towards the second senior brother. But this time you spoiled a lot of my plants, broke Huzi's gourd, and even came to hurt my youngest junior brother. These aren't good. Second senior brother sighed softly. The moment he said not good, all the plants in the 9th summit floated into the air, and with an indescribable speed, they covered the sky and earth before charging towards Ziche. Ziche was in shock. The snow human face behind him immediately surrounded him, attempting to fight back as they retreated. But the moment the snow face touched the innumerable plants, it exploded with a loud bang. It exploded and the world rumbled, turning into mountains of snow that fell down. At the same moment, Ziche, who was wrapped inside the face, coughed out once again. His face immediately turned pale, and before he could retreat once more, the plants charged straight towards him and instantly surrounded him. Some of them even crept into his body, causing Ziche to look like a person made of plants. He trembled, and when he fell face down, he was wrapped by the plants and pulled back to the 9th summit. I won't kill you. I'll punish you instead to repair my third senior brother's gourd at the ninth summit, then to help me check who is stealing my plants at night. Listen to the other people in the mountain during the other times, like making sure my youngest junior brother is safe when he leaves the mountain. Second senior brother retained his gentle demeanor as he smiled and explained. Do this for 3 years. At that moment, Wuxia let out a loud roar and stormed out of the cave. He grabbed the plant-covered but not unconscious Ziche and lifted him up with a ferocious smile. You jerk! How dare you break your grandpa who's gourd? Just you wait and see how I'll deal with you. Damn you! I'll drag you into my dreams. There was anger in Ziche's eyes, but he had already lost all his strength. When he was lifted by Wuxia, who he had deemed as trash previously, a feeling of humiliation spread through his entire body. At that moment, 2 long arcs arrived from the sky, before they revealed Han Songzi and her companion within. The 2 of them stood in midair and were stunned for a moment. We have guests. Are you here to visit my youngest junior brother? Second senior brother looked at the 2 beautiful women in the sky with an even gentler smile on his face. Fong Zonglan remained stunned for another moment before she quickly bowed towards second senior brother. Greetings, second senior brother. The woman beside her had a steely expression on her face. She glared at the gentle-looking second senior brother standing beside Su Ming, then looked at Ziche who was being dragged into the distance by Wuxia, but she did not say a word. We seldom see such pretty ladies on the 9th summit. Looks like my youngest junior brother has a lot of luck with ladies. But you came at a bad time. He's currently training. Why don't you stay here and help me take care of him? Second senior brother winked and laughed. With that one laugh, Fong Zonglan immediately blushed. It's not what it looks like, it's... she quickly explained. At that moment, the woman with the oval-shaped face glared at second senior brother. With a cold harumph, she turned around and walked away. Fong Zonglan hesitated for a moment, looked at Su Ming, who had his eyes closed and was meditating, then at her clearly livid senior sister, and then shot an apologetic look to second senior brother. Since Su Ming isn't in danger, then, I'll be leaving first. Second senior brother. When he wakes up, please tell him. As Fong Zonglan spoke, she saw the teasing look on second senior brother's face and blushed again. She quickly made her leave and went after her senior sister as if she was chasing something. Second senior brother looked at the 2 leaving figures and shook his head before looking at Su Ming again. Just when he was about to feel moved, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked towards the sky in the distance once again. There was an old man wearing a purple-red long robe walking forward with a calm expression on his face in the sky in the distance. He was alone, but as he got closer, the wind around him froze. An intimidating presence spread out and covered every inch of the plants and the ice on the 9th summit. Ugh, I knew it. Once I hit the young one, the old one immediately popped out. Master, I can't deal with this one, you'll have to do it. Second senior brother smiled and sat beside Su Ming. Youngest junior brother, how is that you already offended others when you just came? Are you waking up already? There was a puzzled look on second senior brother's face when he looked towards Su Ming, but he suddenly smiled, and there was eagerness hidden within that smile. I wonder what method you found to clear your mind, second senior brother mumbled. Beside him, wisps of fog seeped out of Su Ming's pores and gradually spread around him. The fog tumbled around in an illusionary state before it gradually took form. In Su Ming's mind, the fog that covered the world he saw was thinning out, causing his sight to no longer be obscured and allowing him to see the world behind the fog. No, it wasn't a world he saw, it was a painting. The painting was slowly filled with mountains, water, grass, trees, and people. Gradually, a sort of epiphany formed within his mind. My answer is that I will bring things into being myself. Am creation, Su Ming mumbled. He understood it. In the sky of the physical world was the old man in the purple-red long robe calmly getting closer. He stood in the air beyond the 9th summit. There was no sign of any emotion in his eyes as he stood there and stared at Xianxia standing at the top of the 9th summit. Xianxia, let go of my disciple. The purple-red robed man's low and deep voice reverberated in the sky. That's Uncle Master to you. What an insolent brat. Didn't your master tell you about my status? Besides those old folks in the sky, who else has a higher status than me in Freezing Sky Clan? Even the head preceptor has to call me his Uncle Master. You're of the same seniority as the head preceptor. Don't you know how to address me? Boy, let me just point out which rules you broke by offending your seniors. You broke the 2nd, 5th, and the 7th rules of the school. Xianxia yawned on the 9th summit of Freezing Sky Clan and spoke lazily. There was a lackadaisical tone to his voice, and it did not bear the low and deep quality of the purple-red robed old man's voice, and it did not travel too far either. The old man wearing the purple-red long robe stood calmly in the air and watched Xianxia standing on the top of the 9th summit. If it had not been completely necessary, he would not have wanted to come to the 9th summit. It was not because he held any form of respect towards the rumors regarding Xianxia, but because Xianxia's status was simply too high in the school. He was silent for a moment before he wrapped his fist in his palm and greeted Xianxia. Greetings to Uncle Master from Yulong Zi. Aye, that's more like it. I doubt that you were born when I came to this mountain. You can't be so rude. Pay more attention next time. Understand? Xianxia stroked his beard and nodded towards the old man in the purple-red long robe. Then, Uncle Master, please give me my disciple back. I'd like to take him away. The old man in the purple-red long robe said, remaining calm and seeming to not have heard Xianxia's words. Oh? Do you disagree with the punishment dealt out by your 2nd senior brother to your disciple? Xianxia put on a surprised look. The old man remained silent. He had to accept the fact that all the people's status in the 9th summit were raised exponentially due to Xianxia. For example, the man who injured his disciple, that person, was indeed of the same seniority as he was. It was difficult to tell whether he was the senior brother or junior brother for the time being, though. Xianxia, I don't have time to play with you. I only asked you for one thing. Are you going to let Ziche go? The old man frowned, and his expression gradually turned cold. He had already paid his respects, so even if he spoke this way right now, no one would find fault with him. Ha? Are you trying to scare me? I'm not letting him go. I won't. I won't. I won't. Xianxia glared and put on a domineering air. The old man's face turned dark and he let out a cold harumph. He did not attack, but that one harumph alone sounded like thunder rumbling, and it caused the entire 9th summit to tremble, the weather to change, the clouds and wind to tumble backwards, and thin cracks to spread through the ice on the 9th summit. Xianxia widened his eyes and quickly took a few steps back from the top of the mountain. He let out a shrill cry, and that cry was so distressed it was enough to make those who heard pity him. Hu Zi was in his own cave. He had long since brought Ziche back with him and had by then thrown him to the side before crouching down and starting to drink while laughing viciously with ill intent. Xianxia's shrill cries echoing in his ears made Hu Zi lift his head to look at the stone wall above him, and an odd expression appeared on his face. Go on pretending, old man. That's what you do best anyway. Don't think that your grandpa who... Ugh. Don't think that another person's family's grandpa who doesn't know that you wore white today. That shrill cry spread through the entire 9th summit, similarly falling into the 2nd senior brother's ears, who was sitting beside Su Ming. 2nd brother had his head lowered and was toying with the plants before him as if he had heard nothing. Master, I saw you wearing white today. 2nd senior brother shook his head with a gentle look on his face, as if he was whispering to the plants before him. At the same time, in the basin located deep in the cracks in the ice right under the 9th summit, a weak mumble sounded in the originally quiet place. The master was wearing white today, wasn't he? That voice belonged to the eldest senior brother. As Xianxia was crying out in distress and retreating on the top of the 9th summit, he saw the old man in the purple-red long robe walking towards him, and he quickly let out another piercing cry. Xiao Hu, save me. I promise you I won't ask you for your wine anymore. Hu Zi drank his wine in his cave abode and glared at Ziche lying before him. He swatted Ziche's head, and the force was so great it made the man jolt. Anger burned within him and he glared at Wuxia. Ha! How dare you glare at your grandpa Hu? I'll kill you. Wuxia seemed to have found a way to not think about his master crying out in distress. He stretched out his arm and swatted Ziche's head again. Once Xianxia shouted out those words on the mountain, he found that the old man had already closed in on him. He had even landed on the 9th summit, and the moment his feet landed on the ground, a loud boom came from the 9th summit. Second, I'm warning you, if you don't save me, then I'll pluck out all your plants from the mountain. The second senior brother sitting by Su Ming's side seemed to not have heard anything and touched the plants before him as he said in a gentle whisper, "Go on and pluck them then. I'll just plant new flowers after you pluck them away. It'll be fine. Won't it, youngest junior brother?" Second senior brother lifted his head and cast a glance at Su Ming with a smile. The old man in the purple-red robe from the 2nd summit was looking at Xianxia screaming with a cold look. He then frowned and lifted his right leg to move forward. "First disciple, why are you still isolating yourself at this moment? Do you only know how to isolate yourself? Your master is about to be finished. If you don't come out now, I'll get Xiao Hu to go to you to warm up his wine every single day." The basin deep under the 9th summit remained silent. Eldest senior brother, who had chosen this place as his isolation grounds, also chose to pretend not to hear anything as he immersed himself in his meditation. However, Xianxia's voice was simply too distressing, and a moment later, a sigh came from within the basin. "Master, stop fooling around." The voice originated within the basin and spread outwards. In an instant, it reverberated all through the 9th summit and traveled into Wuxia's ears, causing him to pause in delivering another slap. The voice also landed in the second senior brother's ears, and a bright glint appeared briefly in his eyes. It also traveled to the old man walking towards Xianxia. The old man faltered in his footsteps and his heart started beating uncontrollably. His expression changed instantly, because a wave of heat that came out of nowhere suddenly fell on his body and caused the air all around him to immediately start distorting. Yet this was not his doing. It was due to the voice that had formed a ripple around him, one that made him feel shaken. He seemed to have heard low growls of a ferocious beast echoing from the distortion, but that distortion could not be heard by anyone else. Only the old man himself could hear it clearly. That voice made him don on a grave expression. "The sound of creation." The old man's pupils shrank. However, the sound only appeared for an instant before slowly fading away. The distortion around the old man's body also disappeared without a trace. The moment Xianxia heard the sound, surprised delight appeared on his face, but his expression soon changed to one of anger when the sound dissipated. "Rascals! You 3 rascals! If I knew about this, then I wouldn't have taken you people in as my disciples. How could you not help your own master at such an important moment? You make me so mad. Hey, Junior, don't force my hand now. I'm telling you, if I make a move, you'll run away immediately like a dog with its tail between its legs." Xianxia lifted his right hand and placed it onto his bosom. His gaze gradually grew stern as he looked at the old man in purple robes. As he grew stern, an intimidating pressure gradually gathered in his body, causing the old man in purple robes, who was still shocked by the sound of creation, to also become stern. He had not really regarded the 9th summit too highly. This was, in fact, the first time he came to the 9th summit. Yet now that he had experienced the string of events that happened to him, he could not help but recall the rumors circulating around Freezing Sky Clan about the 9th summit. The old man in purple robes was silent for a moment before he spoke in a low voice. "Uncle Master, if you release my disciple, then I'll leave immediately and won't enter the 9th summit again. If not, then I'll just have to check whether the rumors regarding you are true. The sound of creation alone, it's still nothing to worry about." As he spoke, the old man in purple robes walked towards Xianxia. His footsteps were not quick, but as he moved, a presence that grew increasingly stronger spread out from his body. An illusionary picture started appearing faintly in the sky and was quickly gaining physical form. "You made me do this. Behold my enchanted treasure." Xianxia retreated once again and drew his right hand from his bosom swiftly. Something was in his hand, it was a plate. Insolent brat! Do you know what this is? As Tianhanzi shouted out, the old man in purple robes came to an abrupt halt and stared at the plate in Tianxia's hands. That plate had a dark purple hue and let off a pure, freezing chill. It did not seem like a counterfeit, and neither would anyone dare to make a counterfeit of that plate in Freezing Sky Clan. When he remembered Tianxia's status, the old man's expression started experiencing drastic changes. Sometimes he would look sullen, sometimes glum, and sometimes resigned. All these emotions blended together and eventually turned into a long sigh filled with mixed feelings. He wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply towards Xianxia. I, DeLong Zi, disciple of Freezing Sky Clan, greet the clan master's plate. The status of the owner of the plate is akin to the status of the clan master himself. Of course I will recognize it. Humph. How dare you force me to bring out this plate? Let me tell you, I grabbed the 9th summit in the past using this plate, didn't your master tell you? Ah, whatever. Looks like you're not your master's beloved disciple either, or else he definitely would have told you something so important. You seem rather pitiful, so how about this? Give me a few million stone coins and I'll turn a blind eye towards your offense. Xianxia lifted his head and puffed out his chest as he spoke arrogantly. The old man in purple robes' breathing quickened. Veins gradually popped out on his face, but when he saw the plate in Xianxia's hands, he quelled down that anger and wrapped his fist in his palm to salute Xianxia. Yes, sir. After saying that, he immediately turned around and turned into a long arc that left the 9th summit in an instant. He was afraid that if he stayed even a moment longer, he would be unable to force down that miserable feeling in his heart. He finally understood why those of the same seniority as his rarely went to the 9th summit, and it was especially so for the lords of the summits. Most of them would choose to travel around the 9th summit. DeLong Zi himself seldom took notice of other things. He might be one of the powerful berserkers in Freezing Sky Clan and a member of the 2nd summit, but he was not the lord of the 2nd summit. Besides, he had been staying in the great tribe of Freezing Sky most of the time and only came back to stay in the school recently. When DeLong Zi left the 9th summit, Su Ming, who was sitting on the platform cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. Right at the moment Su Ming opened his eyes, a brilliant light appeared in his eyes, but that light faded away in an instant. At the same time, the thick layer of snow that had accumulated on his body quietly floated away and surrounded him before it started circling around him slowly. Second senior brother sat by his side with a smile as he watched with full attention. At that moment, Xianxia, who had been putting away the plate with a prideful look, also noticed the changes and looked towards Su Ming. The youth seemed very different from how he usually was, and Xianxia slowly grew stern. At the same time, Hu Zi, who was originally in his cave abode, walked out and stood outside to look in the direction of the platform at the mountainside. An attentive gaze was also trained towards that direction from the basin in the ice layer under the 9th summit. Su Ming opened his eyes, but there was only calmness within his gaze. That calmness was different from the one he'd showed previously. This was a stillness within his mind, a stillness that would remain unperturbed even if the mountain crumbled and the earth shattered before him. The things that allowed him to remain in such a state of calm were the snow flowers before him. As they danced around him, Su Ming slowly lifted his right hand, and they immediately gathered there, turning into a snow brush between his fingers. When Su Ming held the pen, he drew a stroke in the air before him. He took a few more strokes, and snow would float to the places the tip of the brush passed through. With each brushstroke, the air before him turned into a canvas, and a mountain appeared on the mountain. The mountain's lines were formed by snow and floated in midair. It looked like an ordinary picture, but if someone focused their attention on it for too long, they would start feeling that the mountain was alive. When he drew this mountain, Su Ming's heart was in a serene state. It was a serenity that he had never experienced before. It was one that had never appeared in his heart ever since he left Dark Mountain. In that serene state, Su Ming did not notice that his second senior brother was sitting behind him. Neither did he know that Hu Zi was also looking at him from the distance. nor did he know that his eldest senior brother was concerned over him in the basin under the mountain. Much less did he notice the old man in white robes on the top of the building. All his attention was focused on the pen in his right hand and the snow that was drawing out the scene that he wanted to draw the most in his heart. He was not in a trance but seemed like he was. He did not close his eyes to enter that strange state, yet he seemed to be deeply immersed in that state and refused to get out of it. Creation. Picture Creation 1. This is the answer he gives me. The foolish act Xianxia had put up when he was facing the old man in purple robes was gone without a trace. There was instead an indescribable air of wisdom around him as he looked at his fourth disciple. What my eldest understood was sound creation. That's why he chose to isolate himself and go into a state of silence, away from the noise around him. Once he gets rid of all of them, what is left is his heart. That's why he walks the path of sound of creation. What my second understood was flower creation. He uses flowers and plants as his creation and has turned his hands into the hands of creation, which allows him to take control of life and death. What my third understood was the word creation itself. The act of dreaming itself is creation. I didn't expect my fourth disciple would gain an epiphany on a fourth type of change. Picture creation. Xianxia mumbled and his eyes brightened up. On the platform, Su Ming looked at the mountain he drew and he continued drawing with the brush in his right hand. With each brush stroke, the 5 summits on a mountain became clearer. Dark Mountain was drawn. At the moment Dark Mountain was drawn, the mountain mark on Su Ming's face appeared faintly, as if it was shining, and it caused his power to show signs of changing, though he did not know about it. Right at the moment Su Ming finished drawing the mountain, he drew a long line across it with the snow brush in his hands. That long line was a ghastly sight. It was like a sharp sword that exuded a shocking amount of killing intent. The moment that killing intent appeared, Xianxia's expression immediately changed. At the same time, Su Ming's second senior brother, who had been keeping watch over him all this while, also became serious. Hu Zi had the same reaction outside the cave abode. Even the eldest senior brother, who was in isolation, also started breathing rapidly the moment he noticed the long line. What incredible killing intent! Su Ming did not notice this. He was only following his heart and calmly creating a picture to draw out his own life. When his brush reached the end of the long line, he slowly started drawing out the Dark Mountain tribe within the berserker mark on his body. The flowers, trees, and houses gradually appeared before him and started glowing in the air with his berserker mark. He did not know how much time had passed by, but the moment he finished drawing the entire Dark Mountain tribe, the brush in his hand stopped moving. The picture in the air before him had mountains, plants, stones, wood, houses that stuck together, and fences that formed a seemingly complete picture of a tribe. It was identical to his berserker mark. Yet Su Ming's hand remained lifted, even though he had stopped drawing. It was as if he did not know what he should draw next. His eyes remained serene, but there was a lost look in the depths of that serenity. A long time passed by. Sound creation, flower creation, picture creation, all of these are creating something from nothing. There is shock and silence. A realm within a mirror. Youngest junior brother. I think that there's something lacking in that picture. Second senior brother's kind voice floated gently into Su Ming's ears. Su Ming was silent. The sky gradually grew dark. The moon appeared in the sky and moonlight scattered on the ground and glowed with a silver light, causing people to feel cold just by looking at it. No one was asleep on the 9th summit on that night. All of them were watching Su Ming. They knew that this was an incredibly important day for him. It was especially so since he had clearly found a method to clear his mind. But he was still a little lost and his understanding was not complete. This was a critical moment for Su Ming. Perhaps there were only a few from Freezing Sky Clan who were not from the 9th summit who understood this. Yet those on the 9th summit walked on a path that was different from others. They knew just how important the first epiphany was for this path. As the darkness in the sky started changing and light reappeared in the horizon once again, the moon was about to be hidden away. It was just a shadow remaining in the sky when Su Ming's right hand, which had stopped in midair for a long time, suddenly started moving once again. At the moment his right hand started moving, Xianxia's expression immediately became grave on the mountain. The second senior brother, third senior brother, and eldest senior brother, who remained in isolation, also had the same expressions on their faces. They saw Su Ming's right hand move, drawing a circle with the brush right above the picture of Dark Mountain that was drawn on the air as there was a canvas before him. That circle was simple. It was done with one stroke, but that simple stroke took Su Ming an entire night to finish. Right at the moment he drew it, Su Ming's body trembled viciously, and a circle also gradually appeared right beside the mark of Dark Mountain on his face. At the same time, Su Ming's power started circulating within his body with a bang. It reached its maximum point in an instant, and his power started showing signs that it had reached the peak of the initial stage of transcendence. It felt as if he just needed one more step and he could reach the middle stage of transcendence. At that moment, the circle on the canvas Su Ming created before him started glowing with a piercing light. That light was red, and the circle seemed as if it was burning before it turned into a moon. The blood moon. The burning blood moon. This was the first berserker mark Su Ming gave up when he was in a trance. At this moment it was drawn on his very first canvas in his serene state. Right at the moment he finished drawing the blood moon, the presence within the canvas changed abruptly and turned into the picture of the blood moon and Dark Mountain. A shocking amount of killing intent came from the picture of the blood moon and Dark Mountain, and the strength of that murderous intent made even second senior brother's face become grave. Wuxia shuddered outside his cave abode and mumbled out a few sentences under his breath. As for the eldest senior brother, he remained silent for a moment before he sighed. Looks like the 9th summit won't be peaceful any longer, but since he's my youngest junior brother, it's fine. When the picture of the blood moon and Dark Mountain appeared, it made Su Ming tremble and his power broke through his previous limits. Banging sounds echoed within his body, and his level of cultivation reached the middle stage of the transcendence realm from the initial stage. One epiphany, one picture, and one blood moon. These things changed Su Ming's mark and made his training reach a breakthrough. My disciples don't need any skills or abilities. They will only need to understand the rules of creation lying in the world once they find the way to clear their mind. Xianxia's words rose back in Su Ming's mind. At that moment, he finally understood what the old man was trying to teach him. This was a completely different path that trained the mind. The 9th summit did not practice any skills, neither did they learn any mystical abilities, but they honed their minds. Xianxia was silent as he stood on the mountain. After a long while, he turned around slowly and walked towards the sealed hall. He may have seemed to be staggering, but his footsteps were stable. He had turned around, so no one could see the sad determination on his face. Master, I'll prove to you that the path we berserkers take is wrong. You're wrong. You're all wrong. After Xianxia left, the picture before Su Ming gradually returned to being snow and scattered on the platform on the 9th summit as the serenity within his eyes disappeared and he truly woke up. Youngest junior brother, you have quite a nice place here. Do you mind if I plant some of my flowers on your platform? Right at the moment Su Ming woke up, his second senior brother's gentle voice reached his ears. Su Ming was momentarily stunned, and he immediately turned around to see his second senior brother, who had appeared at some unknown point of time behind him. He quickly stood up and looked at the plants that now filled his platform. Second senior brother, could you leave a place for me to meditate? Oh, all right. I'll leave a small spot for you. Second senior brother winked at him and gave him a gentle smile. Oh, that's right. When you were trying to understand those words, I caught something living for you. That thing's with your third senior brother. When you have time, go take a look. Also, a pretty disciple niece came to search for you. If you have the chance to see her, remember to ask her for the name of the lass beside her for me. A pretty disciple niece? Su Ming had just woken up and could not process too much in his head at the moment. When he heard the words disciple niece, he could not help but be stunned. Very pretty. She's a woman. His second senior brother smiled gently and nodded. What's her name? Su Ming remembered Xianxia's status and an odd expression appeared on his face. Second senior brother scratched his head. After thinking about it deeply for a while, he eventually sighed and said, "She's called, What's her name again?" Youngest junior brother. I was just paying attention to the last beside her, and I already forgot her name. Su Ming looked at his seemingly absent-minded second senior brother. Then a warmth that stemmed from within him spread through his entire body. He might have just woken up, but he could still remember clearly that when he entered that strange state and sat on the platform, his second senior brother had not been there. Yet right now, his second senior brother was sitting behind him. Su Ming could not imagine just how long he had been sitting. This was a silent show of care, a warmth that made Su Ming feel touched. He stood up and instinctively lifted his head to look at the top of the 9th summit. With just a glance, he could see that there was a person walking into the distance slowly. That figure was gradually hidden away by the ice mountain, causing Su Ming to be unable to see him any longer. However, while it may have been just one glance, but that aged back was familiar to Su Ming's eyes. "Thank you, second senior brother." Su Ming averted his gaze and looked at his second senior brother. He did not even know his name, but in his heart, the title of second senior brother was already deeply embedded within him. "We're brothers. There's no need for thanks between us. Besides, I didn't do anything. I only planted some flowers on your platform." Second senior brother smiled and stretched lazily. "I'm going to sleep. I haven't slept for the past few days." "Youngest junior brother, remember to ask for me." As he spoke, second senior brother winked. There seemed to be a rare and slight hint of red on his cheeks, as if he was a little embarrassed of himself, reminding Su Ming of this so many times. "Oh, that's right. The method you used to clear your mind is the state of creating pictures. If that's the case, you'll need to immerse yourself in that realm for a long period of time. When you drew in the air just now, you used the power stored within your body. Gathering your power to draw is not good. That's called convergence through spreading out your power. You mustn't use it too often. You can't use it to calm your heart, so it's not suitable for your to train your mind. Look at my flowers. When did I ever use my power to make them grow? Do it naturally, only then can you clear your mind." Second senior brother let out a fake cough and advised him again. "How about this? Your third senior brother is familiar with the layout of Freezing Sky Clan. Have him bring you to the school's artifact storage hall. I remember there are some canvases that belong to Freezing Sky Clan stored there. It may lean slightly on the more expensive side, but you can go to Master and have him give you the Clan Master's plate. Then you won't even have to spend a single coin." When a smile appeared on Su Ming's face, his second senior brother turned around and walked towards the mountain trail on the other side of the platform. He traveled with a natural grace, his hair flying behind his back from the wind, and he gradually disappeared from Su Ming's sight. As he watched his second senior brother leave, the warmth in Su Ming's heart spread through his entire body. He looked at the mountain rocks on the 9th summit, then at his surroundings. Slowly, a faint sense of home slowly appeared in his heart. Perhaps as time passed by, this feeling would grow stronger and deeper until he completely blended with the people here and would treat this place as his second home. Once Su Ming meditated for another day in his cave abode, he managed to stabilize the power of the middle stage of the Transcendence realm within him by noon, and he walked out once again. Su Ming did not quite understand the increase of his level of cultivation this time. He was confused, but he still knew that the main key for his increase in level was due to him training his mind. Training the mind, a state where you clear your mind to understand your own form of creation. Su Ming touched his face, right on the spot that was now hidden, but belonged to the additional blood moon that manifested beside the mountain mark. The blood moon was located in a rather strange position. It was placed within Su Ming's right eye itself. The blood moon in the right eye. Su Ming took a deep breath and his expression gradually became calm. He walked down the mountain trail, and before long, a cave abode appeared before him. Before he even got closer, he could already smell the fragrance of alcohol and hear snoring coming from within. Those snores rumbled like thunder. When he stood outside the cave abode, Su Ming paused for a moment. He was really only here to see just what was the living thing his second senior brother had talked about. It was a little difficult for him to understand, but now that he was here and was looking at his third senior brother's cave abode, Su-Ming decided to bend his body down and walk through the door. The moment he entered, the snoring reached a deafening volume, reverberating through the cave. Wuxia lay not too far away, a long line of drool hanging off the corner of his mouth. There was an intoxicated look on his face, as if he was doing something that made him happy in his dreams. Lying by his side was a person covered in plants. His right hand was captured by the unconscious Wuxia. There were fewer plants covering his face, and Su-Ming could see the pain on his face. That person also had his eyes closed, as if he was deep in his dreams and doing something that he did not like. His body would even occasionally convulse a few times. This was the first time Su-Ming entered Wuxia's cave abode. When he saw the person covered in plants, he was stunned, but did not think too much about it. He simply thought it was a unique feature in Wuxia's practice. When he saw that his third senior brother was still deep in his sleep, Su-Ming sat down cross-legged by his side. He did not bother Wuxia, but chose to sit down and wait. Time trickled by, and after several hours, when the sky outside gradually darkened and dusk was about to arrive, Wuxia's snores reached their loudest volume, and at that very instant, they were cut off abruptly. He opened his eyes and rubbed them, then wiped away the drool at the corner of his lips. Only then did he see Su-Ming sitting not too far from him. "Ha, you're here." Wuxia laughed foolishly and ruffled his own hair before grabbing a pot of wine by his side and taking a big mouthful again. "That was a good sleep. You brat. Who gave you the right to disobey me?" Wuxia put down his wine pot and looked at the person made of plants, slapping him. "Why are you still sleeping? Wake up." With that one slap, the person made of plants shuddered and opened his eyes. The first thing that entered his eyes was Wuxia, who had suddenly put his head right before his face and was looking at him ferociously. Once he saw Wuxia, the person visibly shuddered, and a look of anger and fear appeared on his face. So? How does it feel like sleeping with your grandpa Hu?" There was a prideful look on Wuxia's face. He pulled his head back and slapped the person covered in plants with his right hand once again. When Wuxia moved away, the person covered in plants immediately saw Su-Ming sitting by the side, looking at him calmly. The moment he saw Su-Ming, a conflicted look appeared in his eyes. The range of emotions within that conflicted look could be interpreted as resignation, regret, sentiment, and misery. "Third senior brother, who is this?" Su-Ming looked at the person covered in plants calmly. When he saw the conflicted look in his eyes, he was surprised. Don't you know? Oh, that's right. You were trying to reach an epiphany. This person is called Beseeched, and he's very powerful. When you were within yourself, he wanted to harm you, but he was unlucky. He shouldn't have crushed my gourd, much less stepped on second senior brother's plants. He was tied up by second senior brother in the end, and he said he was giving him to us. Wuxia let out a boisterous laugh, and that prideful look on his face became even more prominent. He got up and gave a vicious slap to Beseeched's head once again, and that slap caused a bang in the air. Beseeched was already used to Wuxia's slaps, yet when he was slapped right before Su-Ming, the anger in his heart grew stronger. To him, if that terrifying hands of creation were not there, then Su-Ming and Wuxia would have to look up to him, but now, Su-Ming's expression remained passive. "He must be the living thing second senior brother spoke about," he said unhurriedly. "Ah, so second senior brother told you about him? That's right, he's that living thing. But youngest junior brother, don't you dare snatch him from me. I'm not done playing with him yet. Once I take him into my dreams a few more times, I'll toss him to you. You jerk. How dare you break my gourd?" Wuxia glared at Beseeched and lifted his hand to slap him once again. "Third senior brother, wait. I want to ask him a few questions." Su-Ming stood up, walked towards Beseeched, and stood before him as he looked at the person completely covered in plants lying in front of him. Beseeched glared at Su-Ming coldly, and disdain gradually appeared in his eyes. He might have been captured and humiliated by Wuxia, but as a powerful berserker, he had his own pride. In his eyes, Su Ming was clearly the weakest among all, just as weak as an ant. Even if an elephant was captured, it would never cave against an ant. Su Ming crouched down and looked at Ziche as he stated calmly, "By right, I just came to Freezing Sky Clan, so there shouldn't be anyone paying attention to me. As for the reason why you came to the 9th summit to find me, it's because of Sima Xian, yes." Ziche's gaze remained cold and disdainful, as if he did not hear Su Ming's words. Third senior brother. Just how much of his power was sealed by second senior brother? Su Ming's expression remained passive as he asked softly, "It's completely sealed. Once we're done toying with him, we can just ask second senior brother to release some of his power. It'll be more fun this way." Hu Zi rubbed his hands and excitement appeared in his eyes, as if he had experienced this before. Once he heard Hu Zi's words, Ziche's expression clearly changed, but he gritted his teeth and forced himself to remain calm. However, from the occasional glances he threw towards Hu Zi, Su Ming could tell that he was afraid of him. However, he was clearly not afraid of Su Ming. "This is such a rare material. I can't waste it now." Su Ming looked at Ziche and smiled. That smile was very faint, so faint that it seemed like a light breeze, and it made him look completely harmless. Yet when the words fell into Ziche's ears, it made his heart tremble. For some unknown reason, the word material suddenly made Su Ming's faint smile seem much more vicious and terrifying than Hu Zi. Su Ming's smile made Ziche feel a chill traveling down his spine. This was a completely different feeling than the one he got when confronting Hu Zi. To him, while Hu Zi's actions might not be completely predictable, but they were still predictable enough for him to know what he would do. He might be afraid of him, but his fears were only towards the viciousness in his dreams. In truth, he still largely looked down on Hu Zi. Yet Su Ming gave him a completely different feeling. He could not grasp just what he intended to do, and as the word material continued echoing in his head, he became increasingly more horrified. "Don't be afraid." Su Ming smiled faintly. His voice remained serene as he crouched down and put his right hand into his bosom and pulled out a few items unhurriedly. His actions not only attracted Ziche's attention and affected his mind, it also made Hu Zi incredibly curious. He quickly widened his eyes to watch. It was a beast bone and a few shrubs of herbs. When Hu Zi saw Su Ming taking these common items out, he was disappointed and started mumbling under his breath. He originally did not want to look at it, but when he saw Ziche's expression changing drastically when he saw the items, he was immediately surprised. "What do you want to do?" This was the first time Ziche spoke after he was captured. His voice was hoarse, but there was terror in his voice, and he was indeed terrified. This terror far surpassed the terror of facing Hu Zi. It was one that stemmed from his heart. Because when he saw the beast bone and the herbs, he suddenly understood what Su Ming meant by material. In his words, the beast bone was the material, the herbs were the ingredients, and Ziche himself was also treated as a material. This understanding and terror forced him to speak. You jerk. You can actually speak? Then why didn't you talk when your grandpa who asked you a question? Why didn't you speak even when you were in the dream?" Before Su Ming could say anything, Hu Zi had already widened his eyes in anger. He took a step forward and slapped Ziche viciously again. "How dare you lie to me? I hate people lying to me the most." Hu Zi slapped him a few more times in anger before he turned to look at the materials Su Ming brought out. "Fourth, what are the bone and herbs for?" Hu Zi scratched his head with a puzzled look. "Third senior brother, you may not know this, but before I joined the 9th summit, I was creating medicine myself. His body is in good condition. He's perfect for me to create a certain medicine." Su Ming smiled softly and took up a shrub. He swept his gaze through Ziche's body, and as he spoke, he crushed the herbs and took out some of the seeds before stabbing through Ziche's chest with a finger. Just as blood flowed out of the wound, he pressed the seed into his flesh. Su Ming immediately followed by tapping on several other spots on Ziche's body in quick succession. Ziche did not feel too much pain, but his chest quickly grew numb, and when he lowered his head, He was shocked and terrified to see the seed on his chest growing at a bizarrely quick speed. Zichei's expression drastically changed when he saw the seed growing. This change of emotion was not at all weaker than when he was facing Su Ming's second senior brother's hands of creation. He could clearly feel the herbs absorbing his blood and life force to aid in their growth. The roots of the herbs were even spreading out slowly through his body. While he could ignore the pain of having something force its way through his flesh, but the terror of the unknown made his breathing quicken. A terror that was never seen in his eyes appeared as he looked at Su Ming. That terror reached its peak when Su Ming took some of the blood from Zichei's body and let it drop on the beast bone. Zichei quickly asked, "Just what do you want to do?" Su Ming lifted his head and cast Zichei a glance. With a faint smile, he said, "Make medicine." "What medicine?" Zichei trembled. Hu Zi was paying full attention to what was happening, but there was puzzlement on his face. However, when he saw Zichei's expression, he could not help but admire Su Ming a little. "Fourth is good. Just a few actions, and this man is already terrified. My intelligent self will have to learn this." Hu Zi nodded his head as if he was deep in thought. "The procedure of making this medicine is easy. All I need is a living dead person. I'll plant some herbs in his body and use his blood and life force as nutrients for my herbs. Once the herbs fully mature, the living dead person will become an important material to create this medicine. Call it a medicine human, if you will. And then I'll need some aura of death to create the pill. Once the medicinal pill is formed, the medicine human will also die. When the medicine human dies, the medicine will also be ready. Don't worry, I've already made it once, so I'm very familiar with the process. I'll make sure that you won't feel too much pain," Su Ming said, smiling, and due to his words, his voice was naturally laced with a strange quality. He brought out a few more herbs and planted them within Zichei's body. His actions were very gentle, as if he was afraid of damaging the herbs and the material before him. Yet when his actions fell into Zichei's eyes and his words, which sounded casual but held a determined quality to them, echoed in his ears, his face instantly turned pale. Terror or fear could no longer be used to describe how he looked at Su Ming. He was petrified. Even Hu Zi, who was crouching beside Su Ming, sucked in a sharp breath when he heard those words. A strange look came to his eyes as he looked at Su Ming. Eldest senior brother is a turtle, and he's always in isolation. Second senior brother likes planting stuff, but he steals the plants at midnight himself. As for master, well, forget about him. I thought my new youngest junior brother would be the only other normal person besides me in this mountain. Who would have known that he has such a weird quirk, treating a person as a material and turning him into medicinal liquid before drinking it down? Hu Zi shuddered and let out a long sigh. He had already finished thinking about how he would describe the fourth to his fifth junior brother if he should ever have one. Your second senior brother only took away 3 years of my freedom. He said he'll release me 3 years later, Zichei quickly said. It's fine. I can ask him to turn those 3 years to an eternity, Su Ming said and smiled. He did not lift his head, but continued stabbing bloody holes into Zichei's body and planting medicinal herbs inside him. We're from the same school. You can't do this. My master won't let you off. Zichei looked at Su Ming, who was still smiling, and his terror reached its peak. To him, this face could practically become the most terrifying sight he had ever seen in the world. He suddenly understood why Sima Xian still asked him to take away that thing from Su Ming even though he was already on the way back. It's fine. I also have a master. Su Ming still did not lift his head. He brought out another herb with a serious expression, as if he was hesitating where he should place it on Zichei's body. In his terror, Zichei gritted his teeth and cursed in his mind. Damn it! Sima Xian didn't ask me to return my debt to him. He just pushed me into a fire. This Su Ming may not have great power, but the terror I feel from him can't be fake. This person is definitely abnormal. I can't use his power as a basis to judge him. It's Sima Xian. He was the one who asked me to come to you and take the bell away from you, he quickly said. Su Ming held the herbs in his right hand and slowly lifted his head. his expression remained passive, but in Zichei's eyes, that calmness was like the calm before a storm, a monstrous storm. Zichei even saw a hint of red in Su Ming's right hand. That red was murderous intent. While that murderous intent did not erupt forth from Su Ming's body, but as it appeared, the cave abode immediately turned cold. Zichei felt shaken, and he did not dare look at Su Ming's right eye. Hu Zi also took in a sharp breath by his side and shuddered. He could feel that his youngest junior brother completely changed from how he was previously in an instant. "Where is Sima Xian?" Su Ming asked unhurriedly. His voice sounded the same as usual, but when it landed in Zichei's ears, it sounded like thunder rumbling. There were even some lightning arcs traveling through his body, though they disappeared soon after. Zichei trembled and quickly explained, "He's rushing back to the school. He'll be back in 2 days, I think. I owed him a favor in the past. That's why when he sent me a letter to come, I couldn't refuse him. I didn't mean to offend you." He did not know why he was saying so much to explain himself, but he had a strong feeling that if he did not come clear, then even if he did not end up dead this time in the 9th summit, he would still be in great trouble in the future. This was what his instincts told him. This was an instinctual feeling that rose in him as he faced Su Ming. Su Ming was silent for a moment until the red light in his right hand flashed briefly and he asked calmly, "What is Sima Xian's current level of cultivation?" "He has been away for many years. When he left, he had attained completion in the awakening realm. I haven't seen his current level of cultivation, so I'm not too certain, but if he reached the bone sacrifice realm, he'll definitely think of a way to enter freezing sky cave and try to sense the will left behind by our ancestors there. Then he'll have a chance to change all the bones in his body at the initial stage of the bone sacrifice realm and reach the great completion of the bone sacrifice realm in one go. While the possibility of this happening is very low, and from what I know, there are only 3 people who had managed to do this, but if he can really find our ancestors' bones in freezing sky cave, then he might be able to do it." He was originally known as the prodigy of Freezing Sky Clan to begin with, and was also rumored to be the person who is most likely to become the 4th god of berserkers. He has a lot of friends within Freezing Sky Clan. Besides the 9th summit, the other 8 summits are practically filled with his friends. If he becomes your enemy, then you'd best be careful. Zichei's voice echoed within the cave abode and lingered around for a long time. What's Freezing Sky Cave? This was the first time Su Ming had heard of that name. I don't know the details, but I heard that Freezing Sky Clan's Great Frozen Plains is built on Freezing Sky Cave. If that's the case, then, in the deep parts of the endless icy water under our feet is Freezing Sky Cave. After all, the 9th summit is still part of Freezing Sky Clan, Zichei said. Once he was done speaking, he hesitated for a moment, then looked at the herbs on his body, gritted his teeth and spoke again. This time his voice dropped to a low whisper. "If I were you, then I'd definitely settle all my grudges with him before he enters Freezing Sky Cave, or else, it won't matter whether he succeeds or fails, as long as he makes it out of Freezing Sky Cave, then he'll have a chance of entering Heaven Gate. Once he enters Heaven Gate, then his status will be completely different from us on the Great Frozen Plains. When that time comes, he will kill you, unless the 9th summit has the power to go up against Heaven Gate. Then you'll definitely die." Su Ming was silent for a moment before he asked, "Heaven Gate?" Freezing Sky Clan is divided into 2 sections, the Great Frozen Plains and Heaven Gate. Only those in Heaven Gate are considered to be the core of Freezing Sky Clan. Besides inheriting the right to enter Heaven Gate, the only other way to enter Heaven Gate is to obtain 1,000 shaman heads and not die when you enter Freezing Sky Cave. You can only enter once you fulfill those 2 conditions. Hu Zi crouched by the side, watching Su Ming asking questions and Zichei answering them, and he had a dazed expression on his face. When he saw Zichei's change between how he had acted previously to how he acted now, he could not help but think of his previous actions. Youngest junior brother sure has a good trick up his sleeve. I'll definitely have to learn to do this. Hu Zi ran through Su Ming's every single word and action in his head, and once he believed that he had learned it, a prideful smile appeared on his face. Heaven Gate? Great Frozen Plains? That's utter nonsense. Youngest junior brother, if you don't like Sima Xian, then I'll teach him a lesson for you. If we can't win against him, then we can just run and go back to the 9th summit to look for second senior brother. Once he heard Hu Zi's words, warmth blossomed in Su Ming's heart. By the way, youngest junior brother, why did you come to me? If you didn't come for me, then I'll go out for a while. I haven't been out of the mountain for days. I'm worried that the people outside will miss their grandpa Hu. Hu Zi picked up his wine gourd and swung it a little. There was not much wine left in it. About that, third senior brother, you're familiar with Freezing Sky Clan. I'd like to go to the school's artifact storage hall and bring out some of the papers second senior brother spoke about for me to use on a regular basis when I practice clearing my mind. But before I go, I'd like to borrow Master's Clan Master's plate, Su Ming said, smiling. Clan Master's plate? You don't need to go and get it from Master. I have several of them with me here. As Hu Zi spoke, he ruffled through the things in his cave abode before bringing out a purple ice shaped in the form of a plate. Here, that's the one. Master has a lot of these. When I went there last time, I brought a few back. I'll give you one. Take it and scare away other people when you feel like it. Hu Zi threw the plate in his hand to Su Ming while speaking. Su Ming was stunned. When he caught it, he immediately felt a freezing chill travel into his body and circulate around him once. By the looks of it, it was crafted with fine detail and did not seem fake. However, he was not the only one stunned. Ziche was also stunned. He sucked in a sharp breath, because he recognized what that plate was, and Hu Zi's words threw him into a state of disbelief. The 9th summit. So this is the 9th summit? Ziche's heart trembled. Let's go. I'm familiar with the artifact storage hall. I taught a lot of the people there a lesson before. Hu Zi patted his chest and was about to take Su Ming and leave, but once he took a few steps forward, he turned around and walked towards Ziche to glare at him. Hey jerk! Your grandpa who is about to leave. You're the living thing second senior brother gave us. Remember to follow behind us. Second senior brother might have sealed your power, but he said that you have to protect my youngest junior brother when he goes out, so you have to do it. Don't lie to me anymore, or else I'll teach you a lesson in my dreams. Ziche felt incredibly aggrieved and quickly said, But my power has been sealed. I can't fly on my own. Shut up. Your grandpa who will bring you out and throw you off in midair. If you don't know how to fly, then you'll fall to your death. Don't blame me for not saving you then. As Hu Zi spoke, he lifted Ziche and grinned at Su Ming before he bent his body down and went out of the cave abode before him. Su Ming followed behind. When he looked at the plant-covered Ziche being lifted with an expression filled with anger and indignation, he smiled and followed after. The three of them turned into long arcs and charged out of the 9th summit towards the center of the 9 summits, located far in the distance underneath Heaven Gate. There were many buildings there, and it looked so grand that it exuded a vast and mighty air. The buildings seemed like they were cut from jades and gave off a magnificent aura. There were numerous people walking in and out of the buildings, and it gave the place a lively air. Hu Zi, who was leading the way in midair, let his right hand go loose the moment he flew out of the 9th summit's area. He tossed Ziche off and let out a huge shout, Hey! I'm letting you fall now. Ziche's face paled as he plummeted downwards, but once he fell about 1,000 feet, surprised delight suddenly appeared on his face. His plummeting body came to an abrupt halt and he flew up into the air. Yet very soon, the joy on his face turned into anguish, because he realized he could only be in an area not too far away from Su Ming and Hu Zi, or else his power would be sealed up once again. He did not even need to try it. He already knew that if he attacked Su Ming and Hu Zi, then his temporarily released power would immediately be sealed once again. Humph! How dare you pretend before your grandpa Hu? Isn't it out now? What are you looking at? Hurry up and follow us. With a single glare from Hu Zi, Ziche fell silent and sighed, falling behind Su Ming. As Su Ming watched Hu Zi's actions and his words, his smile grew wider. Youngest junior brother, that is the 8th summit. The 8th summit is very interesting. There are quite a lot of them staying there, and they're usually very cautious. It's as if they're hiding something. But I'm me. I'm the most intelligent grandpa who on the 9th summit. There's no secret in the world that can be kept hidden from my eyes. I even know the things second senior brother does. I can pass through the enchanted maze in the 8th summit even if I close my eyes. I saw a lot of interesting things. In the past, I saw a disciple nephew who is actually a girl disguising herself as a boy. I even saw her taking off her clothes. As Wuxia spoke, his eyes started beaming with joy. That's the 7th summit. All the disciples there are weak. The enchanted maze may be weak, but the people there are far too careful, which is a pity. I was almost caught a few times in the past. There were even a few times where I was captured, but I was fast enough to escape. Still, it's a pity second senior brother refused to help and simply stood by the side as I got hit. This is the 2nd summit. It's also where Xianxia is staying. Humph. They can't keep their secrets away from Grandpa Hu's eyes either. In the past, Su Ming did not think much about Wuxia's boasts. While he simply started to think that they sounded a bit odd the more he heard about it. Xianxia was laughing bitterly by the side. There was one particular rumor among those in the 2nd summit that the disciples who ventured out at night would feel as if someone was watching them. They only learned much later that it was Wuxia who was doing it. This person would always appear in the summits whenever he was free and hide in secluded spots, all the while snickering as he watched other disciples. Almost everyone knew about it in Freezing Sky Clan. The 3 of them flew through the air and after around the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. As Wuxia kept on talking about his achievements in Freezing Sky Clan and all the secrets he learned through peeking at people, the 3 of them arrived at the center of the 9 summits, which was also located under Heaven Gate. Wuxia took the lead and charged towards one of the many buildings on the ground with a huge leap. He flew down quickly, and there were quite a number of Freezing Sky Clan disciples venturing in and out of the buildings who would accidentally get in his way. Once they saw Wuxia though, they would quickly move out of the way with odd expressions on their faces, as if they did not want to provoke this unreasonable person and end up having him sneak into their summit and peek on them. It was especially so for the female disciples. Once they saw Wuxia, they would grit their teeth. Some of them even looked as if they were about to fly towards Wuxia. But when they saw Xianxia following behind him, they would move back hesitantly. Xianxia's fame in Freezing Sky Clan was great due to him placing 9th in the Great Frozen Plains. When he saw what was happening, Xianxia suddenly understood why Wuxia insisted on bringing him here. Su Ming also understood, and laughed wryly as he cast a glance at Wuxia, who was flying with a swagger and an incredibly smug expression. What are you berserker children looking at? If you continue watching, I'll sneak into your rooms tonight and watch you as much as I like. Hey, disciple nephew. How dare you not come and greet your grandpa who when you clearly saw me? Can't you see that even Xianxia is flying behind me? Wuxia continued shouting on the way, and his words made Xianxia's expression darken continuously, while Su Ming did not know whether he should laugh or cry in this situation. When he saw that Wuxia was about to act even more outrageously even though he had been flying around the buildings in the center of the 9 summits under Heaven Gate with a smug look, Xianxia, who had been following behind Su Ming, found himself to be unable to bear with the pressure any longer and whispered to Su Ming. Su, Uncle Master Su, Uncle Master who has gone past the artifact storage hall 8 times. As he spoke, he pointed towards a hall not too far into the distance. Su Ming let out a fake cough. Once he cast a glance at the artifact storage hall, he looked towards Wuxia, who was shouting at some of Freezing Sky Clan's disciples before him. Then he smiled wryly and said, "Third senior brother, how about we go to the artifact storage hall first? If you still want to walk around, then I'll ask Xianxia to accompany you later. I still have to go back and train in the mountain." The moment Wuxia heard it, while there was a look on his face that said he had not fully enjoyed himself, he still turned around with a stern look. "Youngest junior brother who said that I like loitering around. Bringing my youngest junior brother to the artifact storage hall is the most important thing to me. I just couldn't find the place. Let me see. The artifact storage hall is over there." Wuxia pointed towards the artifact storage hall not too far away with a look of surprised delight. Wuxia had arrived at the door to the artifact storage hall while he spoke. However, the door to the hall was closed. Su Ming remembered seeing the people inside immediately closing the door when they saw Hu Zi passing by. Open up. Your grandpa who is here. I'm not here to hit someone today. If you don't open the door right now, I'm going to get angry. Hu Zi went up to the door and lifted his foot to kick it. Very soon, the door flew open, revealing a man with a handsome face, but with a sullen expression. He was frowning, but there was a clearly resigned expression on his face. The man stood behind the door and looked at Hu Zi, then opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. You're here today? So that's why the door was closed. Youngest junior brother. She's the person I said was actually a woman disguising herself as a man. I saw. The man's expression instantly turned incredibly dark, and veins even started popping on his face. Su Ming quickly went up front to pull Hu Zi back, who was still shouting out in surprised delight, and smiled towards the man apologetically. Disciple nephew, about that. Su Ming had yet to finish speaking when a focused look appeared on his face. He heard the sounds of an uproar nearby. Even the man standing before him lifted his head and looked towards the air behind Su Ming with a fanatical and respectful look. The seven-colored light. Eldest senior brother Sima has returned. There's no way we can be mistaken. That's eldest senior brother Sima's seven-colored mountain. Look, isn't that eldest senior brother Sima sitting on the mountain? There's a girl sitting beside him. That girl seems rather familiar. It's really big brother Sima. Uproars broke out everywhere around him. From the corner of his eye, Su Ming saw a seven-colored light piercing through the sky, traveling towards where they were. He slowly turned around and looked up. The entire sky was covered by a piercing seven-colored light. The seven colors were like a rainbow, but the light was not as gentle as that of a rainbow. It spread all over the place instead, and every part of the world as far as Su Ming could see was filled with those colors. The seemingly blinding seven-colored light fell on all the summits and blended with the sky scattering on the ground. It filled everyone's vision with those colors. There was an indescribably domineering air to the light, causing all the disciples from the other 8 summits besides the 9th summit on the great frozen plains to lift their heads and look towards the center of the seven-colored light. Uproars broke out all over the place, because the seven-colored light could only come from one person in Freezing Sky Clan. In Freezing Sky Clan, only one person could make himself known in such a manner. That was the prodigy of Freezing Sky Clan, the one that was known to have the highest possibility of becoming the 4th god of berserkers, Sima Xian. It's senior brother Sima, he's back. I heard that senior brother Sima has been away for many years. When he left, his power had already reached the peak of the awakening realm. Now that he is back, could it be that he's now in the bone sacrifice realm? When senior brother Sima left the school, he said he won't return unless he reached the bone sacrifice realm. The uproars shook the world. The appearance of the seven-colored light shocked all of the disciples of the 8 summits on the great frozen plains. Some of those who were close to Sima Xian even turned into long arcs and flew out from their summits. In the blink of an eye, numerous people flew into the sky and floated in midair to watch from the distance. The crowd beside Su Ming who were gathered in the center of the 9 summits underneath Heaven Gate and were walking in and out of the buildings just now also flew up into the air with fanatical and respectful looks on their faces. When they looked at the sky, they wrapped their fists in their palms and bowed towards the person in the light. Even the man who Hu Zi said was really a woman disguising herself as a man also walked out briskly to bow towards the sky. Welcome back, eldest senior brother Sima. These words were repeated by the numerous people on the ground, and seemed to have fused together to become one voice that shook the world. Su Ming stood there and felt his eyes hurting slightly due to the seven-colored light that seemed to want to pierce through him. He watched the people welcoming Sima Xian back respectfully while he, Hu Zi and Ziche, who was standing by his side, all seemed to have been forgotten by the world. In their eyes, the only thing they could see at that moment was the seven-colored light. Su Ming was not unfamiliar with this feeling. This sight reminded him of that time when he arrived on the field before Windstream Mountain when he was still in Dark Mountain. At that time, he also stood in a corner and was a nobody as he looked at the prodigies walking forth and being the center of everyone's attention. Yet Su Ming was no longer how he used to be. In the past, he had to force himself to remain calm, but now he did not need to do it on purpose. He could just stand there and remain calm. His eyes were calm, his expression was calm, his body was calm, and his heart, too, was calm. He looked at the source of the seven-colored light located far away in the sky. Over there was a mountain floating in midair, a seven-colored mountain. There was a man standing there with his face purposefully muddled. The color of the man's clothes could not be seen clearly through the seven-colored light. Su Ming could only see his hair floating in the air and a girl standing by his side. However, that girl's face could not be seen clearly. As the seven-colored mountain got closer, more shouts echoed on the ground. The sounds of worship sounded like waves rising and falling in Su Ming's ears. He looked at the people from all the summits floating in the sky and saw that they were all currently wrapping their fists in their palms to bow towards the approaching seven-colored mountain. "Thank you for your warm welcome. I've prepared some gifts for all of you. Once I return to my mountain, I'll ask my good friends from each of the other summits to take them and distribute to all of you." Sima Xian's gentle voice echoed in the air, and there was a kind smile on his face as he wrapped his fist in his palm to return the greeting to the crowd. There was a relaxed look on his face and a certain charm that could not be described around him, causing the others to feel as if spring wind was blowing against their bodies. They would naturally feel a sort of friendliness towards him. How fake! Grandpa who met this Sima Xian a few times in the past. His smiles are too fake. Second senior brother's smiles are much more soothing than his. Master wanted to take him in as his disciple in the past. Thank goodness he didn't take him in the end. Hu Zi stood beside Su Ming and picked his nose as he spoke in a condescending manner. Zi Che was silent, but when he looked towards the seven-colored mountain in the distance, his eyes were dark. He now resented Sima Xian. If he had not asked him to go to the 9th summit to cause trouble for Su Ming, he would not be in this sorry state now. Su Ming was silent. He was still looking at the gradually approaching seven-colored mountain in the sky. Soon, he saw Sima Xian's face clearly. Sima Xian, who was dressed in white, had an incredibly handsome face and looked very gentle and elegant, as if there was not a hint of anger within him. His brows were sharp and his eyes sparkled. The smile on his face simply did not disappear. A temperament that was clearly different from others was natural to Sima Xian. And once it blended together with his extraordinary looks, it turned into an indescribable charm. This was not the first time Su Ming crossed paths with Sima Xian, yet strictly speaking, this was the first time he truly saw him. This was different from when Sima Xian had borrowed Fang Mu's body to attack him when he was in Han Mountain City. Su Ming looked at Sima Xian. He watched his graceful demeanor and his gentle smile, but still remained calm and did not speak. Hu Zi's disdain, Su Ming's calmness, and Zi Che's sullenness were completely different from the respectful expressions on the other freezing Sky Clan disciples around them. Because of their different expressions and because they stood together, when other people swept their gazes over the crowd, they would not be able to help themselves but pay some attention towards them. Sima Xian might also have noticed Su Ming, but he remained smiling and did not reveal any sort of changes in expression. "Let's go, third senior brother. Once we get the papers, let's go back to the mountain," Su Ming said calmly. The enmity between him and Sima Xian could be described as something simple, but could also be described as something complex. Nonetheless, there was only one conclusion to it. They had reached a point where their enmity could not be solved. Unless he returned Han Mountain Bell respectfully, ignored his promise with Han Songzi, and asked for Sima Xian's forgiveness for what happened to Fang Mu, there was simply no other way to resolve this. However, Su Ming simply could not do these things. After his words, Su Ming was just about to turn around and walk into the artifact storage hall to get his papers when the seven-colored mountain closed in. As the seven-colored light gradually dissipated, Su Ming not only saw Sima Xian's face clearly out of the corner of his eye, but he also saw an excited petite face smiling beautifully behind him. It was a beautiful girl. She wore a purple robe and seemed quite young. Her skin was like jade and her eyes like the moon. She stood behind Sima Xian with an obedient demeanor, yet the liveliness in her eyes would make others feel shocked by her charm, while also sensing the wild beauty within her once they saw her. That sort of beauty came naturally and was not formed as time passed by. Neither was it an act. It was due to the environment she grew up in, her personality, and other factors that formed this rarely seen wild beauty within her. Her sparkling eyes, curving brows, the arc of her lips that could captivate others with a smile were the true epitome of a beautiful smile. Although she might still be young and was yet to fully mature, this girl still made Su-Ming shudder when he caught sight of her from the corner of his eye as he was just about to turn around. At that instant, he felt as if hundreds upon thousands of thunders rumbled in his mind and exploded simultaneously, causing his body to tremble and shudder. His breathing also quickened in a manner that had never been seen on him, as if his breathing could no longer keep up with the rumbles in his heart. Neither could it keep up with how hard his heart pounded. The world had come to a standstill at that moment before Su-Ming's eyes. The wind did not move, the clouds remained still. All the uproars he heard instantly disappeared. In that moment, in the world he saw, the people disappeared, the 9 summits too disappeared. The 7 colors in the sky had completely disappeared in his eyes. There was no longer any 7-colored mountain. Neither was Sima Xian there any longer. In his sight and the world he saw, there was only one thing, and there could only be one thing: the person dressed in purple. The person with the wild and untamed smile. The person whose eyes sparkled and seemed to contain endless vigor within them. That girl filled with wild and untamed beauty. The calmness in Su-Ming's eyes shattered. The calmness on his face crumbled. The calmness in his body was replaced by shivers. The calmness in his heart was gone. At that moment, he forgot that he was standing in freezing SkyClan, forgot everything that he'd seen. It was the girl standing behind Sima Xian that made him forget everything. At that moment, his mind was blank. He had no thoughts, his mind did not process anything. The only thing in his head was a morning song filled with sadness that played in his heart without a sound. That morning song was accompanied by a scene that made his heart clench in pain. White snow floated down in that image in his head. In the snow, a boy and a girl held hands and walked through the storm. Snow fell on their hair, as if they had walked together until their hair had turned white with age. Su-Ming, that's a promise. I'll definitely come. Everything that had happened in that scene made Su-Ming tremble. He stared at the girl who was gradually approaching them in the sky and looked at everything before him. Bai Ling? How could this be? He mumbled. There was disbelief in his eyes. At that moment, a strong urge suddenly erupted within him. He did not want to suppress that urge, neither would he suppress it because he could not suppress it. Even if that urge would make his training to clear his mind come to a standstill, he just didn't want to suppress it. He lifted his right foot slowly in that instant, and at the very moment his foot landed on the air, he rose and started walking towards the 7-colored mountain. Su-Ming's actions temporarily stunned Hu Zi. Yet even though he was surprised, he still immediately followed behind him. Ziche hesitated for a moment before he too followed after. As the 7-colored light grew dimmer in the sky, Su-Ming stood before the floating 7-colored mountain. He blocked the mountain from moving forward. That sight immediately caught the attention of all those present. They all turned their gazes towards the place, and in an instant, a few thousand pairs of eyes were gathered on Su-Ming, who was to them an unfamiliar face. What's your name? Su-Ming did not see the 7-colored mountain, did not see Sima Xian, did not see anyone else. He could only see the girl, or more accurately speaking, the person standing in the snow in Dark Mountain. Sima Xian's return attracted a lot of people's attention. Among them were 2 people who Su-Ming did not notice. One of them was the 4th Summit's Han Fei-Zi. She was wearing a white robe and stood on the mountain with a demeanor as cold as ice. Her expression was calm when she looked at the 7-colored mountain in the sky, though no one knew what she was thinking about. Yet the occasional frosty glint in her eyes showed that she harbored a certain degree of animosity towards Sima Xian. That animosity was perhaps different from Han Songzi's. It was a scrutinizing look towards a rival. The other person whom Su-Ming did not take note of was the 3rd Summit's Han Songzi. She stood on the 3rd summit with the beautiful, oval-shaped faced woman by her side. They saw Sima Xian. heard the people's cheers, and saw the light from the seven-colored mountain falling on their bodies. The moment she saw Sima Xian returning, Han Songzi's face turned pale. The woman beside her frowned and let out a cold harumph before she took a few steps towards Han Songzi. He's not even placed first in the ranking board for the Great Frozen Plains yet. He's only second place, and he's already showing off so much. Han Songzi was silent. She lowered her head and did not say a word. Humph, the rumor about him being the one person who is most likely to become the fourth god of berserkers is simply the doings of the school. The school created his image and his chances. To many disciples, that Sima Xian has already been turned into a god of berserker along with our eldest senior sister Tianlanmeng and senior brother Chunqing. The three people known as the three great prodigies of Freezing Sky Clan. Let's see who would be the first of the three who can enter Heaven Gate. Still, while Sima Xian's potential is pretty good, some of the things he does seriously disgust me. Even if eldest senior sister Tianlanmeng and Chunqing return to the sect, they wouldn't cause such a stir. Besides the school creating that image of his that makes the others so crazy about him, isn't it also because he keeps using all those tricks? He keeps using a large amount of things to attract other people to follow him, and from there, he makes acquaintances with them. The woman beside Han Songzi spoke with a cold smile on her face, then cast Han Songzi a look. There was pity on her face. Why do you always look this way whenever you see him? Why are you afraid of him? He simply planted the berserker seed of love within you. That's all. If you're scared of him and keep hoping that someone will help you, then even if someone actually manages to free you, you'll be controlled by someone else in the end. Are women any less than men? Look at eldest senior sister Tianlanmeng. She's our best example. Even when that Sima Xian sees our eldest senior sister, would he dare harm her? There was an aloof pride on her oval-shaped face. When we were coming back, I saw the portion of the sky mist barrier where Uncle Master Bai was guarding. Han Songzi bit her lip and slowly lifted her head, and resolution appeared on her face. Uncle Master Bai? You mean the person who was also rumored to have had the hopes of the entire school placed on him in the past? The person who also practiced the creation arts of the god of berserkers, but eventually ended up practically estranged from the school simply because he did not follow the will of the school to practice the god of berserkers' transformation, but instead inherited his master's right to become the divine general of the bone sacrifice realm? That Uncle Master Bai. Han Songzi nodded. Once the oval-shaped faced woman heard it, she sighed softly. Divine generals are all revered people, and it's something a lot of people dream of attaining. Even in the school, the desire to become divine general is second only to becoming the god of berserkers, but once you become a divine general, it's practically impossible to become the god of berserkers. They can only become the subordinates for the future god of berserkers. There aren't many divine generals within the school. Most of them have already been sent out to gain experience in killing so that they could be a force for the future god of berserkers. I heard that the person you like is also a divine general? She asked suddenly. A red blush immediately appeared on Han Songzi's face, as if she forgot the stress brought by Sima Xian at that moment and was embarrassed like a little girl. Just as she was about to speak, her senior sister's expression suddenly changed. That person you like. What is he doing? Han Songzi was stunned. Instantly, she turned her head back to look, and her expression changed. The entire area was filled with silence at that moment, including Han Songzi. All the people's gazes were focused on the person walking slowly towards the seven-colored mountain in the sky. At that moment, even Han Feizi's cold and aloof face changed. There was confusion as she looked at Su Ming. Hu Zi was also stunned. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Su Ming, who was walking from his side with a dumb expression towards the seven-colored mountain. Hu Zi did not hesitate, and with a single move, he charged towards Su Ming. He would not bother thinking about Sima or whoever else, nor would he be bothered by the crowd's gazes. The only thing in his mind was that he was the one who brought his youngest junior brother here. He could not let anything happen to him. Ziche felt his heart lurch and his mouth go dry. He never expected Su Ming to walk out just like this and face Sima Xian. What's your name? Su Ming's body floated in midair. As he stood before the approaching seven-colored mountain, he could only see the girl filled with untamed beauty. His voice echoed in the air gently, and as it fell into the people's ears, all those who heard immediately had odd expressions on their faces. Who is he? That person is unfamiliar, but the ninth summit's Sun De who is beside him. If Sun De who is with him, and especially since he blocked senior brother Sima's path, then he must definitely be an unreasonable person as well. I heard that the ninth summit has received a new disciple. Could it be him? But all the people on the ninth summit are strange people. His actions and words at least follow the traits that belong to those in the ninth summit. Interesting. This person must be attracted to junior sister Bai's face, and blinded by his infatuation, he forgot his status and asked for her name. He's biting off more than he can chew. How could he be so rude to junior sister Bai? Humph. Low mocking and disdainful voices gradually appeared as the people looked on with odd expressions on their faces. To them, Su Ming was simply a person who was too confident in himself. Being rude to a beautiful woman right in front of senior brother Sima was exactly what an unreasonable person would do. Han Songzi was stunned. Her gaze immediately shifted from Su Ming to the girl behind Sima Xian, and gradually, a conflicted look appeared in her eyes. He once said that he broke a promise. Han Songzi sighed softly. The woman beside her was frowning, and there was a displeased look in her eyes as she looked at Su Ming. At the same time, Han Feizi also cast a profound look towards the girl behind Sima Xian on the fourth summit, and she sank into deep thought. Su Ming slowly came to a halt 30 feet away from the seven-colored mountain. Sima Xian looked down on Su Ming, who was blocking his path, from his position on the mountain. In truth, when he was coming forth from the distance, he had already seen Su Ming, but he did not dare act rashly because Ziche was by Su Ming's side. Judging by his looks, it seemed that he was a little sullen and resigned. Yet he did not expect that while he was ignoring the man, Su Ming would come to block his path over here. It would have been fine if he was merely blocking his path, but Su Ming was not even looking at him, but at the girl behind him. This sort of disregard, coupled with the grudges that couldn't be solved between them, made Sima Xian's eyes turn dark and chilly. Junior brother, you seem rather unfamiliar. Why are you blocking my path? Sima Xian smiled faintly and the cold look in his eyes disappeared. His voice was calm, as if he was not angry with Su Ming's actions and he had a big heart. Su Ming did not speak. Up till this point, he still had not even looked at Sima Xian. He simply kept his gaze fixed on the girl filled with wild beauty. The girl blushed under Su Ming's stare, but she was frowning and there was displeasure in her eyes. She cast a glance at Su Ming, then at Sima Xian, who was standing before her, and did not speak. The person before him was less than 30 feet away from him, but the person in Su Ming's heart was so far away it was as if there was the distance of heaven and earth between them. At that moment, Su Ming smiled. That smile was very faint, and there was a sadness to it. If we continue walking in the snow, will we walk until our hair turns white? Those words echoed in his head and eventually turned into a sigh. Su Ming knew. The girl before him was not Bai Ling. This had nothing to do with the berserker seed of love. The girl's eyes were the same as Bai Ling's. In physical terms, they looked so similar that there were practically no differences between them, but since their souls were different, then they were completely different people. Their aura was also different. Aura was something Su Ming could sense ever since he started practicing aura refinement and started observing people's aura around him. Once he activated the branding art in his mind. This person was not her. She may have the same face, but she was not Bai Ling. Su Ming closed his eyes. He did not ask her again, because he had already obtained his answer. That urge within gradually died down. When he opened his eyes once again, they had already returned to a calm state. No longer looking at the girl, Su Ming turned around and started walking away to leave. He heard the mockery and disdain in the low voices around him and felt the ridiculing gazes on his person. But these did not bother him. Yet while he may not care about it, it did not mean that Hu Zi did not mind it. Hu Zi narrowed his eyes and cast an angry glare around the place from beside Su Ming, even growling with a hostile look on his face. What are you looking at? What, do you dare say all this right in front of Sima Xian's face? Laugh. You jerks. I'm telling you to laugh. Just you wait. I'll sneak into your places tonight and let you know my might. Hu Zi was about to continue speaking, but his words were cut off bluntly by Sima Xian. Sima Xian smiled as if he was pleased with what the girl behind him did and cast a look at Su Ming, saying slowly, Junior brother, are you going to leave just like that? Take care of your senior brothers first, or else I'll teach you what respect is in place of your master. Su Ming paused in his footsteps and turned around, then looked at Sima Xian for the first time in midair. When their gazes met, they seemed to have viciously clashed with each other. I am not your junior brother, disciple nephew Sima. I am your uncle master. Su Ming's voice was calm when he spoke languidly, looking at Sima Xian. There was no pride in his voice. Neither did he have the condescending manner Sima Xian adopted while he stood on the seven-colored mountain. But the meaning behind his words was a form of condescension under the rules of freezing Sky Clan itself. I am your uncle master. This sentence instantly made the people around him fall silent. There may be anger on their faces, but they did not dare refute his words. They could only accept the high status of the ninth summit with resignation. A piercing, chilling light instantly appeared in Sima Xian's eyes. As he looked at Su Ming, his lips gradually curled up in a cold smile. Hu Zi immediately brightened up and placed his hands on his hips as he lifted his head and shouted pridefully towards Sima Xian. Oh, that's right. Hey jerk. Your grandpa Hu is your uncle master. Come here. Sima Xian. Greet your uncle master. Sima Xian simply ignored Hu Zi's existence. At that moment, only Su Ming existed in his eyes. With such close proximity and with the slight connection he had with Han Mountain Bell in the past, he could tell with certainty that Han Mountain Bell was within Su Ming. Uncle master, eh? Then allow me to consult you and see whether you have the right to be my uncle master. As Sima Xian spoke, he took a step forward with his right foot and lifted his finger to point at the sky. Freeze! With his voice, a large amount of green, freezing air suddenly manifested on the originally cold sky. That freezing air seemed to have a physical form, and the air would freeze as it passed by it. Rumbling sounds echoed in the air. An illusionary hand formed from the green mist appeared in the freezing air and manifested abruptly in the sky. That hand gave off a freezing presence and gathered together out of nowhere before it charged towards Su Ming to catch him. The creation art. As expected of senior brother Sima, he's indeed the person who will become the god of berserkers. His first move itself is the creation art. No ordinary person could cast the creation art so easily, even if it was just the one creation art. Besides Leader Lu on the ninth summit, the other people there are all trash. I heard that their eldest senior brother isolates himself all the time. The second is always planting flowers like a weak woman. The third is an unreasonable fellow. And that newest addition to the ninth summit just had the galls to block senior brother Sima's path. The green hand charged towards Su Ming, and a glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Yet at that moment, anger appeared on Hu Zi's face and he let out a low growl. Youngest junior brother, move back. Jerk. How dare you attack my youngest junior brother in my face? Hu Zi lifted his head and sat down in midair. He lifted his right hand swiftly and overlapped his index and middle fingers together. As he lifted his hand, he drew an arc in the sky. A mighty presence erupted forth from Hu Zi's body. The strength of that presence seemed to have caused the weather and earth to change, causing the incoming green hand to falter for a moment in midair. Entering, dream. Hu Zi's expression was stern. At that moment, not a hint of recklessness could be seen on his face. His act of drawing an arc with his two fingers seemed to have contained some mysterious form of creation, and when Sima Xian saw this, his expression turned grave. The people around him also became nervous. As they looked at Hu Zi, expressions of surprise appeared on their faces, as if during that instant, the Sunda who before them became completely different from the person in their memories. Right at the instant, the green hand froze in midair for a moment. Hu Zi's right index finger touched the center of his brows. His eyes immediately fell shut and he started snoring. Nothing changed, except for the appearance of Hu Zi's snores in the air, and since he was in deep sleep, he could not continue floating in the air and fell from the sky. All the people who saw this were stunned and burst out laughing a moment later. Even Sima Xian started chuckling after the stun wore off. Yet a chilling glint appeared in his eyes and he pointed towards the falling Hu Zi with his right hand. Immediately, the freezing green hand charged towards Hu Zi, whistling through the air. A clear sign that while Sima Xian had laughed at Hu Zi's actions, he was also displeased, and for that, he wanted to hurt him. Su Ming was silent. He did not laugh. It was clear that Hu Zi chose to act that way just now because he already considered Su Ming as his youngest junior brother under the same master, and as his senior brother, it was his duty to protect him. Hu Zi's power may not be great, but it was precisely because of this that his actions reflected what he thought even more prominently when he stood before Su Ming. That alone was enough. Right at the moment Hu Zi started plummeting downwards, Su Ming turned into a long arc and charged towards him, catching his body in midair and landing on the ground. But the green hand was still chasing after them. Su Ming did not bother with that hand. Right at the moment he landed on the ground, Ziche flew up and charged towards the hand. He had to act, or else he had no idea what sort of horrible fate would befall him when he went back to the 9th summit. Besides, he was also angry towards Sima Xian. Rumbling sounds echoed above Su Ming, but he did not lift his head up to look. Once he landed on the ground, he gently placed the snoring and drooling Hu Zi on the ground. He looked at Hu Zi's face. That silly look on his face made Su Ming smile. Amidst the rumbling sounds in the air was Sima Xian's downcast voice. Ziche, what's the meaning of this? Sima Xian, there's no use talking. If you attack Su Ming, then I have to act against you. Ziche's appearance made all the people watching immediately burst out into an uproar again. That's senior brother Ziche, ranked 9th on the Great Frozen Plains ranking board. Isn't he good friends with senior brother Sima? Why is he suddenly helping an outsider? I saw him with the people from the 9th summit just now. The oval-shaped faced woman beside Han Songzi let out a cold harumph as the discussions raged around her. But it was clear that she had let out a sigh of relief when she saw Ziche just now. Sima Xian stared at Ziche. As their gazes met in midair, his eyes gradually turned cold. At that moment, as Su Ming looked at Hu Zi snoring as he slept on the ground, he slowly lifted his head and looked at Sima Xian standing beside the 7-colored mountain in the sky. Ziche, stand back. Take care of my 3rd senior brother, Su Ming said unhurriedly, then lifted his right foot to take a step into the sky. The moment his foot landed, his body left the ground and he stood in midair. Ziche hesitated for a moment before he wrapped his fist in his palm to salute Su Ming, then returned to Hu Zi's side. My power is not as great as yours, and I didn't want to fight you, Su Ming said calmly, looking at Sima Xian. You have your own thing to do, as do I. But you shouldn't have tried to hurt my 3rd senior brother once he lost all power to fight back. Su Ming's voice still remained calm. He is my 3rd senior brother. If you want to fight, then I will fight. At that moment, a chilling glint appeared within the calmness in Su Ming's eyes. At that very moment, an incredibly powerful killing intent surged out from Su Ming's body. That murderous intent came from his right eye, from the picture of the blood moon and dark mountain. The instant Su Ming declared his intention to fight, his entire demeanor changed. While he may still look calm, there was a pressure coming from within that calmness that made people feel as if it was pressing heavily on their bodies from above. He lifted his right foot and took his first step towards Sima Xian. At the moment it landed, a clear mountain mark appeared on Su Ming's face. It was the mark of the mountain with 5 summits, Dark Mountain. When that mark appeared, an illusion immediately formed in the sky above Sima Xian. In the blink of an eye, the gigantic Dark Mountain that was exactly like the Dark Mountain mark on Su Ming's face appeared in the sky. The moment it appeared, an incredibly powerful pressure spread out and caused the people who were watching on the sides to withdraw with changed expressions. Sima Xian gave a cold sneer and lifted his right hand and clenched his fist around empty air. The moment he did so, a large amount of cold air gathered together underneath Dark Mountain and turned into a gigantic ice fist that charged towards it. Rumbling sounds reverberated through the air, and the ice fist crashed into Dark Mountain, triggering a vicious wave of force that turned into a large wave of ripples that spread through the air. Once that punch was thrown, an ice layer instantly appeared on the spot where the ice fist touched the five-peaked Dark Mountain formed from Su Ming's mountain mark amidst the rumbling sounds. The ice layer spread out rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, ice covered the entire mountain, turning it into a five-peaked ice mountain. The ice mountain floated in the sky. It was originally just an illusion, but at that moment, due to the ice fist created by Sima Xian's creation art, the mountain was caught between a state of having physical form and being an illusion. A simple trick. You are as weak as you were when I met you in Han Mountain. I don't even need to use the power of my berserker mark. Neither do I need to use my origin vessel, the seven-colored mountain, Sima Xian said languidly. There was no disdain in his voice. He was merely speaking in a tone that suggested he was looking down on Su Ming because they were not of the same level and he was more powerful. As he spoke, Sima Xian placed his hands behind his back and looked at Su Ming coldly. I'll give you a chance to attack. If you disappoint me, then I'll make you despair. Bring out Han Mountain Bell. Let me see how powerful it is in your hands, Sima Xian said coldly. Su Ming did not speak. He had first-hand experience of Sima Xian's arrogance, and this was not the first time he heard such words from his mouth. His expression turned even more aloof in his silence. Underneath his robes was the other part of the berserker mark Sima Xian could not see, and it was now manifesting on his body. As it did so, Su Ming lifted his right hand and waved it in the sky. A large area underneath the frozen Dark Mountain started distorting. The distortion spread out, and in an instant, an illusionary Dark Mountain tribe appeared in the world. The plants, the trees, the houses, all of these things were shown in such fine detail that they looked real. They covered the entire sky, and those who saw it felt as if their entire beings were about to be sucked into the tribe. A grave expression appeared on Sima Xian's face. This is your complete berserker mark? A depressing feeling that pressed heavily on the hearts of all those looking surrounded the entire area when Dark Mountain tribe appeared. The manifestation of this berserker mark made Sima Xian feel a force pressing heavily against him. This was the most complex berserker mark he had ever seen in his life. There was even a vague and indistinct grief coming from within the illusionary tribe formed from the berserker mark that affected his heart. What is with this berserker mark? Why are there emotions in there? Sima Xian's expression changed drastically. Sima Xian was shaken. Su Ming's berserker mark gave off a huge, threatening presence. This threat far surpassed how he felt when he first saw Su Ming in Han Mountain. However, it was merely a threatening feeling. Besides the grave expression on Sima Xian's face, a pattern was appearing faintly on his skin. That pattern looked like a flower, and it was blooming in a manner that outshone all other flowers. Yet if anyone took a closer look, then they would clearly see that the blooming flower was actually an ice flower. There was a faint layer of frost around it, causing Sima Xian's face to look as if he was covered in a layer of frost. You're one of the few people who can force me to use my berserker mark. Today, I'll let you see the power of my berserker mark, Sima Xian slowly said, and as his voice fell into the people's ears, the words turned into a layer of frost that covered their bodies. The moment he finished speaking, ice and snow gathered around Sima Xian and turned into a gigantic ice flower. The sunlight reflecting off the ice flower shone with a seven-colored light, causing Sima Xian to be surrounded by it, and it crashed into the Dark Mountain tribe that was formed from Su Ming's berserker mark. There were no banging sounds, only mere rumbles. When Sima Xian's berserker mark appeared, its presence also manifested along with it. Soon, under the rumbling sounds, the illusionary Dark Mountain tribe Su Ming had created in the sky was instantly covered in a layer of frost, just like how Dark Mountain was previously. In the blink of an eye, all the houses, plants, and trees in Dark Mountain tribe turned into ice sculptures. Even if you activated your entire Berserker mark, you are still too weak. As Sima Xian spoke, the gigantic ice flower behind him gradually rose into the air, glowing with the seven-colored light. The gigantic flower was the center of the seven-colored light, as if it wanted to fight for the glory of the position of being the only source of light in the sky with the sun. It charged towards Su Ming. The petals opened up like a big mouth, as if they wanted to swallow up Su Ming whole. The entire process of the fight between Su Ming and Sima Xian may have seemed to have happened slowly, but in truth all these happened in a few short moments. The two of them may be hundreds of feet apart, but this sort of battle between Berserker marks was incredibly dangerous. If one party was slightly weaker, that person would instantly be gravely injured. This sort of battle between Berserker marks was an origin mystical ability that only the Berserkers of the Berserker tribe could cast after they reached the Awakening Realm. Su Ming's expression did not change even the slightest, even though the ice flower formed from Sima Xian's Berserker mark was quickly charging towards him. He stood in his spot calmly, and he looked not towards Sima Xian, but towards the frozen Dark Mountain and his equally frozen tribe. "My Berserker mark is not yet complete," he said unhurriedly. This was the first time he spoke ever since he started battling Sima Xian. As he spoke, a shocking wave of murderous intent erupted forth from his body. In an instant, his right eye was stained with a bloody shade of red. That bloody red look was clearly the blood moon. At the same time, the illusionary Dark Mountain and tribe in the sky welcomed a new addition, a blood moon. There was an enchanting air to the blood moon. The moment it appeared, the sad presence that shrouded Dark Mountain and Dark Mountain tribe changed abruptly. There was no longer any grief coming from within, but a shocking amount of killing intent. It fell upon the entire layer of ice on Dark Mountain and colored the place a bloody shade of red. The ice on the houses in the tribe was also illuminated by a bloody red glow. It was as if the entire world had just been dyed in a blood-red color. The picture of the blood moon and Dark Mountain. Booming sounds spread in all directions like thunder. The ice layer on Dark Mountain completely shattered and exploded into pieces with a bang. The ice on the houses in the tribe also cracked and turned into ice shards that tumbled backwards. Even the gigantic ice flower charging towards Su Ming turned into a blood-red flower under the illumination of the blood moon. Before it even got close to Su Ming, it was torn to pieces and exploded. "This is my complete Berserker mark." Su Ming took a step forward and lifted his right hand, then slammed it downward before him. The moment he did so, Dark Mountain rumbled and charged towards Sima Xian. Whispering could also be heard coming from the houses in the tribe, causing Sima Xian's expression to change. He instantly retreated. Yet before he could move too far back, he found himself unable to leave the area of the blood-red light. The entire picture of the blood moon and Dark Mountain seemed to have come to life and turned into a gigantic sealing rune. Sima Xian was within the rune, and he could not seem to escape. Not only did the expression on his face drastically change to shock, his pupils also shrank. Su Ming's Berserker mark had once again surpassed his expectations. This was completely different from the Su Ming in his memories. He suddenly understood why Ziche would fail. He could sense that at this moment, Su Ming had the power to fight against those in the later stage of the Awakening Realm with just his Berserker mark alone. He still has that origin lightning of his. He also has Han Mountain Bell and that sharp sword. As Sima Xian retreated, he bit his tongue and coughed out a mouthful of blood. That blood immediately turned into blood mist before him. "Your Berserker mark may be complicated, but my Berserker mark isn't easy either." As Sima Xian spoke, the blood mist before him immediately charged towards him and stained his face. Then, with a bizarre speed, seeped into his skin. It was quickly followed by Sima Xian lifting his head to growl at the sky. The Berserker mark of the ice flower appeared once again on his face and body. However, this time, there was not just one ice flower, but 2, 3, 4, until 8 flowers appeared on his body. The 8 ice flowers covered his entire body. However, the sizes of these 8 flowers were clearly slightly smaller than of the first. Yet when the 8 ice flowers appeared, it made Sima Xian's retreating body instantly stop. He no longer retreated but lifted his arms and swung them sideward. With that one swing, the 8 ice flowers formed and spun around him to turn into an ice typhoon. Freezing Sky Berserker Art, 10 creations, Sima Xian stated in a low, booming voice and clapped his hands together to point in Su Ming's direction. The ice typhoon around him instantly grew bigger, as if it wanted to tear the world apart, and crashed into the illusionary world that was the manifestation of Su Ming's berserker mark. Rumbling sounds echoed in the air. The ice typhoon became smaller, but similarly, the Dark Mountain tribe formed from Su Ming's berserker mark scattered away like dust in the typhoon, like a picture that was ripped to shreds. When Dark Mountain tribe completely disappeared, Dark Mountain too trembled and shattered. Only the Blood Moon remained and crashed into the now greatly shrunken ice typhoon for the last time. The greatly reduced ice typhoon turned into 8 ice flowers once again and charged towards the Blood Moon while connected to each other. Under the blood-red light and the rumbling sounds, the first ice flower exploded, the second ice flower shattered, the third ice flower crumbled, and the fourth ice flower disintegrated. But the fifth ice flower broke through and crashed into the Blood Moon. The Blood Moon trembled and started showing signs of not being able to remain stable amidst the thunderous rumbles. At the same time, the sixth ice flower came forth and crashed into the Blood Moon. Soon, the seventh and eighth ice flowers crashed into the Blood Moon. A loud boom shook the skies, and when the Blood Moon broke down, the ice flowers disappeared. What a strong berserker mark! Sima Xian found himself unable to say that Su Ming was too weak anymore. At that moment he was breathing rapidly. His berserker mark was already complete, but it only managed to reach a tie with Su Ming's berserker mark. This must be the limit for his berserker mark. This sort of berserker mark will not change anymore. Killing intent appeared in Sima Xian's eyes. In truth, he had harbored killing intent towards Su Ming since a long time ago but had always kept it hidden. After all, he was in Freezing Sky Clan. Yet, when he witnessed the might of his berserker mark, he could no longer hide his killing intent. In the instant their berserker marks disappeared from the clash, Sima Xian made a sudden move. He turned into a long arc and charged towards Su Ming. He wanted to kill Su Ming. Yet at the moment he charged forward, Su Ming also took a step forward. He did not retreat, but used a similarly shocking speed to rush at Sima Xian. The two of them were not far from each other in the first place. Hence, with that rapid speed, in an instant they closed in on each other. Once they were close, a large amount of electrical arcs immediately began swimming through Su Ming's entire body. As he swung his fist forward, an innumerable amount of lightning gathered together and charged towards Sima Xian with a thunderous rumble. Sima Xian also lifted his right hand, and as he clenched it into a fist, 7 colored light appeared in his hand. Lightning and light clashed with each other, and as rumbling sounds spread out, the two of them let out muffled groans and tumbled backwards. Sima Xian moved 30 feet backwards, and Su Ming moved 50 feet back. At the moment the both of them came to a stop, they rushed towards each other once again. This time, Sima Xian tapped at a few spots on his body with both hands, and 7 colored light immediately started shining on his body. There was a layer of ice underneath that 7 colored light which turned into ice armor on his body. This was the 7 colored ice armor Sima Xian had created himself. Similarly, black fog surrounded Su Ming's body. As a divine general of awakening, he also had his own armor. The black fog turned into armor, and at the instant it appeared, the stunned crowd that had been watching all around them immediately let out loud cries of surprise. A divine general of awakening. He's a divine general of awakening? No wonder he could fight against senior brother Sima. He's a divine general of awakening. He has extraordinary power, and the complexity of his berserker mark is simply outrageous and unheard of. The uproars had been stifled due to the intense battle between berserker marks just now, but erupted forth now with such force that it filled the air with buzzing sounds in an instant. In truth, Su Ming's identity as a divine general was hidden from the crowd largely due to the fourth summit. For some unknown reason, the left preceptor in the fourth summit had locked down all information regarding Su Ming. The other people in Freezing Sky Clan only knew that there was a new disciple in the ninth summit. As for his status, level of cultivation, and all the other things, it all remained fuzzy. As for Chan Yubing and Su Ruyu, once the two of them returned to Freezing Sky Clan, they were placed under a gag order and were told not to talk about Su Ming. Is he the one who made Big Brother Sima angry? The girls who was on the seven-colored mountain gaze was fixed on Sima Xian, who remained mighty and powerful in her heart, all this while. As for Su Ming, her first impression towards him was bad, and since he was Sima Xian's enemy at the moment, she recalled the things that had happened when she was playing chess with Sima Xian, and her gaze towards Su Ming turned even more hostile. Su Ming and Sima Xian stood in the sky. One of them was surrounded by black fog, which turned into a black fogged armor that gave off a ghastly feeling, while the other was surrounded by seven-colored light, and his ice armor seemed to be filled with light that pierced the eyes, making it hard for others to look at him directly. Two completely different presences. Two completely different sets of armor. Two completely different people. You are not in the bone sacrifice realm, Su Ming said languidly, and as he spoke, he charged forward. Sima Xian's face was sullen. With a cold harumph, he moved forward. The two of them crashed into each other once again in midair. Rumbling sounds reverberated in the air, and the fierce battle made all those watching around the area stop breathing. The longer Sima Xian battled, the more shocked he felt. He could not imagine just how Su Ming had become so strong in such a short amount of time. This was no longer the person he could defeat by just attacking with a move through manifesting his soul on a berserker seed. With such a speed in his growth, Su Ming had the right to make Sima Xian pay attention to him. This person is growing too quickly. I can't let him stay alive. Sima Xian took a few steps back and grabbed the air with his right hand. Immediately, an ice spear appeared in his hand, and he threw it towards Su Ming. At the same time, Sima Xian swung his left arm forward, and a round bottle appeared. With a snap of his fingers, howling sounds came from within the bottle. A white wolf charged out and started growing as it was exposed to the wind. In an instant, it grew up to be a few dozen feet tall. Its fur was white as snow, and with its fangs bared, it growled at Su Ming. That growl turned into a force that turned Su Ming's mind blank once it hit his body, as if he was shaken. Yet it only lasted for an instant before the power of aura refinement started circulating within him on its own, and his mind immediately cleared up. He woke up too quickly, and it made Sima Xian frown. He fought against Su Ming with the long spear in hand, and at the same time, the ice wolf pounced on him. He Feng. Su Ming took a few steps back and black fog immediately rushed out from his chest. That fog turned into He Feng, who had an agonized look on his face, but he did not dare choose not to fight. When he appeared, he charged towards the soul of the ice wolf. The both of them were spiritual entities, and though their battle may have been without sound, it was still incredibly vicious. At that moment, the mark of the sword at the center of Su Ming's brows flashed briefly, and the small virescent sword charged out with a whistle and spun around Su Ming's body. It moved with his will and crashed into Sima Xian's long spear with a loud bang. Su Ming's fight against Sima Xian did not just attract the attention of the people around the area, it even attracted the attention of some of the powerful berserkers in the 9 summits of the Great Frozen Plains. Some of those in the older generation even looked over. Su Ming's second senior brother was crouching down on the 9th summit tending to his plants. Occasionally, he would lift up his head towards the direction where the rumbling sounds came from and shake his head. Just how many times does this make since third failed entering his dream? The moment he gets agitated, he immediately wants to enter his dreams to fight against others. This is not good. Xianxia sat at the top of the mountain with a pleased smile on his face as he looked at the place where the rumbling sounds were coming from. Not bad at all. Teach him a good lesson. There were other people gathered on the other mountains. As they looked at the battle, a rare sight in the Great Frozen Plains of Freezing Sky Clan, the left preceptor in the 4th summit, the old man who liked wearing red robes, stood at the top of the mountain with a solemn expression on his face. The virescent light sword. That's Hong Kong's treasure. Why is it in his hands? He was frowning, but once he cast a glance towards the 9th summit, He shook his head and decided not to bother himself with what he deemed was a trivial matter. Besides him, the other people of the older generation also appeared on the other summits and sized up the battle from their respective spots. At that moment, on the mountainside of the seventh summit was a woman dressed in red. She was sitting on a big stone. Her black hair fell on her shoulders, and when they were occasionally lifted by the wind, her snow-white skin would be revealed underneath. She had a gentle look on her face as she watched the people battling against each other. Most of the time, her gaze was focused on Su Ming, a divine general of awakening, and with such a berserker mark too. What is his name? There were a few girls standing behind the woman. One of them quickly answered her, eldest senior sister. His name is Su Ming. He's a disciple on the ninth summit. At the moment, the battle which had caught the crowd's attention had yet to reach its most intense moment. The small virescent sword shone and crashed into the incoming long spear. Before the rumbling sounds even disappeared, the second clashing sound had already spread in all directions. More lightning arcs swam through Su Ming's body and turned into numerous lightning sparks that charged towards Xianxia. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and by the looks of it, lightning was about to fall. However, Xianxia was the prodigy of freezing sky clan. Su Ming might have seen through the fact that he had yet to reach the bone sacrifice realm, but the mystical abilities and enchanted vessels he had were practically endless. The white wolf and the ice spear he had in his hand were definitely not any ordinary items. At the same time the snow surrounding him fought against Su Ming's lightning, the virescent sword and ice spear. He Feng and the white wolf too fought against each other. While the battle might not have reached its most intense state, it had already reached an intensity that was not too far away. This was a battle that could not be settled in a short period of time. While Su Ming was currently also in the awakening realm compared to Xianxia, his level of cultivation was still a little lower. Yet he was a berserker who awakened with 999 blood veins and also understood the clearing mind art. With his mystical abilities and origin vessel, he could fight against all those who were under the bone sacrifice realm. As the small virescent sword and ice spear clashed against each other, as did Su Ming's lightning and Xianxia's ice, and they once again let out a rumbling sound, Su Ming took a few abrupt steps backwards with a calm expression. As he moved back, he swiped his right hand before his chest. When he lifted it, a spherical medicinal pill immediately appeared in his hand. There was a snow flower in the medicinal pill as if it was sealed up within. There was an enchanting feeling to it. It let out a freezing chill, and dim light also spread out from the pill. It was Su Ming's spirit plunder. He only used this pill once after he created it, and it was when he was curing Feng Mu. In truth, this was the first time he brought this thing out during battle. The moment spirit plunder was taken out, it started spinning in the air. When Su Ming pointed towards Xianxia, that pill instantly turned into a long arc that charged towards him. At the moment Su Ming brought out spirit plunder, Xianxia's expression turned even more serious. He stared at the medicinal pill in his hands and took a few steps back as surprise appeared in his eyes. At the same time, he opened his mouth wide open and spat out. As he did so, a small black insect flew out of his mouth. The insect was built in the shape of a small rod about the length of a finger's segment. If it was not twisting about in the air, it would be difficult for anyone to tell that it was actually an insect. When the insect flew out, it spread out its wings, and 4 pairs of thin wings could be seen on its rod-shaped body. There was green light shining on its head, making it look slightly terrifying. The moment the insect appeared, a malicious presence immediately erupted from its body, along with a buzzing sound that pierced the minds of all those who heard it. The insect turned into a ray of green light, but it did not charge towards the incoming spirit plunder. It went past the pill and charged towards Su Ming instead. That insect could be said to be the most precious item Xianxia had besides the 7-colored mountain. He had only just obtained that insect and had only recently formed a small mental connection with it. He had tested this insect many times before, and Xianxia had never seen anything that this insect could not pierce through. He had tried using this insect on many objects before, and all of them had ended up the same way. If it was not because Su Ming had the Divine General's armor and it would be difficult for any sort of mystical ability to cause harm to him, Sima Xian would not have wanted to use this insect. At this moment, not only did he not want to face the strange object that had clearly sealed the berserker seed he had planted in Fangmu charging towards him, he also wanted to kill Su Ming, or at the very least cause such grievous injuries to him that his power would fall. By doing so, once Sima Xian successfully cleared Freezing Sky Cave and entered Heaven Gate, no matter how quickly Su Ming improved, he would be of no threat to him. As Spirit Plunder and the small rod insect passed by each other and Spirit Plunder closed in on him, Sima Xian bit his tongue, coughed out blood, took a step forward, and turned into a blood figure. He fused together with his blood and seemed to have turned into an illusionary layer of mist instead of having physical form. It spread outwards, looking as if it could dodge Spirit Plunder's might. Yet the moment he was about to dodge, Spirit Plunder came to an abrupt halt and stopped in midair. An incredibly powerful absorption force that shocked Sima Xian exploded forth from it. That absorption force caught all the blood mist around the area, and the blood mist started showing clear signs of being sucked in. The mist struggled incessantly, and Sima Xian's face was revealed within. There was a hint of shock on his face, but once he gritted his teeth, he immediately split the illusionary blood mist into two separate parts. One of them was taken into Spirit Plunder, and the other rolled backwards quickly before it reverted back into Sima Xian once it was far away from the pill. His face was pale as he sucked in a sharp breath. "What's with that thing?" Su Ming was also shocked, because even though he was retreating quickly with a dazzling speed, he still could not shake off the insect charging towards him. That insect closed in on him in an instant and clashed with the small virescent sword. It knocked the sword away and closed in on Su Ming once again. The insect had even ignored the lightning arcs swimming in the air. Even though lightning covered its entire body, it did not slow down. With a bang, it pierced through Su Ming's Divine General armor. It was about to pierce Su Ming's body, but at that moment, a loud bell chime rang out from within Su Ming's body. In the face of danger, Han Mountain Bell materialized between Divine General armor and Su Ming's body, and it was the bell that finally managed to stop the insect's attack. As the bell chimes reverberated in the air, blood flowed out of Su Ming's mouth and he staggered a few hundred feet back. "What's with this insect?" Su Ming lifted his head swiftly. His question was shouted out almost at the same time as when Sima Xian shouted his. At that moment, a strange feeling formed in Su Ming's heart. That inconceivable feeling also formed in Sima Xian. "They're so similar," someone from the crowd murmured. They were two completely different people with two completely different names and two completely different lives. They were like two parallel lines that would never touch each other. Even if they were going in the same direction, they would never touch each other. This was Su Ming and Sima Xian before this battle in Freezing Sky Clan. Even when they started exchanging blows, the odd similarities that the people watching found were yet to come into existence, but as they continued attacking each other, everyone noticed, and it could even be said that the two of them were the last ones who noticed it. As the onlookers watched the battle continue, the feeling that these two were similar became stronger. One of them was lightning, the other ice. They may look different, but one of them had lightning swimming through his entire body while the other was surrounded by ice. Perhaps this was not enough to call them similar, but soon, when the small virescent sword and ice spear clashed with each other, the black Divine General armor and sparkling ice armor appeared. The feeling that they were alike started blossoming within their hearts. The moment Sima Xian brought out the round bottle and released the wolf, which was a rare vessel spirit that was definitely not something a normal person would be able to get, and he Feng flew out of Su Ming's body, that feeling that they were similar reached an incredibly high level in an instant. The similarities reached an even higher level when Su Ming brought out Spirit Plunder, and Sima Xian released the strange rod-shaped insect from his mouth, and when the both of them had the same expression and reaction, as they faced these two completely different enchanted vessels. At that moment, it was as if all their similarities had fused together and erupted forth with a force that made even outsiders notice that these two people were very similar. Bell chimes reverberated in the air, and at that moment, the black rod-shaped insect that was only about the size of a finger's segment tumbled backward. However, its speed as it flew back had clearly been reduced. It even started swaying in the air, as if the crash had caused a backlash that it could only marginally withstand because it had been traveling too fast previously, and because the echoes from Han Mountain Bell were too powerful. Su Ming watched the rod-shaped insect tumble back and recover in the span of a few breaths. The sight made his expression change. He suppressed all his other emotions, because he knew Han Mountain Bells might well. That crash just now and subsequent rebound were difficult even for him to withstand. Yet that strange insect was already showing signs of recovery after such a short period of time. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He knew that he could not let that insect recover, or else that thing alone would affect him greatly. At the same moment the insect retreated, Su Ming lifted his right hand pointed towards it. He also took a huge step forward. The moment his foot landed, his body instantly appeared above the retreating insect, and soon, Han Mountain Bell appeared in his hands like a small bell, then like a huge shade that covered the small insect. In the distance, Sima Xian was forced to split up and discard part of the blood figure formed from his blood under the might of spirit plunder. His face was pale. While he did not cough out blood like Su Ming, he was also clearly weakened. When he saw Su Ming's actions, Sima Xian's eyes immediately became clouded with anger. He charged forth with a low growl and grabbed the air with his right hand. Immediately, the floating seven-colored mountain in the distance erupted with a piercing seven-colored light. The girl standing on the seven-colored mountain let out a cry of surprise and quickly flew back. There was a floating ribbon under her feet which supported her. Right then, in his battle against Su Ming, Sima Xian finally used his most powerful enchanted treasure, the seven-colored mountain. Su Ming, how dare you touch my snake? Sima Xian's face was vicious. As he grabbed the air with his right hand, the red light from the light of the seven-colored mountain shone with an intensity that was far brighter than all the other colors. It was as if it was asked to come forth from the seven lights. As the light shone, the seven-colored mountain looked as if it only possessed that one color. God of Berserker's transformation. 7 colors refinement, scarlet style. Veins popped out on Sima Xian's face, and his body was dyed in a scarlet shade. His right hand curled up and turned into a 5-fingered claw. The scarlet shade on his hand was incredibly alluring, and he swiped his clawed hand towards the floating 7-colored mountain that was currently shining with a red light. The moment he swiped his hand across, the red light from the 7-colored mountain immediately started flickering as if the fog on it was boiling. As it flickered, the mountain let out a buzzing sound. The red light looked as if it was absorbed into Sima Xian's right hand, and a large amount of it was gathered there before turning into a scarlet long sword. That sword was 7 feet long and looked as if it was dyed with blood. There was even a harrowing sadness coming from it that stunned people. When Sima Xian held the sword in his hands, he swung it down in Su Ming's direction. That slash immediately made the world dark. An oppressive feeling spread out so suddenly that the crowd watching immediately felt as if they were suffocating. It was as if that sword stroke had sucked in all the air from the world. A sadness that could affect all those around it spread out in all directions as the sword slashed downward. The place where I was born still did things according to the laws of the universe. A voice filled with grief spilled out of Sima Xian's mouth as he swung the sword down. His expression seemed to have fused together with the sword, and with that one sentence he executed one sword stroke. The moment that sword stroke fell, Han Songzi's face turned pale on the third summit. The oval-shaped faced woman beside her also sucked in a deep breath. He casted the god of Berserker's transformation. When the red-robed left preceptor saw this on the fourth summit, he narrowed his eyes. Looks like he has understood the first style of the god of Berserker's transformation. All those who understood the meaning of the sword stroke turned their attention towards the attack from their respective summits. On the 9th summit, a gourd had appeared in Xianxia's hands some time ago. He placed it by his mouth and drank from it before he shook his head and disdain appeared in his eyes. God of Berserker's transformation. It's not worthy of the word transformation. One day, I'll let the people know just what is the true god of Berserker's transformation. But Sima Xian's method of casting this mystical ability has some form of transformation that originated from him. Xianxia did not seem to be paying attention to the question of how Su Ming was going to deal with that shocking sword slash. He was drinking wine instead and was uttering words that no one else could hear besides himself. It was as if he had the confidence that Su Ming could deal with that sword strike. Similarly, Su Ming's second senior brother, who was still planting flowers on the snow-covered ground with his back bent on the 9th summit, lifted his head to look into the distance when his right hand, which was holding several flowers, faltered. He trained his eyes on the distance as he mumbled under his breath. Youngest junior brother. This is a rare chance. God of Berserker's transformation. This is the strongest skill in Freezing Sky Clan. When people draw, they first learn by copying others. Only then will they be able to create their own drawings. Su Ming and Sima Xian's battle had attracted even more attention from the people gathered under Heaven Gate and in the center of 9 summits of the Great Frozen Plains. When Sima Xian casted the God of Berserker's transformation and brought out the red light from the 7-colored mountain before turning it into a long sword that seemed to be dyed with blood and swung it down, the presence that exploded from that sword strike caused the battle to instantly reach its most intense moment. The red light from the sword brought forth a strange sound as it sliced through the air. It sounded as if there were numerous people mourning and crying, and when the sounds gathered together into one, it turned into the sound of the scarlet sword slicing through the air. A hint of seriousness appeared on Su Ming's calm face. He had already known a long time ago of Sima Xian's strength. Although he was no longer the same as he was before, there was still some difference in power between him and Sima Xian. Just this sword strike from alone was already enough to make Su Ming feel that he could not fend against it. Sima Xian's murmurs echoed in his ears. Those words had fused into the sword, and it seemed to be filled with a power that could change the world. A change that far surpassed Su Ming's ability to possibly comprehend it. It was this change that seemed to be able to turn something decadent into something great that caused this simple sword slash to turn into a power that Su Ming could not resist. The sword itself was also a treasure manifested from Sima Xian's 7-colored mountain, which meant that it contained an incredible power. With the might of the mystical ability God of Berserker's transformation, the might contained within the sword stroke was enough to kill all berserkers under the bone sacrifice realm, Su Ming analyzed. Even the powerful berserkers in the bone sacrifice realm would find it hard to resist this sword slash. However, Su Ming had yet to arrive at the bone sacrifice realm. He could assume it as such and could not be certain of it. The moment the sword fell towards him, a glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He knew that Han Mountain Bell was the only thing that could perhaps fight against this sword, but if he used Han Mountain Bell to fend against the attack, then he would not be able to subjugate the rod-shaped insect that was about to recover. If he let the rod-shaped insect recover its speed and clear its mind, then Su Ming would be forced into a complete defensive position in this battle. Yet, if he did not give up on the rod-shaped insect and took Sima Xian's sword slash, Su Ming's pupils shrank and he sighed. He was just about to give up on the bizarre rod-shaped insect when the light in his eyes flickered. He saw the speed of the sword slashing down from the sky start slowing down in a peculiar manner. This decrease in speed came very suddenly, and even more strange was that the sword's sudden slowness seemed to have gone unnoticed by others. When Su Ming instinctively looked towards his surroundings, he noticed that everything in the world around him had also slowed down. It was as if a wave of power had come to the place without a sound, and in that instant, controlled the flow of time in the place. This is what I created. Once your powers of creation have reached a certain level, this sort of change will happen depending on what you've been creating. It's somewhat similar to Space Void, but it's also different. To others, it may look like it only lasted for an instant, but in your current state, it will seem very slow. You have ample time to remember this one sword slash and understand the changes within this attack. Find it, then block the boy Sima's attack fairly and squarely. There was a strange look on Su Ming's face as he looked at the people around him, whose actions had been slowed down by several fold. He turned his gaze towards the scarlet sword shining with a red light which was also falling down slowly. He did not know how Xianxia had managed to do it, but he would need an incredible amount of courage to do so under the scrutiny of so many people in Freezing Sky Clan. The warmth in Su Ming's heart grew due to his master's kindness, and his feelings of belonging to the ninth summit increased. However, he knew that this was not the time for him to feel moved. As he watched the scarlet sword fall slowly from the sky, his eyes gradually became empty and blank. He lifted his right hand, and with his index finger as the brush, he started drawing out the trajectory of the sword. He drew one stroke after another. Each time Su Ming lifted his right hand and drew with his index finger, the space before him would disappear slowly layer by layer like he was tearing off layers of membranes. He did not know how much time had passed by, but Su Ming's actions in copying the sword stroke were gradually slowing down. Time continued passing by as he continued drawing. Su Ming did not know how many strokes he had drawn and just how many times he had copied the trajectory of the sword. He might not know the specifics, but he knew that each time he drew, while each stroke seemed the same, but in truth they were all different. If he drew it 1,000 times, then those 1,000 strokes were different from each other. If he drew them 10,000 times, then those 10,000 strokes would be different from each other. Yet he still had not found the grief that spread out when Sima Xian swung the sword. It was as if he could not fuse that emotion with his stroke. It only made Su Ming want to draw the principles contained within the sword stroke even more. Hence he paid even more attention to the various changes in that sword slash. Yet there seemed to be no rules hidden within it, making it difficult for him to completely understand it, which would allow him to draw the sword slash with his right index finger. He knew that it was difficult to completely understand the power behind the sword slash. That was why he did not think about trying to understand it in one go. Instead, each time he copied the sword slash, he would find something different within the attack and copy it to his new drawing. Gradually, as time passed by, with each time Su Ming's right hand fell down, he came to slowly sense the presence of the invisible and innumerable membranes that were disappearing before him layer by layer as the scarlet sword fell. As the membranes disappeared, Su Ming's body also came closer to the incoming scarlet sword. Su Ming remained calm, but his empty eyes made him seem as if he had lost his soul. Perhaps more accurately speaking, it was as if his soul had gone to his right index finger. With each stroke, his soul would seep into the world to feel the strange changes contained within the sword as it fell down in the gigantic world. Those strokes made him seem like he was drawing out the lines for a picture. The invisible membranes continued disappearing as Su Ming moved forward slowly. Every single time he took a step, he would draw many lines in the air, causing more membranes to disappear. Yet he knew clearly that with his current abilities, he could only copy out the form of the sword slash, but not its soul. Even if he used his own soul to draw it, he could not feel its sadness. That was why his strokes had no life. Sadness, Su Ming mumbled. As his right hand drew time and again before him, he found his sadness and the sadness within Dark Mountain. Yet, there was something missing from that sadness, causing it to be unable to fuse with the stroke. It's lacking an aged feeling. When Su Ming came to the side of the falling scarlet sword and observed the sword in close proximity with just a few feet between them, he suddenly jolted and a hint of understanding appeared within him. Among the people I met, there's only one person who has this old and aged feeling. Su Ming lowered his head and his right eye was gradually stained in red until it eventually turned into the blood moon of Dark Mountain. Wherefore doth thou cry, O blue sky? He mumbled and closed his eyes. He lifted his right index finger instinctively and drew once again. This time he drew a diagonal stroke. If that stroke was drawn on paper, perhaps it would only form a horizontal line. However, this simple line would make people feel that it contained the power to change the world once they saw it. But he was drawing on air. The final invisible membrane between Su Ming and the scarlet sword tore apart with a ripping sound that no ear could hear when Su Ming drew that line. The instant it disappeared, Su Ming lifted his right hand once again and drew a stroke in the direction of the scarlet sword, in the air where all the invisible membranes between them no longer existed. That stroke was also a horizontal line, yet while that horizontal line seemed like it was only one simple stroke, it was in truth the culmination of all the thousands upon thousands of strokes taken when Su Ming copied the trajectory of the sword. At the instant that stroke was completed, the numerous horizontal lines he drew previously appeared by his side. No one could see the strokes that seemed like mere scribbles, Only Su Ming could because he was the one who'd drawn them. At that moment, these innumerable horizontal lines gathered before Su Ming and fell on his final stroke as if they were overlapping each other. These thousands upon thousands of strokes fell on top each other and eventually turned into the most powerful horizontal line Su Ming could draw after copying the trajectory of the sword in the air. The moment the stroke was finished, rumbling sounds seemed to echo in the world, and the world before him shattered like a mirror. Once a layer of something seemed to have been swept away from the world. Uproars reverberated through the air, and a shrill whistling sound descended from the sky. The world had returned to normal. Time seemed to have stopped a moment before Su Ming tried to understand that sword slash, and when the world returned to normal, he found himself returning to that instant. It was as if everything that had happened was just an illusion. A dazed look appeared on Su Ming's face. His right hand was lifted and remained in the same position of when he'd drawn his final stroke in the strange world. The shrill whistling sound before him was from Sima Xianxia's scarlet sword. That sword was now tumbling backwards, and with a boom, it could no longer maintain its sword form. It turned into a large amount of red light and returned to the seven-colored mountain behind Sima Xian, who was looking at him with an aghast look in his eyes and an expression full of disbelief. Sima Xian's breathing quickened. All the people who were watching looked towards Su Ming, and their gazes were filled with shock along with horror. Just now, they saw the scarlet sword slicing down towards Su Ming. Su Ming originally did not react to it, but when the sword was less than 100 feet away from him, he suddenly lifted his head, and with his right hand, he waved at the incoming scarlet sword gently. Yet that wave made the space between him and the scarlet sword twist. Before any of them saw it clearly, rumbling sounds echoed in the air, and the scarlet sword let out a shrill whistling sound before it tumbled backwards because it could not fight against that wave, and eventually could not even maintain its sword form. To top it off, that was the god of Berserker's transformation Sima Xian had casted. After a short moment of silence, uproars rose in the air like a constant buzzing. There was surprise and bewilderment as the people looked at Su Ming, as if they had just renewed their understanding of this unfamiliar face before them. Sima Xian breathed rapidly. He might not have been injured, but during that instant when Su Ming waved his hand lightly and made his scarlet sword tumble backwards before shattering, he was stunned. He understood the might of his god of Berserker's transformation art, and it was precisely because of this understanding that his heart pounded and raced against his chest while he looked at Su Ming with a face filled with disbelief. Impossible! He's not in the bone sacrifice realm. How could he so easily dispel that one style I mastered? And the method he used to counter it just now. Sima Xian could not believe what he saw just now, and the movements Su Ming made when he waved away the sword were also incredibly familiar to him. During that instant, there was a subtle hint of grief that made him feel shaken. A brilliant glint appeared in the eyes of the red-robed left preceptor standing on the fourth summit. With a grave expression on his face, he took a step forward and took a careful look at Su Ming, who was standing in the battlefield in the distance. Creation! The left preceptor mumbled and kept his gaze fixed on Su Ming for a long time. Some of the older generation who rarely left their mountains on the great frozen plains of freezing SkyClan turned their attention towards Su Ming. His final wave during the battle just now was enough to make them feel shaken. The long-haired woman sitting on the platform on the 8th summit lifted her right hand and tucked her hair behind her ear. When she lowered her hand, she drew a line before her gently. The arc she drew bore some similarities to the horizontal line Su Ming had drawn. The similarity was not in the appearance of the lines, but the essence within those strokes. In fact, when she drew her arc, the air before her also twisted, as if she had just imitated Su Ming's actions with ease. However, the sorrow and aged feeling was missing from her stroke. What an interesting stroke! A disciple of the 9th summit. The woman smiled faintly. The dazed look on Su Ming's face disappeared and the calm look returned. However, his heart remained in a state of shock. Yet when his mind cleared, a sharp pain spread through his entire body, causing him to turn pale, and he coughed out blood before staggering a few steps back. This pain did not come from a specific spot within him, but from his entire body. Every single inch of his flesh and bone, Even his veins and organs were crying out in pain. This pain came too suddenly, as if Su Ming had performed an action that far surpassed what his body could endure just now, and it had caused his body and his organs to show signs of weakening. When Su Ming retreated, Han Mountain Bell had already captured the rod insect. Once it held the creature within it, Han Mountain Bell shrank and returned to the size of a small bell before it flew back to Su Ming and landed in his hand. Buzzing sounds appeared from within the bell, causing it to tremble in Su Ming's hand, as if the captured rod insect was struggling furiously inside. After all, Su Ming was still not in total control over Han Mountain Bell. He might have been able to take it away, but in terms of using its power, as of now he could only use the bell's tolls and turn them into a sound wave, and also use the bell to seal things just like before. Not too far away, when Sima Xian saw Su Ming coughing up blood, his expression relaxed slightly and was no longer as shocked as it was before. If Su Ming could really dispel his first style in the God of Berserker's transformation without suffering any form of injury, then Sima Xian would immediately turn away and return to the first summit to isolate himself and avoid Su Ming. Yet when he saw Su Ming coughing up blood, Sima Xian's confidence returned. He stared at Su Ming and took a deep breath. A serious expression of an intensity never seen before appeared on his face. He lifted his right hand slowly and pushed his palm up towards the sky. If you can fight against my final attack, then from now onwards, whenever I see you, I will immediately kneel down towards you, Sima Xian said resolutely and made a slight hooking motion in the air with his fingers. In the span of that breath, from the various tribes on the land of South Morning, all the berserker seeds Sima Xian had planted in the people just like he'd done to Feng Mu shuddered violently and fell unconscious in different locations. Great art of heartless berserker seed. Sima Xian's hair floated without wind and a dim light appeared in his eyes. He spread his arms outward, causing him to look extraordinarily enchanting in midair. The moment Sima Xian spoke the words, the crowd quickly retreated once again, and an even wider space was cleared for the battle. All their gazes were no longer trained on Sima Xian, but on Su Ming, and their looks were all conflicted. Su Ming rarely spoke, and it seemed to them that he was a quiet man. Yet Su Ming and Sima Xian's battle had made the other freezing Sky Clan disciples from the other 8 summits to remember him. Their previous disdainful comments were already gone like the wind. Su Ming had used his actions to crush all their disdain and contempt, and all these emotions had melted into the hearts of all those who'd spoken those words. To them, Su Ming was now an existence that could be said to be equal to Sima Xian. He might be slightly weaker than he was, but if he could fight against Sima Xian to this point and force him to use the great art of heartless berserker seed, then it could only mean that he was an extraordinary person. From this day onwards, Su Ming's name would sweep through the land like a typhoon, and there will be a lot of people who would remember everything that had happened. Perhaps in the future, there will be one more person who will be known as the prodigy of Freezing Sky Clan. However, this person belonged to the 9th summit. Moreover, he was not their senior brother or junior brother. He was their Uncle Master, the 4th in seniority from the 9th summit, Uncle Master Su. However, when Han Songzi heard Sima Xian's words from where she stood on the 3rd summit, her expression instantly changed. She had a vague feeling that something was off with Sima Xian's words. It was as if there was something within them that made her skin crawl and her heart clench in terror. It was as if the attack was not as simple as it seemed, but there was a danger within that could not be pinpointed. No, there's something wrong with this, Han Songzi mumbled. With a frown on her face, she started mulling over his words. At the same time, Han Feizi was also watching from the 4th summit. However, she was different from Han Songzi. She did not think about what Sima Xian said, but was watching Su Ming. There was shock on her face. Su Ming's strength had once again exceeded Han Feizi's expectations. This change made her feel that if Su Ming continued growing stronger, then the distance between them would increase. The red-robed left preceptor had a displeased look in his eyes as he stood on the 4th summit. The others might not understand the meaning behind Sima Xian's words, but he did. Preposterous! The old man let out a cold harumph and swept his eyes towards the quiet 9th summit before he fell silent. The long-haired woman sitting on the big stone platform on the seventh summit was also frowning. When she looked at Xianxia standing in the distance, there was disgust in her eyes. I read some ancient scrolls before, and one of them recorded the words left from one of the other worlds. What did it say now? The woman spoke softly, and the women standing behind her immediately stood to attention. Some of them even looked excited and eager. Being able to receive pointers from their eldest senior sister was something fortunate to them. If you stay on your Tao 1 but have no method of solving a particular problem now, that method will eventually come to you. If you have the skills and power but have strayed from your Tao, then you cannot use your skills, and your power will forever stay stagnant. I don't understand the Tao meant by those in the other worlds. But now, the woman gaze went from Su Ming to Xianxia, a contemplative look on her face. Xianxia continued drinking from his gourd at the top of the ninth summit. It was as if he did not hear what had happened outside. Su Ming's second senior brother, who was still crouching down tending to his flowers at the mountainside, frowned and put aside the flowers in his hands before standing up and casting his gaze into the distance. Xianxia's words were still echoing in the air above the buildings located at the center of the 9 summits and under Heaven Gate. All of his divine abilities were built with the great art of Heartless Berserker Seed as its basis. Even the god of Berserker's transformation would show different changes according to the different art practiced. With Xianxia, the art was based on his great art of Heartless Berserker Seed. This art was created by the second god of Berserkers and contained immeasurable power. Legends said that the second god of Berserkers used this art to enslave those from the other worlds, this way obtaining the right to become the god of Berserkers. He might not have reached the height of power of the first god of Berserkers, but he was still powerful enough to make clouds tumble with just a shout. Xianxia used a lot of time and effort in practicing this art. Just the act of searching for Berserker's seeds alone had used up a lot of time and energy on his side. Unless he absolutely had to, he did not want to activate this ability to fight against his enemies. Because once he used this ability, all the Berserker children that had been planted with the Berserker seed would fall into a certain state, just like Feng Mu had previously done, and die. This was something Xianxia found hard to accept. It would make all the progress he had with the great art of Heartless Berserker Seed come to a halt, and he would have to find enough Berserker children before he could begin practicing the art again. Yet now, Xianxia casted this art against Su Ming without much hesitation. This was not a moment of recklessness, but a choice after a long period of careful thought. He would rather sacrifice all his Berserker children to obtain a new one. This new Berserker son was Su Ming. Su Ming's growth speed, his frightening potential, and his action in dispelling his god of Berserker's transformation not only made Xianxia shocked and aghast. It also sprouted a sinister thought in his heart. The idea was to plant a Berserker seed in Su Ming's body and turn him into his Berserker seed. If I can turn him into my Berserker seed, then with his growth speed and his potential, it'll be worth it for me to sacrifice all my other Berserker children. After all, while good Berserker children are difficult to find, people like Su Ming are even rarer. Now that I've found one, I won't be satisfied with letting him go. A light flickered in Xianxia's eyes, and when he looked towards Su Ming, there was a strange look hidden deep within his eyes. When he declared that if Su Ming could receive his subsequent and final attack, then he would bow down towards him in the future, those words were actually something out of character for him. If there was no underlying meaning behind his words, he would not do something so stupid. That sentence was the same as forcing himself into a corner. He had to win, or else the consequences would be unbearable for him. In truth, the words he said were a suggestion required for the art and for him to plant the Berserker seed. Could even be said to be a hook. He would bury the words in Su Ming's heart and make it a hook. The more Su Ming placed his attention on it, the more weight those words would carry. Then, with those words as a hook, he could form a strange connection with Su Ming. While that connection may not have physical form and would be something imaginary, this sort of hook was the connecting line that was particularly important in practicing the great art of Heartless Berserker Seed. By using the outcome of the battle as a hook, burying the words in Su Ming's heart, then gathering them into a seed within him as a premise, then if Xianxia won this battle, the seed would slowly grow into a real berserker seed in its unique way within Su Ming. Even if he lost, then when he saw Su Ming and had to kneel down before him, the surges of emotion Su Ming would feel, no matter how small they may be, when he saw this action would nourish the berserker seed and allow it to grow. This was the mysterious and domineering quality of the great art of heartless berserker seed, the art that few people had understood over the countless years that had passed. As long as the targets had a slight opening in their minds, then this art could rip apart that opening and enter. The casters would not take their target's spirits, but could use them and their power for themselves. This divine ability was simply too tyrannical. If the caster did not completely understand the art, then the rate of success would be low. Unless they could use their power to suppress their targets and forcefully plant the seed within them, then they would need luck. If Sima Xian won, then he would have complete ownership over this powerful berserker son. If he lost, he could still slowly make Su Ming turn into his berserker son. To Sima Xian, the only thing he would lose was a bit of his reputation. This was something he could bear. Right now, he was floating in midair. As he spread out his arms, the presence coming from within him increased at a shocking speed. It even gave others the feeling that he had reached the bone sacrifice realm. Su Ming frowned. He had already heard Sima Xian's words. There was something he couldn't describe within them. It was as if the words had crawled into his heart and were echoing endlessly within him. At that moment, an anxious voice suddenly traveled out from the third summit. Su Ming, don't fight him. He wants to plant. That voice belonged to Han Songzi, yet she could only speak further. With a cold harumph from Sima Xian, her words were immediately cut off. Nonetheless, even though she did not manage to finish speaking, this battle was bound to not be able to continue, because right after Sima Xian let out that sound, the left preceptor's dark and sullen voice traveled out from the fourth summit and reverberated through freezing Sky Clan. The school forbids infighting. Do you two not know the rules? That voice was not loud, but there was an intimidating power to it. When it fell into everyone's ears, each word was like a roar of thunder that grew increasingly louder by the word until it eventually turned into countless echoes that sounded as if there were tens of thousands of people growling at the same time. It shook the world and caused the weather to change, the clouds to tumble back, and even the ice on the ground to shudder. Sima Xian trembled. He felt as if there was thunder roaring right beside his ears. The presence rising within him was cut off, and he staggered 3 steps back and blood flowed down the corner of his lips. Su Ming was the same. His ears rang, and his face instantly grew pale. He staggered 5 steps back, and as blood flowed from his mouth, a light bell toll came from Han Mountain Bell hiding within his body. Sima Xian, Su Ming is your senior. He has full right to block your 7-colored mountain. You are the one at fault. You are punished to 3 months of isolation and you are not allowed to leave the first summit during that time. Now go. Sima Xian's expression changed and he eventually lowered his head to bow towards the 4th summit. Then with a dark look on his face, he put away the 7-colored mountain and looked at the girl who was still watching and gave her a nod before he flew back towards the 1st summit. As for the rest of you, leave. The left preceptor's voice rang loud and the people gathered instantly bowed towards the 4th summit respectfully before they turned to Su Ming. Some of them even wrapped their fists in their palms and saluted him with smiles on their faces before they quickly left, allowing some semblance of normalcy to return to the place. As for the girl who looked exactly like Bai Ling but was not Bai Ling, she hesitated for a moment before looking at Su Ming. There was still hostility in her eyes, but this was the first time she spoke to Su Ming. You asked for my name previously. This isn't some secret to begin with, you'll know eventually, since you're a disciple in Freezing Sky Clan. My name is Bai Su. I hope that you can return to Big Brother Sima what belongs to him. Taking what belongs to others will only make others despise you.